Section 11 of the Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. The Caliph's Night Adventure, Part 1. The end of the 604th night, when she began to relate the history of the Caliph's night adventure. I have heard, O auspicious king, that the Caliph Harun al-Rashid was one night wakeful exceedingly, and when he rose in the morning, restlessness gat hold of him. Wherefore all about him were troubled, for that folk follow princes' fashion. They rejoice exceedingly with his joy, and are sorrowful with his sorrows, albeit they know not the cause why they are so affected. Presently the commander of the faithful sent for Masur the eunuch, and when he came to him, cried, "Fetch me my vizier, Ja'afar the Barmaki, without stay or delay." Accordingly he went out, and returned with the minister, who, finding him alone, which was indeed rare, and seeing as he drew near that he was in a melancholy humour, never even raising his eyes, stopped till his lord would vouchsafe to look upon him. At last the prince of true believers cast his glance upon Ja'afar, but forthright turned away his head, and sat motionless as before. The vizier, descrying naught in the Caliph's aspect that concerned him personally, strengthened his purpose, and bespake him on this wise. "O commander of the faithful, wilt thine highness deign suffer me to ask whence cometh this sadness? Verily, O vizier, these moods have of late become troublesome to me, nor are they to be moved save by hearing strange tales and verses, and if thou come not hither on a pressing affair, thou would gladden me by relating somewhat to dispel my sadness." Replied the vizier, "O commander of the faithful, my office compelleth me to stand on thy service, and I would fain remind thee that this is the day appointed for informing thyself of the good governance of thy capital and its environs, and this matter shall, inshallah, divert thy mind and dispel its gloom." The Caliph answered, "Thou dost well to remind me, for that I had wholly forgotten it. So fare forth and change thy vestments, while I do the same with mine." Presently the twain donned habits of stranger merchants, and issued out by a private postern of the palace garden, which led them into the fields. After they had skirted the city, they reached the Euphrates bank at some distance from the gate opening on that side, without having observed aught of disorder. Then they crossed the river in the first ferry-boat they found, and making a second round on the further side, they passed over the bridge that joined the two halves of Baghdad town. At the bridge foot they met with a blind old man, who asked alms of them, and the Caliph turned about and crossed his palm with a dinar, whereupon the beggar caught hold of his hand and held him fast, saying, "O beneficent man, whoso thou ever may be, whom Allah hath inspired to bestow an alms upon me, refuse not the favour I crave of thee, which is to strike me a buffet upon the ear, for that I deserve such punishment, and a greater still." After these words he quitted his hold of the Caliph's hand, that it might smite him. Yet, for fear lest the stranger pass on without so doing, he grasped him fast by his long robe. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 605th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the Caliph, surprised by the blind man's words and deeds, said, 'I may not grant thy request, nor will I minish the merit of my charity by treating thee as thou wouldst have me entreat thee.' Saying these words, he strove to get away from the blind man. But he, who after his long experience expected this refusal of his benefactor, did his utmost to keep hold of him, and cried, 'O my lord, forgive my audacity and my persistency, and I implore thee, either give me a cuff on the ear, or take back thine alms, for I may not receive it save on that condition, without falsing a solemn oath I have sworn before the face of Allah. And if thou knew the reason, thou wouldst accord with me that the penalty is light indeed.' Then the Caliph, not caring to be delayed any longer, yielded to the blind man's importunity, and gave him a slight cuff. Whereupon he loosed him forthright, and thanked him and blessed him. When the Caliph and his vizier had walked some way from the blind man, the former exclaimed, This blind beggar must assuredly have some right good cause for behaving himself in such manner to all who give him alms, and I would fain know it. Do thou return to him, and tell him who I am, and bid him fail not to appear at my palace about mid-afternoon prayer time, that I may converse with him, and hear whatso he hath to say." Hereupon Ja'afar went back and bestowed alms on the blind man, giving him another cuff on the ear, and apprised him of the Caliph's command, and returned forthright to his lord. Presently, when the twain reached the town, they found in a square a vast crowd of folk gazing at a handsome youth and a well-shaped, who was mounted on a mare, which he rode at fullest speed round the open space, spurring and whipping the beast so cruelly that she was covered with sweat and blood. Seeing this, the Caliph, amazed at the youth's brutality, stopped to ask the bystanders, and they knew why he tortured and tormented the mare on such wise. But he could learn naught save that for some while past, every day at the same time, he had entreated her after the same fashion. Hereat, as they walked along, the Caliph bid his vizier especially notice the place, and order the young man to come without failing on the next day, at the hour appointed for the blind man. But ere the Caliph reached his palace, he saw in a street, which he had not passed through for many months, a newly built mansion, which seemed to him the palace of some great lord of the land. He asked the vizier, and he knew its owner, and Ja'afar answered he did not, but would make inquiry. So he consulted a neighbor, who told him that the house owner was one Khwajah Hasan, surnamed al-Habbal, from his handicraft rope-making; that he himself had seen the man at work in the days of his poverty; that he knew not how fate and fortune had befriended him, yet that the same Kwajah had gotten such exceeding wealth that he had been enabled to pay honourably and sumptuously all the expenses he had incurred while building his palace. Then the vizier returned to the Caliph, and gave him a full account of whatso he had heard, whereat cried the Prince of True Believers, "I must see this Khwajah Hasan al-Habbal. Do thou, therefore, O vizier, go and tell him to come to my palace at the same hour thou hast appointed for the other twain." The minister did his lord's bidding, and the next day, after mid-afternoon prayers, the Caliph retired to his own apartment, and Ja'afar introduced the three persons whereof we have been speaking, and presented them to the Caliph. All prostrated themselves at his feet, and when they rose up, the commander of the faithful asked his name of the blind man, who answered he was hight Baba Abdullah. "O servant of Allah," cried the Caliph, "thy manner of asking alms yesterday seemed so strange to me, that had it not been for certain considerations, I should not have granted thy petition. Nay, I would have prevented thy giving further offence to the folk. And now I have bidden thee hither, that I may know from thyself what impelled thee to swear that rash oath, whereof thou toldest me, that I may better judge whether thou have done well or ill, and if I should suffer thee to persist in a practice which meseemeth must set so pernicious an example. Tell me, openly, how such mad thought entered into thy head, and conceal not aught, for I will know the truth and the full truth." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 606th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Baba Abdullah, terrified by these words, cast himself a second time at the Caliph's feet, with his face prone to the ground, and when he rose again, said, 'O Commander of the Faithful, I crave pardon of thy Highness for my audacity, in that I dared require, and well nigh compelled thee to do a thing which verily seemeth contrary to sound sense. I acknowledge mine offence, but as I knew not thy Highness at that time, I implore thy clemency, and I pray thou wilt consider my ignorance of thine exalted degree. And now, as to the extravagance of my action, I readily admit that it must seem strange to the sons of Adam, but in the eye of Allah 'tis but a slight penance wherewith I have charged myself for an enormous crime of which I am guilty, and wherefore, and all the people in the world were each and every to give me a cuff on the ear, 'twould not be sufficient atonement. Thy Highness shall judge of it thyself, when I, in telling my tale according to thy commandment, will inform thee of what was my offence." And here he began to relate the story of the blind man, Baba Abdullah. "O my lord the Caliph, I, the humblest of thy slaves, was born in Baghdad, where my father and mother, presently dying within a few days of each other, left me a fortune large enough to last me throughout my lifetime. But I knew not its value, and soon I had squandered it in luxury and loose living, and I cared not for thrift or for increasing my store. But when little was left to me of my substance, I repented of my evil courses, and toiled and laboured hard by day and night to increase my remaining stock of money. It is truly said, after waste cometh knowledge of worth. Thus, little by little, I got together 80 camels, which I let on hire to merchants, and thus I made goodly gain each time I found occasion. Moreover, I was one to engage myself together with my beasts, and on this wise I journeyed all over the dominions and domains of thy Highness. Brief, I hoped ere long to reap an abundant crop of gold by the hiring out of my baggage animals. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 607th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Baba Abdullah continued his tale in these words. Once I had carried merchant stuffs to Bassorah for shipping Indiawards, and I was returning to Baghdad with my beasts unladen. Now, as I fared homewards, I chanced to pass across a plain of excellent pasturage, lying fallow, and far from any village, and there unsaddled the camels, which I hobbled and tethered together, that they might crop the luxuriant herbs and thorns, and yet not fare astray. Presently appeared a darwish, who was travelling afoot for Bassorah, and he took seat beside me to enjoy ease after unease, whereat I asked him whence he wayfared, and whither he was wending. He also asked me the same question, and when we had told each to other our own tales, we produced our provisions and brake our fast together, talking of various matters as we ate. Quoth the darwish, "I know a spot hard by, which enholdeth a hoard, and its wealth is so wonder great, that shouldst thou load upon thy 80 camels the heaviest burthens of golden coins and costly gems from that treasure, there will appear no minishing thereof." Hearing these words, I rejoiced with exceeding joy, and gathering from his mien and demeanour that he did not deceive me, I arose forthright, and falling upon his neck, exclaimed, "O hallow of Allah, who carest not for this world's goods, and hast renounced all mundane lusts and luxuries, assuredly thou hast full knowledge of this treasure, for naught remaineth hidden from holy men as thou art. I pray thee, tell me where it may be found, that I may load my 80 beasts with bales of ashrafis and jewels. I wot full well that thou hast no greed for the wealth of this world, but take, I pray thee, one of these 80 camels as recompense and reward for the favour." Thus spake I with my tongue, but in my heart I sorely grieved to think that I must part with a single camel-load of coins and gems. Withal I reflected that the other 19 camel-loads would contain riches to my heart's content. Accordingly, as I wavered in mind, at one moment consenting, at the next instant repenting, the darwish, noting my greed and covetise and avarice, replied, "Not so, O my brother. 1 camel doth not suffice me, that I should show thee all this hoard. On a single condition only will I tell thee of the place, to wit, that we twain lead the animals thither, and lade them with the treasure. Then shalt thou give me 1/2 thereof, and take the other half to thyself. With 40 camels' loads of costly ores and minerals, for sure thou canst buy thousands more of camels." Then, seeing that refusal was impossible, I cried, "So be it. I agree to thy proposal, and I will do as thou desires." For in my heart I had conned the matter over, and well I wist that 40 camel-loads of gold and gems would suffice me and many generations of my descendants. and I feared lest, an I gainsay him, I should repent for ever and ever having let so great a treasure slip out of hand. Accordingly, giving full consent to all he said, I got together every one of my beasts, and set me a wayfaring along with the fakir. After travelling over some short distance, we came upon a gorge between two craggy mountain walls, towering high in crescent form, and the pass was exceeding narrow, so that the animals were forced to pace in single file. But further on it flared out, and we could thread it without difficulty into the broad wadi below. No human being was anywhere to be seen or heard in this wild land, so we were undisturbed and easy in our minds, nor feared aught. Then quoth the Darwish, "Leave here the camels, and come with me." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 608th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the blind man Baba Abdullah pursued his tale on this wise. I did as the Darwish had bidden me, and, knocking all the camels, I followed in wake of him. After walking a short way from the halting place, he produced a flint and steel, and struck fire therewith, and lit some sticks he had gotten together. Then, throwing a handful of strong-smelling incense upon the flames, he muttered words of incantation, which I could by no means understand. At once a cloud of smoke arose, and spiring upwards veiled the mountains, and presently, the vapour clearing away, we saw a huge rock with pathway leading to its perpendicular face. Here the precipice showed an open door, wherethrough appeared in the bowels of the mountain a splendid palace, the workmanship of the jinns, for no man had power to build aught like it. In due time, after sore toil, we entered therein, and found an endless treasure, ranged in mounds, with the utmost ordnance and regularity. Seeing a heap of ashrafis, I pounced upon it as a vulture swoopeth upon her quarry the carrion, and fell to filling the sacks with golden coin to my heart's content. The bags were big, but I was constrained to stuff them only in proportion to the strength of my beasts. The Darwish, too, busied himself in like manner, but he charged his sacks with gems and jewels only, counselling me the while to do as he did. So I cast aside the ducats, and filled my bags with naught save the most precious of the stonery. When we had wrought our best, we set the well-stuffed sacks upon the camels' backs, and we made ready to depart. But before we left the treasure-house, wherein stood ranged thousands of golden vessels, exquisite in shape and workmanship, the Darwish went into a hidden chamber, and brought from out a silvern casket a little golden box full of some unguent, which he showed to me, and then he placed it in his pocket. Presently he again threw incense upon the fire, and recited his incantations and conjurations, whereat the door closed, and the rock became as before. We then divided the camels, he taking one half and I the other, and passing through the straight and gloomy gorge in single file, we came out upon the open plain. Here our way parted, he wending in the direction of Bassora, and I Baghdadwards. And when about to leave him, I showered thanks upon the Darwish, who had obtained me all this wealth and riches worth 1,000 of gold coins, and farewelled him with deep emotions of gratitude, after which we embraced and wended our several ways. But hardly had I bidden adieu to the fakir, and had gone some little distance from him with my file of camels, than the shaitan tempted me with greed of gain, so that I said to myself, "The Darwish is alone in the world, without friends or kinsmen, and is wholly estranged from matters mundane. What will these camel-loads of filthy lucre advantage him? Moreover, engrossed by the care of the camels, not to speak of the deceitfulness of riches, he may neglect his prayer and worship. Therefore it behoveth me to take back from him some few of my beasts." With this resolve I made the camels halt, and, tying up their forelegs, ran back after the holy man, and called out his name. He heard my loud shouts, and awaited me forthright. And as soon as I approached him, I said, "When I had quitted thee, a thought came into my mind. to wit that thou art a recluse, who keepest thyself aloof from earthly things, pure in heart, and busied only with orison and devotion. Now care of all these camels will cause thee only toil and moil and trouble, and waste of precious time. 'Twere better, then, to give them back, and not run the risk of these discomforts and dangers. The Darwish replied, O my son, thou speakest sooth. The tending of all these animals will bring me naught save ache of head. So do thou take of them as many as thou listest. I thought not of the burthen and pother till thou drewest my attention thereto, but now I am forewarned thereof. So may Almighty Allah keep thee in his holy keeping. Accordingly I took 10 camels of him, and was about to gang my gait, when suddenly it struck me this fakir was unconcerned at giving up 10 camels, so 'twere better I ask more of him. Thereupon I drew nearer to him, and said, Thou canst hardly manage 30 camels. Do give me, I pray thee, other 10. Said he, O my son, do whatso thou wishest. Take the other 10 camels, 20 will suffice me. I did his bidding, and driving off the 20, added them to my 40. Then the spirit of concupiscence possessed me, and I bethought me more and more to get yet other 10 camels from his share. So I retraced my steps for the 3rd time, and asked him for another 10. And of these, as also the remaining 10, I wheedled him. The Darwish gladly gave up the last of his camels, and shaking out his skirts, made ready to depart. But still my accursed greed stuck to me. Albeit I had got the 80 beasts laden with ashrafis and jewels, and I might have gone home happy and content with wealth for 80 generations, Satan tempted me still more, and urged me also to take the box of ointment, which I supposed to contain something more precious than rubies. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 609th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Baba Abdullah continued his tale in these words. So, when I had again farewelled and embraced him, I paused a while, and said, What wilt thou do with the little box of salve thou hast taken to thy portion? I pray thee, give me that also. The fakir would by no means part with it, whereupon I lusted the more to possess it, and resolved in my mind that should the holy man give it up of his free will, then well and good. But if not, I would force it from him. Seeing my intent, he drew the box from his breast pocket, and handed it to me, saying, O my son, and thou wouldst have this box of ointment, then freely do I give it thee. But first it behoveth thee to learn the virtue of the unguent it containeth. Hearing these words, I said, Forasmuch as thou hast shown me all this favour, I beseech thee tell me of this ointment, and what of properties it possesseth. Quoth he, The wonders of this ointment are passing strange and rare. And thou close thy left eye, and rub upon the lid the smallest bit of the salve, then all the treasures of the world, now concealed from thy gaze, will come to sight. But an thou rub aught thereof upon thy right eye, thou shalt straightway become stone blind of both. Thereat I bethought me of putting this wondrous unguent to the test, and placing in his hand the box, I said, I see thou understandest this matter right well, so now I pray thee apply somewhat of the ointment with thine own hand to my left eyelid. The Darwish thereupon closed my left eye, and with his finger rubbed a little of the unguent over the lid. And when I opened it and looked around, I saw the hidden hoards of the earth in countless quantities, even as the fakir had told me I should see them. Then, closing my right eyelid, I bade him apply some of the salve to that eye also. Said he, O my son, I have forewarned thee that if I rub it upon thy right eyelid, thou shalt become stone blind of both. Put far from thee this foolish thought. Why shouldst thou bring this evil to no purpose on thyself? He spake sooth indeed, but by reason of my accursed ill fate, I would not heed his words, and considered in my mind, if applying the salve to the left eyelid, hath produced such effect, assuredly far more wondrous still shall be the result when rubbed on the right eye. This fellow doth play me false, and keepeth back from me the truth of the matter. When I had thus determined in my mind, I laughed and said to the holy man, Thou art deceiving me to the intent that I should not advantage myself by the secret, for that rubbing the unguent upon the right eyelid hath some greater virtue than applying it to the left eye, and thou wouldst withhold the matter from me. It can never be that the same ointment hath qualities so contrary and virtues so diverse. Replied the other, Allah Almighty is my witness that the marvels of the ointment be none other save these whereof I bespake thee. O dear my friend, have faith in me, for naught hath been told thee save what is sober sooth. Still would I not believe his words, thinking that he dissembled with me, and kept secret from me the main virtue of the unguent. Wherefore, filled with this foolish thought, I pressed him sore, and begged that he rub the ointment on my right eyelid. But still he refused, and said, Thou seest how much of favour I have shown to thee. Wherefore should I now do thee so dire an evil? Know for a surety that it would bring thee lifelong grief and misery. And I beseech thee, by Allah the Almighty, abandon this thy purpose, and believe my words. But the more he refused, so much the more did I persist. And in fine I made oath and swear by Allah, saying, O Darwish, what things soever I have asked of thee thou gavest freely unto me, and now remaineth only this request for me to make. Allah upon thee, gainsay me not, and grant me this last of thy boons, and whatever shall betide me, I will not hold thee responsible therefor. Let destiny decide for good or for evil. When the holy man saw that his denial was of no avail, and that I irked him with exceeding persistence, he put the smallest bit of ointment on my right lid, and as I opened wide my eyes, lo, and behold, both were stone blind. Naught could I see for the black darkness before them, and ever since that day have I been sightless and helpless as thou foundest me. When I knew that I was blinded, I exclaimed, O Darwish of ill omen, what thou didst foretell hath come to pass. And I fell to cursing him, and saying, O would to heaven thou hadst never brought me to the hoard, or hadst given me such wealth. What now avail me all this gold and jewels? Take back thy 40 camels, and make me whole again. Replied he, What evil have I done to thee? I showed thee favours more than any man hath ever dealt to another. Thou wouldst not heed my rede, but didst harden thy heart, and lustedst to obtain this wealth, and to pry into the hidden treasures of the earth. Thou wouldst not be content with what thou hadst, and thou didst misdoubt my words, thinking that I would play thee false. Thy case is beyond all hope, for nevermore wilt thou regain thy sight. No, never. Then said I, with tears and lamentations, O Fakir, take back thy 80 camels laden with gold and precious stones, and wend thy way. I absolve thee from all blame. Natheless I beseech thee by Allah Almighty to restore my sight, and thou art able. He answered not a word, but leaving me in miserable plight, presently took the load to Bassorah, driving before him the 80 camels laden with wealth. I cried aloud, and besought him to lead me with him away from the life-destroying wilderness, or to put me on the path of some caravan, but he regarded not my cries, and abandoned me there. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 610th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Baba Abdullah the blind man resumed his story, saying, So, when the Darwish departed from me, I had well nigh died of grief and wrath at the loss of my sight and of my riches, and from the pangs of thirst and hunger. Next day, by good fortune, a caravan from Bassorah passed that way, and seeing me in such a grievous condition, the merchants had compassion on me, and made me travel with them to Baghdad. Naught could I do save beg my bread in order to keep myself alive. So I became a mendicant, and made this vow to Allah Almighty, that, as a punishment for this my unlucky greed and cursed covetise, I would require a cuff upon my ear from every one who might take pity on my case and give me an alms. On this wise it was that yesterday I pursued thee with such pertinacity." When the blind man made an end of his story, the Caliph said, "O Baba Abdullah, thine offence was grievous. May Allah have mercy on thee therefore. It now remaineth to thee to tell thy case to devotees and anchorites, that they may offer up their potent prayers in thy behalf. Take no thought for thy daily wants. I have determined that for thy living thou shalt have a dole of 4 dirhams a day from my royal treasury, according to thy need, as long as thou mayst live. But see that thou go no more to ask for alms about my city." So Baba Abdullah returned thanks to the Prince of True Believers, saying, "I will do according to thy bidding." Now when the Caliph Harun al-Rashid had heard the story of Baba Abdullah and the Darwish, he turned to and addressed the young man whom he had seen riding at fullest speed upon the mare, and savagely lashing and ill-treating her. "What is thy name?" quoth he. And quoth the youth, bowing his brow groundwards, "My name, O Commander of the Faithful, is Sidi Nu'uman." Then said the Caliph, "Hearken now, O Sidi Nu'uman. Oft times have I watched the horsemen exercise their horses, and I myself have often done likewise, but never saw I any who rode so mercilessly as thou didst ride thy mare, for thou didst ply both whip and shovel-iron in cruellest fashion. The folk all stood to gaze with wonderment, but chiefly I, who was constrained against my wish to stop and ask the cause of the bystanders. None, however, could make clear the matter, and all men said that thou art wont each day to ride the mare in this most brutal fashion, whereat my mind marvelled all the more. I now would ask of thee the cause of this thy ruthless savagery, and see that thou tell me every whit, and leave not aught unsaid." Sidi Nu'uman, hearing the order of the Commander of the Faithful, became aware that he was fully bent upon hearing the whole matter, and would on no wise suffer him to depart until all was explained. So the colour of his countenance changed, and he stood speechless like a statue through fear and trepidation. Whereat said the Prince of True Believers, "O Sidi Nu'uman, fear not, but tell me all thy tale. Regard me in the light of one of thy friends, and speak without reserve, and explain to me the matter fully, as thou wouldst do hadst thou been speaking to thy familiars. Moreover, an thou art afraid of any matter which thou shalt confide to me, and if thou dread my indignation, I grant thee immunity and a free pardon." At these comforting words of the Caliph, Sidi Nu'uman took courage, and with clasped hands replied, "I trust I have not in this matter done aught contrary to his Highness's law and custom, and therefore will I willingly obey thy bidding, and relate to thee all my tale. If I have offended in anything, then I am worthy of thy punishment. 'Tis true that I have daily exercised the mare, and ridden her at speed around the hippodrome as thou sawest me do, and I lashed and gored her with all my might. Thou hadst compassion on the mare, and didst deem me cruel-hearted to entreat her thus, but when thou shalt have heard all my adventure, thou wilt admit, inshallah, God willing, that this be only a trifling penalty for her offence, and that not she but I deserve thy pity and pardon. With thy permission, I will now begin my story." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 611th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the Caliph Harun al-Rashid accorded the youth permission to speak, and that the rider of the mare began in these words the history of Sidi Nu'uman. O Lord of beneficence and benevolence, my parents were possessed of wealth and riches sufficient to provide their son, when they died, with ample means for a lifelong livelihood, so that he might pass his days like a grandee of the land, in ease and joyance and delight. I, their only child, had nor care nor trouble about any matter, until one day of the days when, in the prime of manhood, I was minded to take unto me a wife, a woman winsome and comely to look upon, that we might live together in mutual love and double blessedness. But Allah Almighty willed not that a model helpmate become mine. Nay, destiny wedded me to grief and the direst misery. I married a maid who, in outward form and features, was a model of beauty and loveliness, without, however, one single gracious gift of mind or soul. And on the very second day after the wedding, her evil nature began to manifest itself. Thou art well aware, O Prince of True Believers, that by Moslem custom none may look upon the face of his betrothed before the marriage contract, nor after wedlock can he complain should his bride prove a shrew or a fright. He must needs dwell with her in such content as he may, and be thankful for his fate, be it fair or unfair. When I saw first the face of my bride, and learnt that it was passing comely, I joyed with exceeding joy, and gave thanks to Almighty Allah that he had bestowed on me so charming a mate. That night I slept with her in joy and love delight. But next day, when the noon meal was spread for me and her, I found her not at table, and sent to summon her. And after some delay she came and sat her down. I dissembled my annoyance, and forbore, for this late coming, to find fault with her, which I soon had ample reason to do. It so happened that amongst the many dishes which were served up to us was a fine pilaf, of which I, according to the custom in our city, began to eat with a spoon. But she, in lieu of it, pulled out an ear-pick from her pocket, and therewith fell to picking up the rice, and ate it grain by grain. Seeing this strange conduct, I was sore amazed, and fuming inwardly, said, in sweet tones, O my Amina, what be this way of eating? Hast thou learnt it of thy people, or art thou counting grains of rice, purposing to make a hearty meal hereafter? Thou hast eaten but 10 or 20 during all this time. Or haply thou art practising thrift. If so, I would have thee know that Allah Almighty hath given me abundant store, and fear not on that account. But do thou, O my dearling, as all do, and eat as thou seest thy husband eat. I fondly thought that she would assuredly vouchsafe some words of thanks, but never a syllable spake she, and ceased not picking up grain after grain. Nay more, in order to provoke me to greater displeasure, she paused for a long time between each. Now, when the next course of cakes came on, she idly brake some bread and tossed a crumb or two into her mouth. In fact, she ate less than would satisfy the stomach of a sparrow. I marvelled much to see her so obstinate and self-willed, but I said to myself in mine innocence, maybe she hath not been accustomed to eat with men, and especially she may be too shamefaced to eat heartily in presence of her husband. She will in time do what so do other folk. I thought also that perchance she hath already broken her fast, and lost appetite, or haply it hath been her habit to eat alone. So I said nothing, and after dinner went out to smell the air and play the jarid, and thought no more of the matter. When, however, we two sat again at meat, my bride ate after the same fashion as before. Nay, she would ever persist in her perversity, whereat I was sore troubled in mind, and marvelled how, without food, she kept herself alive. One night it chanced that, deeming me fast asleep, she rose up in stealth from my side, I being wide awake, when I saw her step cautiously from the bed, as one fearing lest she might disturb me. I wondered with exceeding wonder why she should arise from sleep to leave me thus, and methought I would look into the matter. Wherefore I still feigned sleep, and snored, but watched her as I lay, and presently saw her dress herself and leave the room. I then sprang off the bed, and throwing on my robe and slinging my sword across my shoulder, looked out of the window to spy whither she went. Presently she crossed the courtyard, and opening the street door fared forth, and I also ran out through the entrance which she had left unlocked, then followed her by the light of the moon until she entered a cemetery hard by our home. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 612th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Sidi Nu'uman continued his story, saying, But when I beheld Amina, my bride, enter the cemetery, I stood without, and close to the wall, over which I peered, so that I could espy her well, but she could not discover me. Then what did I behold but Amina sitting with a ghoul? Thy Highness wotteth well that ghouls be of the race of devils. To wit, they are unclean spirits which inhabit ruins, and which terrify solitary wayfarers, and at times, seizing them, feed upon their flesh. And if by day they find not any traveller to eat, they go by night to the graveyards, and dig out and devour dead bodies. So I was sore amazed and terrified to see my wife thus seated with a ghoul. Then the twain dug up from the grave a corpse which had been newly buried, and the ghoul and my wife Amina tore off pieces of the flesh, which she ate, making merry the while, and chatting with her companion. But inasmuch as I stood at some distance, I could not hear what it was they said. At this sight I trembled with exceeding fear. And when they had made an end of eating, they cast the bones into the pit, and thereover heaped up the earth, e'en as it was before. Leaving them thus engaged in their foul and fulsome work, I hastened home, and allowing the street door to remain half open, as my bride had done, I reached my room, and throwing myself upon our bed, feigned sleep. Presently Amina came, and, doffing her dress, calmly lay beside me, and I knew by her manner that she had not seen me at all, nor guessed that I had followed her to the cemetery. This gave me great relief of mind. Withal, I loathed to bed beside a cannibal and a corpse-eater. Howbeit, I lay still, despite extreme misliking, till the muezzin's call for dawn prayers, when, getting up, I busied myself with the vuz ablution, and set forth mosquewards. Then, having said my prayers and fulfilled my ceremonial duties, I strolled about the gardens, and during this walk, having turned over the matter in my mind, determined that it behooved me to remove my bride from such ill companionship, and wean her from the habit of devouring dead bodies. With these thoughts I came back home at dinner-time, when Amina, on seeing me return, bade the servant serve up the noontide meal, and we twain sat at table. But as before, she fell to picking up the rice grain by grain. Thereat said I to her, O my wife, it irketh me much to see thee picking up each grain of rice like a hen. If this dish suit not thy taste, see, there are, by Allah's grace and the Almighty's favour, all kinds of meats before us. Do thou eat of that which pleaseth thee most. Each day the table is bespread with dishes of different kinds, and if these please thee not, thou hast only to order whatsoever food thy soul desireth. Yet I would ask of thee one question. Is there no meat upon the table as rich and toothsome as man's flesh, that thou refuseth every dish they set before thee? Ere I had finished speaking, my wife became assured that I was aware of her night adventure. She suddenly waxed wroth with exceeding wrath. Her face flushed red as fire. Her eyeballs started out from their sockets, and she foamed at the mouth with ungovernable fury. Seeing her in this mood, I was terrified, and my sense and reason fled by reason of my affright. But presently, in the madness of her passion, she took up a tass of water which stood beside her, and, dipping her fingers in the contents, muttered some words which I could not understand. Then, sprinkling some drops over me, cried, Accursed that thou art! For this thine insolence and betrayal do thou be straightway turned into a dog. At once I became transmued, and she, picking up a staff, began to rib-roast me right mercilessly, and well-nigh killed me. I ran about from room to room, but she pursued me with a stick, and tunded and belaboured me with might and main, till she was clean exhausted. She then threw the street door half open, and as I made for it to save my life, attempted violently to close it, so as to squeeze my soul out of my body. But I saw her design, and baffled it, leaving behind me, however, the tip of my tail. And piteously yelping hereat, I escaped further basting, and thought myself lucky to get away from her without broken bones. When I stood in the street, still whining and ailing, the dogs of the quarter, seeing a stranger, at once came rushing at me, barking and biting. And I, with tail between my legs, tore along the market-place, and ran into the shop of one who sold sheep's and goats' heads and trotters, and there, crouching low, hid me in a dark corner. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 613th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Sidi Nu'man, continued his story as follows. The shopkeeper, despite his scruples of conscience, which caused him to hold all dogs impure, hath ruth upon my sorry plight, and drove away the yelling and grinning curs that would have followed me into his shop. And I, escaping this danger of doom, passed all the night hid in my corner. Early next morning the butcher sallied forth to buy his usual wares, sheep's heads and hoofs, and, coming back with a large supply, he began to lay them out for sale within the shop. When I, seeing that a whole pack of dogs had gathered about the place, attracted by the smell of flesh, also joined them. The owner noticed me among the ragged tykes, and said to himself, "This dog hath tasted naught since yesterday, when it ran yelping hungrily, and hid within my shop." He then threw me a fair-sized piece of meat, but I refused it, and went up to him and wagged my tail, to the end that he might know my wish to stay with him, and be protected by his stall. He, however, thought that I had eaten my sufficiency, and, picking up a staff, frightened me away. So, when I saw how the butcher heeded not my case, I trotted off, and, wandering to and fro, presently came to a bakery, and stood before the door, wherethrough I espied the baker at breakfast. Albeit I made no sign as though I wanted aught of food, he threw me a bittock of bread, and I, in lieu of snapping it up and greedily swallowing it, as is the fashion with all dogs, the gentle and simple of them, approached him with it, and gazed in his face, and wagged my tail by way of thanks. He was pleased by this, my well-bred behaviour, and smiled at me, whereat I, albeit not one whit an hungered, but merely to humour him, fell to eating the bread, little by little, and leisurely, to testify my respect. He was yet more satisfied with my manners, and wished to keep me in his shop, and I, noting his intent, sat by the door and looked wistfully at him, whereby he knew that I desired naught of him save his protection. He then caressed me, and took charge of me, and kept me to guard his store. But I would not enter his house till after he had led the way. He also showed me where to lie o' nights, and fed me well at every meal, and entreated me right hospitably. I likewise would watch his every movement, and always lay down or rose up even as he bade me. And when as he left his lodging, or walked anywhither, he took me with him. If ever, when I lay asleep, he went outside and found me not, he would stand still in the street and call to me by saying, "Bocht! Bocht!" an auspicious name he had given to me, and straightway, on hearing him, I would rush about and frisk before the door. And when he set out to taste the air, I paced beside him, now running on ahead, now following at his heels, and ever and anon looking up in his face. Thus some time passed, during which I lived with him in all comfort, till one day of the days it so chanced that a woman came to the bakery to buy her bread, and gave the owner several dirhams to its price, whereof one was bad coin, whilst the others were good. My master tested all the silvers, and finding out the false bit, returned it, demanding a true dirham in exchange. But the woman wrangled, and would not take it back, and swore that it was sound. Quoth the baker, "The dirham is beyond all doubt a worthless. See yonder dog of mine. He is but a beast, yet mark me, he will tell thee whether it be true or false silver." So he called me by my name, "Bocht, Bocht," whereat I sprang up and ran towards him. And he, throwing all the monies upon the ground before me, cried, "Here, look these dirhams over, and if there be a false coin among them, separate it from all the others." I inspected the silvers each by each, and found the counterfeit. Then, putting it on one side and all the others on another, I placed my paw upon the false silver, and wagging what remained of my tail, looked up at my master's face. The baker was delighted with my sagacity, and the woman also, marvelling with excessive marvel of what had happened, took back her bad dirham, and paid another in exchange. But when the buyer fared forth, my master called together his neighbours and gossips, and related to them this matter. So they threw down on the ground before me coins both good and bad, in order that they might test me, and see with their own eyes, and I were as clever as my master had said I was. Many times in succession I picked out the false coins from amongst the true, and placed my paw upon them without once failing. So all went away astounded, and related the case to each and every one they saw, and thus the bruit of me spread abroad throughout the city. That livelong day I spent in testing dirhams fair and foul, and as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 614th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Sidi continued his story, saying, From that day forwards the baker honoured me yet more highly, and all his friends and familiars laughed and said, Forsooth, thou hast in this dog a mighty good shroff. Note, money changer. Return to text. And some envied my master his luck in having me within his shop, and tried oft times to entice me away. But the baker kept me with him, nor would he ever allow me to leave his side. For the fame of me brought him a host of customers from every quarter of the town, even the farthest. Not many days after, there came another woman to buy loaves at our shop, and paid the baker 6 dirhams, whereof one was worthless. My master passed them over to me for test and trial, and straightway I picked out the false one, and placing paw thereon, looked up in the woman's face. Hereat she waxed confused, and confessed that it was miscoined, and praised me for that I had found it out. Then, going forth, the same woman made signs to me that I should follow her, unbeknown to the baker. Now, I had not ceased praying Allah that somehow he would restore me to my human form, and hoped that some good follower of the Almighty would take note of this my sorry condition, and vouchsafe me succour. So as the woman turned several times and looked at me, I was persuaded in my mind that she had knowledge of my case. I therefore kept my eyes upon her, which, seeing, she came back ere she had stepped many paces, and beckoned me to accompany her. I understood her signal, and sneaking out of the presence of the baker, who was busy heating his oven, followed in her wake. Pleased beyond all measure to see me obey her, she went straightway home with me, and entering she locked the door, and led me into a room where sat a fair maid in embroidered dress, whom I judged by her favour to be the good woman's daughter. The damsel was well skilled in arts magical, so the mother said to her, O my daughter, here is a dog which telleth bad dirhams from good dirhams. When first I heard the marvel, I bethought me that the beastie must be a man whom some base wretch and cruel-hearted had turned into a dog. Methought that today I would see this animal and test it when buying loaves at the booth of yonder baker. And behold, it hath acquitted itself after the fairest of fashions, and has stood the test and trial. Look well, O my daughter, at this dog, and see whether it be indeed an animal, or a man transformed into a beast by gramarye. The young lady, who had veiled her face, hereupon considered me attentively, and presently cried, O my mother, 'tis even as thou sayest, and this I will prove to thee forthright. Then, rising from her seat, she took a basin of water, and, dipping hand therein, sprinkled some drops upon me, saying, An thou wert born a dog, then do thou abide a dog. But, an thou wert born a man, then, by virtue of this water, resume thine human favour and figure. Immediately I was transformed from the shape of a dog to human semblance, and I fell at the maiden's feet and kissed the ground before her, giving her thanks. Then, bussing the hem of her garment, I cried, O my lady, thou hast been exceeding gracious unto one unbeknown to thee, and a stranger. How can I find words wherewith to thank thee, and bless thee as thou deserves? Tell me now, I pray thee, how and whereby I may show my gratitude to thee. From this day forth I am beholden to thy kindness, and to become thy slave. Then I related all my case, and told her of Amina's wickedness, and what of wrongs she had wrought me, and I made due acknowledgment to her mother, for that she had brought me to her home. Herewith quoth the damsel to me, O Sidi, I pray thee bestow not such exceeding thanks upon me, for rather am I glad and grateful in conferring this service upon one so well deserving as thou art. I have been familiar with thy wife Amina for a long time before thou didst marry her. I also knew that she had skill in witchcraft, and she likewise knoweth of my art, for we twain learnt together of one and the same mistress in the science. We met oft-times at the hammam as friends, but inasmuch as she was ill-mannered and ill-tempered, I declined further intimacy with her. Think not that it sufficeth me to have made thee recover thy form as it was aforetime. Nay, verily needs must I take due vengeance of her for the wrong she hath done thee. And this will I do at thy hand. So shalt thou have mastery over her, and find thyself lord of thine own house and home. Tarry here a while, until I come again. So saying, the damsel passed into another room, and I remained sitting and talking with her mother, and praised her excellence and kindness towards me. The ancient dame also related strange and rare deeds of wonder done by her with pure purpose and lawful means, till the girl returned with the newer in her hand. O Sidi Nu'uman, my magical art doth tell me that Amina is at this present away from home, but she will return thither presently. Meanwhile she dissembleth with the domestics, and feigneth grief at severance from thee, and she hath pretended that, as thou sattest at meat with her, thou didst suddenly arise and fare forth on some weighty matter, when presently a dog rushed through the open door into the room, and she drove it away with a staff. Then, giving me a gugglet full of the water, the maiden resumed, O Sidi Nu'uman, go now to thine own house, and keeping this gugglet by thee, await patiently Amina's coming. Anon she will return, and seeing thee will be sore perplexed, and will hasten to escape from thee. But before she go forth, sprinkle some drops from this gugglet upon her, and recite these spells which I shall teach thee. I need not tell thee more. Thou wilt espy with thine own eyes what shall happen. Having said these words, the young lady taught me some magical phrases, which I fixed in my memory full firmly, and after this I took my leave, and farewelled them both. When I reached home, it happened even as the young magician had told me, and I had tarried but a short time in the house when Amina came in. I held the gugglet in hand, and she, seeing me, trembled with sore trembling, and would fain have run away. But I hastily sprinkled some drops upon her, and repeated the magical words, whereat she was turned into a mare, the animal thy highness deigned remark but yesterday. I marvelled greatly to sight this transformation, and seizing the mare's mane, led her to the stable, and secured her with a halter. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 615th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Sidi Nu'uman continued his story, saying, when I had secured the mare, I loaded her with reproaches for her wickedness and her base behaviour, and lashed her with a whip till my forearm was tired. Then I resolved within myself that I would ride her at full speed round the square each day, and thus inflict upon her the justest penalty. Herewith Sidi Nu'uman held his peace, having made an end of telling his tale. But presently he resumed, O Commander of the Faithful, I trow thou art not displeased at this my conduct, nay, rather thou wouldst punish such a woman with a punishment still greater than this. He then kissed the hem of the Caliph's robe, and kept silence. And Harun al-Rashid, perceiving that he had said all his say, exclaimed, In very sooth, thy story is exceeding strange and rare. The wrongdoing of thy wife hath no excuse, and thy requital is, methinks, in due measure and just degree. But I would ask thee one thing. How long wilt thou chastise her thus, and how long will she remain in bestial guise? 'Twere better now for thee to seek the young lady by whose magical skill thy wife was transformed, and beg that she bring her back to human shape. And yet I fear me greatly lest perchance, when this sorceress, this Gula, shall find herself restored to woman's form, and resumeth her conjurations and incantations, she may, who knoweth, requite thee with far greater wrong than she hath done thee heretofore, and from this thou wilt not be able to escape. End of the Caliph's Night Adventure, Part 1. Section 12 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. The Caliph's Night Adventure, Part 2. After this, the Prince of True Believers forbore to urge the matter, albeit he was mild and merciful by nature, and, addressing the third man whom the vizier had brought before him, said, As I was walking in such a quarter, I was astonished to see thy mansion, so great and so grand is it. And when I made inquiry of the folk, they answered each and every that the palace belongeth to one, thyself, whom they called Khwajah Hasan. They added that thou wert erewhile exceeding poor and in straitened case, but that Allah Almighty had widened thy means, and had now sent thee wealth in such store that thou hast builded the finest of buildings. Moreover, that albeit thou hast so princely a domicile and such abundance of riches, thou art not unmindful of thy former estate, and thou dost not waste thy substance in riotous living, but thou addest thereto by lawful trade. The neighbourhood all speaketh well of thee, and not a wight of them hath aught to say against thee. So I now would know of thee the certainty of these things, and hear from thine own lips how thou didst gain this abundant wealth. I have summoned thee before me, that I might be assured of all such matters by actual hearsay. So fear not to tell me all thy tale. I desire naught of thee save knowledge of this thy case. Enjoy thou, to thy heart's content, the opulence that Almighty Allah deigned to bestow upon thee, and let thy soul have pleasure therein. Thus spake the Caliph, and the gracious words reassured the man. Then Khwajah Hasan threw himself before the commander of the faithful, and kissing the carpet at the foot of the throne, exclaimed, O Prince of True Believers, I will relate to thee a faithful relation of my adventure, and Almighty Allah be my witness that I have not done aught contrary to thy laws and just commandments, and that all this my wealth is by the favour and goodness of Allah alone. Harun al-Rashid hereupon again bade him speak out boldly, and forthwith he began to recount in the following words the history of Khwajah Hasan al-Habbal. O Lord of beneficence, obedient to thy royal behest, I will now inform thy highness of the means and the measures whereby destiny covered me with such wealth. But first, I would thou hear somewhat of two amongst my friends who abode in the house of peace, Baghdad. They twain are yet alive, and both well know the history which thy slave shall now relate. One of them called Saad, the other Sidi. Now, Sadi opined that without riches no one in this world could be happy and independent. Moreover, that without hard toil and trouble, and wariness and wisdom withal, it were impossible to become wealthy. But Saad, differing therefrom, would affirm that affluence cometh not to any save by decree of destiny, and fiat of fate and fortune. Saad was a poor man, while Sadi had great store of good. Yet there sprang up a firm friendship between them, and fond affection each for other. Nor were they ever one to differ upon any matter, save only upon this, to wit, that Sadi relied solely upon deliberation and forethought, and Saad upon doom and man's lot. It chanced one day that, as they sat talking together on this matter, quoth Sadi, A poor man is he who either is born a pauper, and passeth all his days in want and penury, or he who, having been born to wealth and comfort, doth in the time of manhood squander all he hath, and falleth into grievous need. Then lacketh he the power to regain his riches, and to live at ease by wit and industry. Saad made answer, saying, Nor wit nor industry availeth aught to any one, but fate alone enableth him to acquire and to preserve riches. Misery and want are but accidents, and deliberation is naught. Full many a poor man hath waxed affluent by favour of fate, and Richards manifold have, despite their skill and store, been reduced to misery and beggary. Quoth Sadi, Thou speakest foolishly. Howbeit, put we the matter to fair test, and find out for ourselves some handicraftsman, scanty of means, and living upon his daily wage. Him let us provide with money. Then will he without a doubt increase his stock, and abide in ease and comfort. And so shalt thou be persuaded that my words be true. Now, as they twain were walking on, they passed through the lane wherein stood my lodging, and saw me a-twisting ropes, which craft my father and grandfather and many generations before me had followed. By the condition of my home and dress, they judged that I was a needy man. Whereupon Saad, pointing me out to Sadi, said, "An thou wouldst make trial of this our matter of dispute, see yonder wight. He hath dwelt here for many years, and by his trade of rope-making doth gain a bare subsistence for himself and his. I know his case right well of old. He is a worthy subject for the trial. So do thou give him some gold pieces, and test the matter." "Right willingly," replied Sadi, "but first let us take full cognizance of him." So the two friends came up to me, whereat I left my work and saluted them. They returned my salam, after which quoth Sadi, "Prithee, what be thy name?" Quoth I, "My name is Hasan, but by reason of my trade of rope-making, all men call me Hasan al-Habbal." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 616th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Hasan al-Habbal, the rope-maker, continued his story, saying." Thereupon Sadi asked me, "How farest thou by this industry? Methinks thou art blithe and quite content therewith. Thou hast worked long and well, and doubtless thou hast laid by large store of hemp and other stock. Thy forebears carried on this craft for many years, and must have left thee much of capital and property, which thou hast turned to good account, and on this wise thou hast largely increased thy wealth." Quoth I, "O my lord, no money have I in pouch whereby I may live happy, or even buy me enough to eat. This is my case, that every day from dawn till eve I spend in making ropes, nor have I one single moment wherein to take rest. And still I am sore straitened to provide even dry bread for myself and family. A wife have I, and 5 small children, who are yet too young to help me ply this business, and 'tis no easy matter to supply their daily wants. How then canst thou suppose that I am enabled to put by a large store of hempen stock? What ropes I twist each day I sell straightway, and of the money earned thereby I spend part upon our needs, and with the rest I buy hemp, wherewith I twist ropes on the next day. However, praise be to Almighty Allah, that despite this my state of penury, he provideth us with bread sufficing our necessity." When I had made known all my condition, Sadi replied, "O Hasan, now I am certified of thy case, and indeed 'tis other than I had supposed. And given that I gave thee a purse of 200 ashrafis, assuredly thou shalt therewith greatly add to thy gains, and be enabled to live in ease and affluence. What sayest thou thereto?" Said I, "An thou favour me with such bounty, I should hope to grow richer than all and every of my fellow craftsmen, albeit Baghdad town is prosperous as it is populous." Then Sadi, deeming me true and trustworthy, pulled out of his pocket a purse of 200 gold pieces, and handing them to me, said, "Take these coins, and trade therewith. May Allah advance thee. But see to it that thou use this money with all heed, and waste it not in folly and ungraciousness. I and my friend Saad will rejoice with all joy to hear of thy well-being, and if hereafter we come again and find thee in flourishing condition, 'twill be matter of much satisfaction to us both." Accordingly, O Commander of the Faithful, I took the purse of gold with much gladness and a grateful heart, and placing it in my pocket, thanked Sadi, kissing his garment hem, whereupon the two friends fared forth. And I, O Prince of True Believers, seeing the twain depart, went on working, but was sore puzzled and perplexed as to where I might bestow the purse, for my house contained neither cupboard nor locker. Howbeit, I took it home, and kept the matter hidden from my wife and children, and when alone and unobserved, I drew out 10 gold coins by way of spending money. Then, binding the purse mouth with a bit of string, I tied it tightly in the folds of my turban, and wound the cloth around my head. Presently I went off to the market street, and bought me a stock of hemp, and coming homewards I laid in some meat for supper, it being now a long while since we had tasted flesh. But as I trudged along the road, meat in hand, a kite came suddenly swooping down, and would have snatched the morsel from out my hand, had I not driven off the bird with the other hand. Then it had fain pounced upon the flesh on the left side, but again I scared it away, and thus, whilst exerting myself with frantic efforts to ward off the bird, by ill luck my turban fell to the ground. At once that accursed kite swooped down and flew off with it in its talons, and I ran, pursuing it, and shouted aloud. Hearing my cries, the bazaar folk, men and women, and a rout of children, did what they could to scare it away and make the beastly bird drop its prey, but they shouted and cast stones in vain. The kite would not let drop the turban, and presently flew clean out of sight. I was sore distressed and heavy-hearted to lose the Ashrafis, as I tried me home, bearing the hemp and what of food I had bought. But chiefly was I vexed and grieved in mind, and ready to die of shame at the thought of what Sadi would say, especially when I reflected how he would misdoubt my words, nor deem the tale true when I should tell him that a kite had carried off my turban with the gold pieces, but rather would he think that I had practised some deceit, and had devised some amusing fable by way of excuse. Howbeit I hugely enjoyed what had remained of the 10 Ashrafis, and with my wife and children fared sumptuously for some days. Presently, when all the gold was spent, and naught remained thereof, I became as poor and needy as before. Withal I was content and thankful to Almighty Allah, nor blamed my lot. He had sent in his mercy this purse of gold to me unawares, and now he had taken it away, wherefore I was grateful and satisfied, for what he doeth is ever well done. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 617th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Master Hasan the rope-maker continued his story in these words. My wife, who knew not of the matter of the Ashrafis, presently perceived that I was ill at ease, and I was compelled for a quiet life to let her know my secret. Moreover, the neighbours came round to ask me of my case, but I was right loath to tell them all that had betided. They could not bring back what was gone, and they would assuredly rejoice at my calamity. However, when they pressed me close, I told them every whit, and some thought that I had spoken falsely, and derided me, and others that I was daft and harebrained, and my words were the wild pratings of an idiot or the drivel of dreams. The youngsters made abundant fun of me, and laughed to think that I, who never in my born days had sighted a golden coin, should tell how I had gotten so many Ashrafis, and how a kite had flown away with them. My wife, however, gave full credence to my tale, and wept and beat her breast for sorrow. Thus 6 months passed over us, when it chanced one day that the 2 friends, to wit Sadi and Saad, came to my quarter of the town, when quoth Saad to Sadi, Lo, yonder is the street where dwelleth Hasan al-Habbal. Come, let us go, and see how he hath added to his stock, and how far he hath prospered by means of the 200 Ashrafis thou gavest him. Sadi rejoined, 'Tis well said indeed. We have not seen him for many days. I would fain visit him, and I should rejoice to hear that he hath prospered. So the twain walked along towards my house, Saad saying to Sadi, Forsooth, I perceive that he appeareth the same in semblance, poor and ill-conditioned as before. He weareth old and tattered garments, save that his turban seemeth somewhat newer and cleaner. Look well, and judge thyself, and 'tis even as I said. Thereupon Sadi came up closer to me, and he also understood that my condition was unaltered, and presently the 2 friends addressed me. After the usual salutation, Saad asked me, O Hasan, how fareth it with thee? And how goeth it with thy business? And have the 200 Ashrafis stood thee in good stead, and amended thy trade? To this I answered, O my lords, how can I tell you of the sad mishap that hath befallen me? I dare not speak for very shame, yet cannot I keep the adventure concealed. Verily a marvellous matter, and a wondrous, hath happened to me, the tale whereof will fill you with wonderment and suspicion. For I wot full well that ye will not believe it, and that I shall be to you as one that dealeth in lies. Withal needs must I tell you the whole, however unwillingly. Hereat I recounted to them every whit that had betided me first and last, especially that which had befallen me from the kite. But Sadi misdoubted me and mistrusted me, and cried, O Hasan, thou speakest but in jest, and dost dissemble with us. 'Tis hard to believe the tale thou tellest. Kites are not wont to fly off with turbans, but only with such things as they can eat. Thou wouldst but outwit us, and thou art of those who, when some good fortune cometh to them unforeseen, do straightways abandon their work or their business, and wasting all in pleasuring, become once more poor, and thereafter must willy-nilly eke out a living as best they may. This, methinks, be especially the case with thee. Thou hast squandered our gift with all speed, and art now needy as before. Oh, good my lord, not so, cried I. This blame and these hard words ill befit my deserts, for I am wholly innocent of all thou imputest to me. The strange mishap whereof I told thee is the truest of truths, and to prove that it is no lie, all the townfolk have knowledge thereof, and in good sooth I do not play thee false. 'Tis certain that kites do not fly away with turbans, but such mishaps, wondrous and marvellous, may betide mankind, especially the miserable of lot. Saad also espoused my cause, and said, O Sadi, oftentimes have we seen and heard how kites carry off many things besides comestibles, and his tale may not be wholly contrary to reason. Then Sadi pulled out of his pocket a purseful of gold pieces, and counted out and gave me another 200, saying, O Hasan, take these ashrafis, but see that thou keep them with all heed and diligence, and beware, and again I say beware, lest thou lose them like the others. Expend them in such fashion that thou mayst reap full benefit therefrom, and prosper, even as thou seest thy neighbours prosper. I took the money from him, and poured out thanks and blessings upon his head. And when they went their ways, I returned to my rope-walk, and thence in due time straight home. My wife and children were abroad, so again I took 10 gold coins of the 200, and securely tied up the remainder in a piece of cloth. Then I looked around to find a spot wherein to hide my hoard, so that my wife and youngsters might not come to know of it, and lay hands thereon. Presently I espied a large earthen jar full of bran, standing in a corner of the room. So herein I hid the rag with the gold coins, and I misdeemed that it was safely concealed from wife and wees. And as the morning began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 618th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Hasan al-Habbal thus continued his story. When I had put the ashrafis abottom the jar of bran, my wife came in, and I said naught to her of the 2 friends, or of aught had happened. But I set out for the bazaar to buy hemp. Now, as soon as I had left the house, there came, by evil fate impelled, a man who sold taffel, or fuller's earth, wherewith the poorer sort of women are wont to wash their hair. My wife would fain have bought some, but not a single cowrie or almond had she. Then she took thought, and said to herself, This jar of bran is here to no purpose. I will exchange it for the clay. And he also, the taffel seller, agreed to this proposal, and went off, taking the jar of bran as the price of the washing earth. Anon I came back with a load of hemp upon my head, and other 5 on the heads of as many porters who accompanied me. And I helped them off with their burthens, and after storing the stuff in a room, I paid and dismissed them. Then I stretched me out upon the floor to take rest awhile, and looking towards the corner where once stood the jar of bran, I found it gone. Words fail me, O Prince of True Believers, to describe the tumult of feelings which filled my heart at the sight. I sprang up with all speed, and calling to my wife, inquired of her whither the jar had been carried, and she replied that she had exchanged its contents for a trifle of washing clay. Then cried I aloud, O wretched, O miserable, what hast thou done? Thou hast ruined me and thy children. Thou hast given away great wealth to that clay-selling fellow. Then I told her all that had betided me, of the coming of the 2 friends, and how I had hidden the 190 ashrafis within the bran jar. And she, on hearing this, wept sore, and beat her breasts, and tore her hair, crying, Where now shall I find that clay-seller? The wight is a stranger. Never before did I see him about this quarter or this street. Then, turning to me, she continued, Herein thou hast dealt right foolishly, for that thou didst not tell me of the matter, nor didst place any trust in me. Otherwise this mishap would never have happened to us. No, never. And she lamented with loud lamentation and bitter, whereat I said, Make not such a hubbub, nor display such trouble, lest our neighbours overhear thee, and learning of our mishap, peradventure laugh at us and call us fools. It behoveth us to rest content with the will of Almighty Allah. However, the 10 ashrafis which I had taken from the 200 sufficed me to carry on my trade, and to live with more of ease for some short while. But I ever grieved, and I marvelled much anent what could be said to Sidi when he should come again. Forasmuch as he believed me not the first time, I was assured in my mind that now he would denounce me aloud as a cheat and a liar. One day of the days, the twain, to wit Saad and Sidi, came strolling towards my house, conversing, and, as usual, arguing about me and my case. And I, seeing them from afar, left off working that I might hide myself, as I could not for very shame come forth and accost them. Seeing this, and not guessing the reason, they entered my dwelling, and, saluting me with the salam, asked me how I had fared. I durst not raise my eyes, so abashed and mortified was I, and with bended brow returned the greeting. When they, noting my sorry plight, marvelled, and said, Is all well with thee? Why art thou in this state? Hast thou not made good use of the gold, or hast thou wasted thy wealth in lewd living? Quoth I, O my lords, the story of the ashrafis is none other than this. When ye departed from me, I went home with a purse of money, and finding no one was in the house, for all had gone out somewhere, I took out therefrom 10 gold pieces. Then I put the rest, together with the purse, within a large earthen jar, filled full of bran, which had long stood in one corner of the room. So might the matter be kept privy from my wife and children. But whilst I was in the market buying me some hemp, my wife returned home, and at that moment there came in to her a man which sold fuller's earth for washing hair. She had need thereof, withal not to pay with. So she went out to him, and said, I am clean without coin, but I have a quantity of bran. Say me, wilt thou have that in change for thy clay? The man agreed, and accordingly my wife took the earth of him, and gave him in exchange the jarful of bran which he carried away with him, and ganged his gate. And ye ask, Wherefore didst thou not confide the matter to thy spouse, and tell her that thou hadst put the money in the jar? I on my side answer, that ye gave me strict injunctions to keep the money this time with the utmost heed and caution. Methought that stead was the safest wherein to store the gold, and I was loath to trust my wife, lest haply she take some coin therefrom, and expend it upon her household. O my lords, I am certified of your goodness and graciousness, but poverty and penury are writ in my book of fate. How then can I aspire to possessions and prosperity? Withal, never while I breathe the breath of life shall I be forgetful of this your generous favour. Good Sadi, meseemeth I have disbursed 400 ashrafis to no purpose in giving them to thee. Yet the intent wherewith they were given was that thou shouldst benefit thereby, not that I claim thy praise and thanksgiving. So they twain compassionated and condoled with me in my misfortune. And presently Saad, an upright man, and one who had acquaintance with me since many a year, produced a leaden coin, which he had picked up from the path, and was still carrying in his pocket, and after showing it to Sadi, said to me, Seest thou this bit of lead? Take it, and by favour of fate thou shalt find out what blessings it will bring to thee. Sadi, on espying it, laughed aloud, and made jest of the matter, and flouting said, What advantage will there be to Hasan from this mite of lead, and in what way shall he use it? Saad, handing me the leaden coin, retorted in reply, Give no heed to whatso Sadi may say, but keep this by thee. Let him laugh an he please. One day haply shall come to pass, inshallah, and it be the will of Almighty Allah, that thou shalt by means thereof become a wealthy man and a magnifico. I took the bit of lead and put it in my pocket, and the twain bade me farewell and went their way. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 619th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Hasan al-Habbal, thus continued his story. As soon as Saad and Sadi had departed, I went on rope-twisting until night came, and when doffing my dress to go to bed, the bit of lead which Saad had given me fell out of my pocket. So I picked it up and set it carelessly in a small niche in the wall. Now that very night, so it happened that a fisherman, one of my neighbours, stood in need of a small coin wherewith to buy some twine for mending his dragnet, as he was wont to do during the dark hours, in order that he might catch the fish ere dawn of day, and selling his quarry buy victuals for himself and his household. So, as he was accustomed to rise while yet somewhat of night remained, he bade his wife go round about to all the neighbours and borrow a copper, that he might buy the twine required. And the woman went everywhere from house to house, but nowhere could she get loan of a farthing, and at last she came home weary and disappointed. Quoth the fisherman to her, "Hast thou been to Hasan al-Habbal?" And quoth she, "Nay, I have not tried at his place. It is the furthest of all the neighbours' houses. And fanciest thou, even if I got there, I could thence have brought back aught?" "Off with thee, O laziest of hussies, and good-for-nothing of baggages!" cried the fisherman. "Away with thee this instant. Perchance he hath a copper to lend us." Accordingly the woman, grumbling and muttering, fared forth, and coming to my dwelling, knocked at the door, saying, "O Hasan al-Habbal, my husband is in sore need of a pice wherewith to buy some twine for mending his nets." Minding me of the coin which Saad had given me and where it had been put away, I shouted out to her, "Have patience, my spouse will go forth to thee, and give thee what thou needest." My wife, hearing all this hubbub, woke from sleep, and I told her where to find the bit of money. Whereupon she fetched it and gave it to the woman, who joyed with exceeding joy, and said, "Thou and thy husband have shown great kindness to my man. Wherefore I promise thee that whatsoever fish he may chance to catch at the first throw of the net shall be thine. And I am assured that my good man, when he shall hear of this my promise, will consent thereto." Accordingly, when the woman took the money to her husband, and told him of what pledge she had given, he was right willing, and said to her, "Thou hast done well and wisely in that thou madest this covenant." Then, having bought some twine and mended all the nets, he rose before dawn, and hastened riverwards to catch fish according to his custom. But when he cast the net into the stream for the first throw, and haled it in, he found that it contained but one fish, and that a full span or so in thickness, which he placed apart as my portion. Then he threw the net again and again, and at each cast he caught many fishes, both small and great, but none reached in size that he first had netted. As soon as he returned home, the fisherman came at once to me and brought the fish he had netted in my name, and said, "O our neighbour, my wife promised overnight that thou shouldst have whatever fishes should come to ground at the first net throw, and this fish is the only one I caught. Here it is. Prithee take it as a thanks-offering for the kindness of last night, and as fulfilment of the promise. If Allah Almighty had vouchsafed to me a fish a seinful, all had been thine, but 'tis thy fate that only this one was landed at the first cast." Said I, "The mite I gave thee yesternight was not of such value that I should look for somewhat in return," and refused to accept it. But after much say and said, he would not take back the fish, and he insisted that it was mine. Wherefore I agreed to keep it, and gave it to my wife, saying, "O woman, this fish is a return for the mite I gave last night to the fisherman, our neighbour. Saad hath declared that by means of that coin I shall attain to much riches and abundant opulence." Then I recounted to my wife how my two friends had visited me, and what they said and did, and all concerning the leaden coin which Saad had given to me. She wondered at seeing but a single fish, and said, "How shall I cook it? Meseemeth 'twere best to cut it up and broil it for the children, especially as we have naught of spices and condiments wherewith to dress it otherwise." Then, as she sliced and cleansed the fish, she found within its belly a large diamond, which she supposed to be a bit of glass or crystal, for she often heard tell of diamonds, but never with her own eyes had she beheld one. So she gave it to the youngest of the children for a plaything, and when the others saw it, by reason of its brightness and brilliancy, all desired to have it, and each kept it in turn a while. Moreover, when night came and the lamp was lighted, they crowded round the stone and gazed upon its beauty, and screamed and shouted with delight. When my wife had spread the table, we sat down to supper, and the eldest boy set the diamond upon the tray, and as soon as we all had finished eating, the children fought and scrambled as before for it. At first I paid no heed to their noise and hubbub, but when it waxed exceeding loud and irksome, I asked my eldest lad the cause why they quarrelled and made such turmoil. Quoth he, "The trouble and dispute are about a piece of glass, which giveth forth a light as bright as the lamp." Whereat I told him to produce it, and marvelled greatly to see its sparkling water, and inquired of my wife whence she had gotten the piece of crystal. Quoth she, "This I found within the belly of the fish as I was gutting it." Still I did not suppose it to be aught but glass. Presently I bade my wife hide the lamp behind the hearth, and as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 620th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Hasan al-Habbal thus continued his story. And when my wife had hidden the lamp from view, such was the brightness of the diamond that we could see right well without other light. Wherefore I placed it upon the hearth, that we might work by it, and said within myself, The coin that Sod left me hath produced this benefit, that we no longer stand in need of a lamp. At least it saveth us oil. When the youngsters saw me put out the lamp and use the glass in its stead, they jumped and danced for joy, and screamed and shouted with glee, so that all the neighbours round about could hear them, when I chid them and sent them to bed. We also went to rest, and right soon fell asleep. Next day I woke betimes, and went on with my work, and thought not of the piece of glass. Now there dwelt hard by us a wealthy Jew, a jeweller, who bought and sold all kinds of precious stones, and as he and his wife essayed to sleep that night, by reason of the noise and clamour of the children, they were disturbed for many hours, and slumber visited not their eyes. And when morn appeared, the jeweller's wife came to our house to make complaint, both for herself and her husband, anent the hubbub and shouting. Ere she could say a word of blame, my wife, guessing the intent wherewith she came, addressed her, saying, "O Rahel, I fear me that my children pestered thee last night with their laughing and crying. I crave thine indulgence in this matter. Well thou must wot how children now cry, now laugh at trifles. Come in, and see the cause of all their excitement, wherefore thou wouldst justly call me to account." She did accordingly, and saw the bit of glass about which the youngsters had made such din and uproar. And when she, who had long experience of all manner precious stones, beheld the diamond, she was filled with wonderment. My wife then told her how she had found it in the fish's belly. Whereupon quoth the Jewess, "This bit of glass is more excellent than all other sorts of glass. I too have such an one as this, and am wont to wear it sometimes. And wouldst thou sell it, I will buy this thing of thee." Hearing her words, the children began to cry, and said, "O mother dear, an thou wilt not sell it, we promise henceforth to make no noise." Understanding that they would by no means part with it, the women held their peace, and presently the Jewess fared forth. But ere she took her leave, she whispered to my wife, "See that thou tell the matter to none, and if thou have a mind to sell it at once, send me word." Now the Jew was sitting in his shop when his wife went to him and told him of the bit of glass. Quoth he, "Go straightway back and offer a price for it, saying that 'tis for me. Begin with some small bidding, then raise the sum until thou get it." The Jewess thereupon returned to my house and offered 20 ashrafis, which my wife deemed a large sum to give for such a trifle. However, she would not close the bargain. At that moment I happened to leave my work, and coming home to our noon meal, saw the two women talking on the threshold, and my wife stopped me, saying, "This neighbour biddeth 20 ashrafis to price for a piece of glass, but I have as yet given her no reply. What sayest thou?" Then I bethought me of what Sod had told me, to wit, that much wealth would come to me by virtue of his leaden coin. The Jewess, seeing how I hesitated, bethought her that I would not consent to the price. So quoth she, "O neighbour, an thou wilt not agree to part with a bit of glass for 20 pieces of gold, I will e'en give thee 50. Hereat I reflected that, whereas the Jewess raised her offer so readily from 20 golden pieces to 50, This glass must surely be of great value. So I kept silence and answered her not a word. Then, noting that I still held my peace, she cried, "Take then 100. This be its full value. Nay, I know not in very deed if my husband will consent to so high a price." Said I in reply, "O my good woman, why talk so foolishly? I will not sell it for aught less than 100,000 gold coins, and thou mayst take it at that price only because thou art neighbour to us." The Jewess raised her offer, coin by coin, to 50,000 afrapis, and said, "I pray thee wait till morning, and sell it not till then, so that my man may come round and see it." "Right willingly," quoth I, "by all manner of means. Let thy husband drop in and inspect it." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 621st night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Hasan al-Habbal thus continued his story. Next day the Jew came to my house, and I drew forth and showed to him the diamond which shone and glittered in my palm with light as bright as any lamps. Presently, assured that all which his wife had told him of its water and lustre was strictly true, he took it in hand, and examining it and turning it about, marvelled with mighty marvel at its beauty, saying, 'My wife made offer of 50,000 gold pieces. See now, I will give thee yet another 20,000. Said I, "Thy wife hath surely named to thee what sum I fixed, to wit 100,000 ashrafis, and not less. I shall not abate one jot or tittle of this price." The Jew did all he could to buy it for a lesser sum, but I answered only, "It mattereth not. An thou desire not to come to my terms, I must needs sell it to some other jeweller." At length he consented, and weighed me out 2,000 gold pieces by way of earnest money, saying, "Tomorrow I will bring the amount of my offer, and carry off my diamond." To this I gave assent, and so on the day following he came to me, and weighed out the full sum of 100,000 ashrafis, which he had raised amongst his friends and partners in business. Then I gave him the diamond, which had brought me such exceeding wealth, and offered thanks to him, and praises unto Almighty Allah for this great good fortune gotten unawares. And much I hoped soon to see my two friends, Saad and Sidi, and to thank them likewise. So first I set my house in order, and gave spending money to my wife for home necessaries, and for clothing herself and children. Moreover, I also bought me a fine mansion, and furnished it with the best. Then said I to my wife, who thought of nothing save rich clothes and high diet, and a life of ease and enjoyment, "It behoveth us not to give up this our craft. We must needs put by some coin, and carry on the business." Accordingly I went to all the rope-makers of the city, and buying with much money several manufactories, put them to work, and over each establishment I set an overseer, an intelligent man and a trustworthy, so that there is not now throughout Baghdad city a single ward or quarter that hath not walks and workshops of mine for rope-making. Nay, further, I have in each town and every district of Al-Iraq warehouses, all under charge of honest supervisors, and thus it is that I have amassed such a muckle of wealth. Lastly, for my own especial place of business, I bought another house, a ruined place with a sufficiency of land adjoining, and pulling down the old shell, I edified in lieu thereof the new and spacious edifice which thy highness hath deigned yesterday to look upon. Here all my workmen are lodged, and here also are kept my office books and accounts, and besides my warehouse, it containeth apartments fitted with furniture in simple style, all sufficient for myself and my family. After some time I quitted my old home, wherein Saad and Sadi had seen me working, and went and lived in the new mansion, and not long after this removal my two friends and benefactors bethought them that they would come and visit me. They marvelled much when, entering my old workshop, they found me not, and they asked the neighbours, "Where dwelleth such and such a rope-maker? Is he alive or dead?" Quoth the folk, "He is now a rich merchant, and men no longer call him simply Hasan, but entitle him Master Hasan the rope-maker. he hath built him a splendid building, and he dwelleth in such and such a quarter. Whereupon the two familiars set forth in search of me, and they rejoiced at the good report, albeit Sadi would by no means be convinced that all my wealth had sprung, as Saad contended, from its root, that small leaden coin. Presently, conning the matter over in his mind, he said to his comrade, "It delighteth me much to hear of all this good fortune which hath betided Hasan, despite that he twice deceived me, and took from me 400 gold pieces, whereby he hath gotten to himself these riches. For it is absurd to think that it hath come from the leaden coin thou gavest him. Withal, I do forgive him, and owe no grudge." Replied the other, "Thou art mistaken. I know Hasan of old to be a good man and true. He would not delude thee, and what he told us is simple sooth. I am persuaded in my mind that he hath won all his wealth and opulence by the leaden coin. However, we shall hear anon what he may have to say." Conversing thus, they came into the street wherein I now dwell, and seeing a large and magnificent mansion and a new maid, they guessed it was mine. So they knocked, and on the porter opening, Sadi marvelled to see such grandeur and so many folk sitting within, and feared lest haply they had unwittingly entered the house of some emir. Then, plucking courage, he inquired of the porter, "Is this the dwelling-place of Khwajah Hasan al-Habbal?" And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of the 622nd night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Hasan al-Habbal continued thus his story." The porter made reply, "This is verily the house of Khwajah Hasan al-Habbal. He is within, and he sitteth in his office. I pray thee enter, and one of the slaves will make known thy coming to him." Hereupon the two friends walked in, and as soon as I saw them, I recognized them, and rising up to them, I ran and kissed the hems of their garments. They would fain have fallen on my neck and embraced me, but with meekness of mind I would not suffer them to do so. And presently I led them into a large and spacious saloon, and bade them sit upon the highmost seats of honour. They would have constrained me to take the best place, but I exclaimed, "O my lords, I am on no wise better than the poor rope-maker Hasan, who, not unmindful of your worth and goodness, ever prayeth for your welfare, and who deserveth not to sit in higher stead than you." Then they took seat, and I opposite them, when quoth Sadi, "My heart rejoiceth with exceeding joy to see thee in this condition, for that Allah hath given thee all even as thou wishedst. I doubt not thou hast gotten all this abundance and opulence by means of the 400 gold pieces which I gave to thee. But say me truly, wherefore didst thou twice deceive me and bespeak me falsely?" Saad listened to these words with silent indignation, and ere I could make reply, he broke out, saying, "O Sadi, how often have I assured thee that all which Hasan said aforetime and in the losing of the Ashrafis is very sooth and no leasing?" Then they began to dispute each with other, when I, recovering from my surprise, exclaimed, "O my lords, of what avail is this contention? Be not at variance, I beseech you, on my account. All that had befallen me I made known to you, and whether ye believe my words or ye believe them not, it mattereth but little. Now hearken to the whole truth of my tale." Then I made known to them the story of the piece of lead which I had given to the fisherman, and of the diamond found in the fish's belly. Brief, I told them every whit, even as I have now related to thy highness. On hearing all my adventure, Sadi said, "O Khwajah Hasan, it seemeth to me passing strange that so great a diamond should be found in the belly of a fish, and I deem it a thing impossible that a kite should fly off with thy turban, or that thy wife should give away the jar of bran in exchange for fuller's earth. Thou sayest the tale is true, and still I cannot give credit to thy words, for I know full well that the 400 gold pieces have gotten thee all this wealth." But when they twain rose up to take their leave, I also arose, and said, "O my lords, ye have shown favour to me, in that ye have thus deigned visit me in my poor home. I beseech you now to taste of my food, and to tarry here this night under your servant's roof. As tomorrow I would fain take you by the way of the river to a country house which I have lately bought." Hereto they consented with some objections, and I, after giving orders for the evening meal, showed them about the house, and displayed the furniture, and entertained them with pleasing words and pleasant converse, till a slave came and announced that supper was served. So I led them to the saloon, wherein were ranged the trays, loaded with many kinds of meats. On all sides stood camphorated wax candles, and before the table were gathered musicians, singing and playing on various instruments of mirth and merriment, whilst in the upper part of the saloon men and women were dancing and making much diversion. When we had supped, we went to bed, and rising early we prayed the dawn prayer, and presently embarked on a large and well-appointed boat, and the rowers, rowing with the flowing tide, soon landed us at my country seat. Then we strolled in a body about the grounds, and entered the house, when I showed them our new buildings, and displayed to them all that appertained thereto. And hereat they marvelled with great marvel. Thence we repaired to the garden, and saw, planted in rows along the walks, fruit trees of all kinds, with ripe fruit bowed down, and watered with water from the river by means of brickwork channels. All round were flowering shrubs whose perfume gladdened the zephyr. Here and there fountains and jets of water shot high in air, and sweet-voiced birds made melody amid the leafy branches, hymning the One, the Eternal. In short, the sights and scents on every side filled the soul with joy and gladness. My two friends walked about in joyance and delight, and thanked me again and again for bringing them to so lovely a sight, and said, "Almighty Allah prosper thee in house and hearth." At last I led them to the foot of a tall tree, near to one of the garden walls, and showed them a little summer-house wherein I was wont to take rest and refreshment, and the room was furnished with cushions and divans and pillows purfled with virgin gold. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 623rd night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Hasan al-Habbal thus pursued his tale. Now it so happened that as we sat at rest within that summer-house, two sons of mine, whom I had sent together with their governor to my country place for change of water and air, were roaming about the gardens seeking birds' nests. Presently they came across a big one upon the topmost boughs, and tried to swarm up the trunk and carry it off. But by reason of their lack of strength and little practice, they durst not venture so high. Whereupon they bade a slave boy, who ever attended on them, climb the tree. He did their bidding, but when looking into the nest, he was amazed with exceeding amazement to see it mainly made of an old turband. So he brought down the stuff and handed it to the lads. My eldest son took it from his hands and carried it to the arbour for me to see, and set it at my feet, saying in high glee, "Oh, my father, look here, this nest is made of cloth." Saad and Sadi wondered with all wonderment at the sight, and the marvel grew the greater when I, after considering it closely, recognized it for the very turband whereon the kite had swooped, and which had been borne off by the bird. Then quoth I to my two friends, "Examine well this turban, and certify yourselves that it is the selfsame one worn upon my head when first ye honoured me with your presence." Quoth Saad, "I know it not." And quoth Sadi, "An thou find within it the 190 gold pieces, then shalt thou be assured that is thy turband in very sooth." I said, "O my lord, this is, well I wot, that very turband." And as I held it in my hand, I found it heavy of weight, and opening out the folds, felt somewhat tied up in one of the corners of the cloth. So I unrolled the swathes, when lo and behold, I came upon the purse of gold pieces. Hereat, showing it to Sadi, I cried, "Canst thou not recognize this purse?" And he replied, "'Tis in truth the very purse of Ashrafis which I gave thee when first we met." Then I opened the mouth, and pouring out the gold in one heap upon the carpet, bade him count his money. And he turned it over coin by coin, and made the sum there of 190 Ashrafis. Hereat, waxing sore ashamed and confounded, he exclaimed, "Now do I believe thy words. Nevertheless must thou admit that thou hast earned 1/2 of this thy prodigious wealth with the 200 gold pieces I gave thee after our second visit, and the other half by means of the mite thou gottest from Saad." To this I made no answer, but my friends ceased not to dispute upon the matter. We then sat down to meat and drink, and when we had eaten our sufficiency, I and my two friends went to sleep in the cool arbour. After which, when the sun was well nigh set, we mounted and rode off to Baghdad, leaving the servants to follow. However, arrived at the city, we found all the shops shut, and nowhere could we get grain and forage for the horses, and I sent off 2 slave boys, who had run alongside of us, to search for provender. One of them found a jar of bran in the shop of a corn dealer, and paying for the provision, brought it, together with the jar, under promise that on the morrow he would carry back the vessel. Then he began to take out the bran by handfuls in the dark, and to set it before the horses. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 624th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Hasan al-Habbal thus continued his story. So as the slave boy took out the bran by handfuls and set it before the horses, suddenly his hand came upon a piece of cloth, wherein was something heavy. He brought it to me even as he found it, and said, See, is not this cloth the very one of whose loss thou hast oft-times spoken to us? I took it, and wondering with great wonder, knew it was the selfsame piece of stuff wherein I had tied up the 180 ashrafis before hiding them in the jar of bran. Then said I to my friends, O my lords, it hath pleased Almighty Allah, ere we parted, I and you, to bear me witness of my words, and to establish that I told you naught save whatso was very sooth. And I resumed, addressing Sidi, See here the other sum of money, that is the 190 ashrafis which thou gavest me, and which I tied up in this very piece of cloth I now recognize. Then I sent for the earthen jar, that they might see it, and also bade carry it to my wife, that she also might bear witness, and it be or be not the very bran jar which she gave in exchange for fuller's earth. Anon she sent us word, and said, Yea, verily, I know it well. 'Tis the same jar which I had filled with bran. Accordingly Sadi owned that he was wrong, and said to Saad, Now I know that thou speakest truth, and am convinced that wealth cometh not by wealth, but only by the grace of Almighty Allah doth a poor man become a rich man. And he begged pardon for his mistrust and unbelief. We accepted his excuses, whereupon we retired to rest, and early on the morrow my 2 friends bade me adieu, and journeyed homewards, with full persuasion that I had done no wrong, and had not squandered the moneys they had given me. Now when the Caliph Harun al-Rashid had heard the story of Khwajah Hasan to the end, he said, I have known thee of old, by fair report of thee, from the folk, who one and all declare that thou art a good man and true. Moreover, the selfsame diamond, whereby thou hast attained to so great riches, is now in my treasury. So I would fain send for Sadi forthright, that he may see it with his own eyes, and weet for certain that not by means of money do men become or rich or poor. The Prince of True Believers said, moreover, to Khwajah Hasan al-Habbal, Go now, and tell thy tale to my treasurer, that he may take it down in writing for an everlasting memorial, and place the writ in the treasury together with the diamond. Then the Caliph, with a nod, dismissed Khwajah Hasan, and Sidi Nu'man and Baba Abdullah also kissed the foot of the throne and departed. So when Queen Shahrazad had made an end of relating this history, she was about to begin the story of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, but King Shahryar prevented her, saying, O Shahrazad, I am well pleased with this thy tale, but now the dawn appeareth, and the chanticleer of morn doth sound his shrill clarion. This day also I spare thy life, to the intent that I may listen at my ease to this new history of thine at the end of the coming night. Hereupon the 3 took their rest until the fittest time drew near, and as the morning morrowed, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the Caliph's Night Adventure, Part 2. Section 13 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Thomas Copeland. Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, Part 1. The end of the 625th night. With the dawn, Dunyazad awoke Queen Shahrazad from slumber sweet, and said, "Arise, O my sister. But alas, 'tis a bitter thing to stand in awe of coming doom." Replied Shahrazad, "O dear my sister, be not thou downhearted. If life's span be spent, naught can avert the sharp-edged sword. Yet place thy trust in Allah Almighty, and put far from thee all such anxious thoughts. My tales are tokens of life prolonged." Whereupon Queen Shahrazad began to tell in these words the story of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. In days of yore, and in times and tides long gone before, there dwelt in a certain town of Persia 2 brothers, one named Qasim and the other Ali Baba, who, at their father's demise, had divided the little wealth he had left to them with equitable division, and had lost no time in wasting and spending it all. The elder, however, presently took to himself a wife, the daughter of an opulent merchant, so that when his father-in-law fared to the mercy of Almighty Allah, he became owner of a large shop filled with rare goods and costly wares, and of a storehouse stocked with precious stuffs, likewise of much gold that was buried in the ground. Thus was he known throughout the city as a substantial man. But the woman whom Ali Baba had married was poor and needy. They lived, therefore, in a mean hovel, and Ali Baba eked out a scanty livelihood by the sale of fuel, which he daily collected in the jungle, and carried about the town to the bazaar upon his 3 asses. Now it chanced one day that Ali Baba had cut dead branches and dry fuel sufficient for his need, and had placed the load upon his beasts, when suddenly he espied a dust cloud spiring high in air to his right, and moving rapidly towards him. And when he closely considered it, he descried a troop of horsemen, riding on amain and about to reach him. At this sight he was sore alarmed, and fearing lest perchance they were a band of bandits, who would slay him and drive off his donkeys, in his affright he began to run, but forasmuch as they were near hand, and he could not escape from out the forest, he drove his animals laden with the fuel into a byway of the bushes, and swarmed up a thick trunk of a huge tree to hide himself therein. And he sat upon a branch whence he could descry everything beneath him, whilst none below could catch a glimpse of him above. And that tree grew close beside a rock which towered high above head. The horsemen, young, active, and doughty riders, came close up to the rock face, and all dismounted, whereat Ali Baba took good note of them, and soon he was fully persuaded by their mien and demeanour that they were a troop of highwaymen, who, having fallen upon a caravan, had despoiled it, and carried off the spoil, and brought their booty to this place with intent of concealing it safely in some cache. Moreover, he observed that they were 40 in number. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 626th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Ali Baba saw the robbers, as soon as they came under the tree, each unbridle his horse, and hobble it. Then all took off their saddle-bags, which proved to be full of gold and silver. The man who seemed to be the captain presently pushed forwards, load on shoulder, through thorns and thickets, till he came up to a certain spot where he uttered these strange words, 'Open, O Sim-Sim!' And forthwith appeared a wide doorway in the face of the rock. The robbers went in, and last of all their chief, and then the portal shut of itself. Long while they stayed within the cave, whilst Ali Baba was constrained to abide perched upon the tree, reflecting that if he came down, peradventure the band might issue forth that very moment, and seize him and slay him. At last he had determined to mount one of the horses, and, driving on his asses, to return townwards, when suddenly the portal flew open. The robber chief was first to issue forth. Then, standing at the entrance, he saw and counted his men as they came out, and lastly he spake the magical words, "Shut, O Sim-Sim!" whereat the door closed of itself. When all had passed muster and review, each slung on his saddle-bags and bridled his own horse, and as soon as ready they rode off, led by the leader in the direction whence they came. Ali Baba remained still perched on the tree, and watched their departure. nor would he descend until what time they were clean gone out of sight, lest perchance one of them return and look around and descry him. Then he thought within himself, I too will try the virtue of those magical words, and see if at my bidding the door will open and close. So he called out aloud, Open, O Simsim! And no sooner had he spoken than straightway the portal flew open, and he entered within. He saw a large cavern, and a vaulted, in height equalling the stature of a full-grown man, and it was hewn in the live stone, and lighted up with light that came through air-holes and bull's-eyes in the upper surface of the rock which formed the roof. He had expected to find naught save outer gloom in this robber's den, and he was surprised to see the whole room filled with bales of all manner stuffs, and heaped up from sole to ceiling with camel-loads of silks and brocades, and embroidered cloths, and mounds on mounds of varicolored carpetings. Besides which he espied coins, golden and silvern, without measure or account, some piled upon the ground, and others bound in leathern bags and sacks. Seeing these goods and monies in such abundance, Ali Baba determined in his mind that not during a few years only, but for many generations, thieves must have stored their gains and spoils in this place. When he stood within the cave, its door had closed upon him. Yet he was not dismayed, since he had kept in memory the magical words, and he took no heed of the precious stuffs around him, but applied himself only and wholly to the sacks of Ashrafis. Of these he carried out as many as he judged sufficient burthen for the beasts. Then he loaded them upon his animals, and covered this plunder with sticks and fuel, so none might discern the bags, but might think that he was carrying home his usual ware. Lastly he called out, Shut, O Simsim! And forthwith the door closed, for the spell so wrought that whensoever any entered the cave, its portal shut of itself behind him, and as he issued therefrom, the same would neither open nor close again till he had pronounced the words, Shut, O Simsim. Presently, having laden his asses, Ali Baba urged them before him with all speed to the city, and reaching home he drove them into the yard, and shutting close the outer door, took down first the sticks, and after the bags of gold which he carried in to his wife. She felt them, and finding them full of coin, suspected that Ali Baba had been robbing, and fell to berating and blaming him for that he should do so ill a thing. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 627th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that quoth Ali Baba to his wife, Indeed I am no robber, and rather do thou rejoice with me at our good fortune. Hereupon he told her of his adventure, and began to pour the gold from the bags in heaps before her, and her sight was dazzled by the sheen, and her heart delighted at his recital and adventures. Then she began counting the gold, whereat quoth Ali Baba, O silly woman, how long wilt thou continue turning over the coin? Now let me dig a hole wherein to hide this treasure, that none may know its secret. Quoth she, Right is thy rede. Still would I weigh the moneys, and have some inkling of their amount. And he replied, As thou pleasest, but see thou tell no man. So she went off in haste to Qasim's home to borrow weights and scales wherewith she might balance the Ashrafis, and make some reckoning of their value. And when she could not find Qasim, she said to his wife, Lend me, I pray thee, thy scales for a moment. Replied her sister-in-law, Hast thou need of the bigger balance or the smaller? And the other rejoined, I need not the large scales, give me the little. And her sister-in-law cried, Stay here a moment, whilst I look about and find thy want. With this pretext, Qasim's wife went aside, and secretly smeared wax and suet over the pan of the balance, that she might know what thing it was Ali Baba's wife would weigh, for she made sure that whatso it be, some bit thereof would stick to the wax and fat. So the woman took this opportunity to satisfy her curiosity, and Ali Baba's wife, suspecting naught thereof, carried home the scales and began to weigh the gold, whilst Ali Baba ceased not digging. And when the money was weighed, they twain stowed it into the hole, which they carefully filled up with earth. Then the good wife took back the scales to her kinswoman, all unknowing that an Ashrafi had adhered to the cup of the scales. But when Qasim's wife espied the gold coin, she fumed with envy and wrath, saying to herself, "So ho! They borrowed my balance to weigh out Ashrafis?" And she marvelled greatly whence so poor a man as Ali Baba had gotten such store of wealth that he should be obliged to weigh it with a pair of scales. Now, after long pondering the matter, when her husband returned home at eventide, she said to him, "O man, thou deemest thyself a wight of wealth and substance, but lo, thy brother Ali Baba is an emir by the side of thee, and richer far than thou art. He hath such heaps of gold that he must needs weigh his moneys with scales, whilst thou, forsooth, art satisfied to count thy coin." "Whence knowest thou this?" asked Qasim, and in answer his wife related all anent the pair of scales, and how she found an Ashrafi stuck to them, and showed him the gold coin which bore the mark and superscription of some ancient king. No sleep had Qasim all that night by reason of his envy and jealousy and covetise. And next morning he rose betimes, and going to Ali Baba said, "O my brother, to all appearance thou art poor and needy, but in effect thou hast a store of wealth so abundant that perforce thou must weigh thy gold with scales." Quoth Ali Baba, "What is this thou sayest? I understand thee not. Make clear thy purport." And quoth Qasim with ready rage, "Feign not that thou art ignorant of what I say, and think not to deceive me." Then, showing him the Ashrafi, he cried, "Thousands of gold coins such as these thou hast put by, and meanwhile my wife found this one stuck to the cup of the scales." Then Ali Baba understood how both Qasim and his wife knew that he had store of Ashrafis, and said in his mind that it would not avail him to keep the matter hidden, but would rather cause ill will and mischief. And thus he was induced to tell his brother every whit concerning the bandits, and also of the treasure trove in the cave. When he had heard the story, Qasim exclaimed, "I would fain learn of thee the certainty of the place where thou foundest the moneys, also the magical words whereby the door opened and closed. And I forewarn thee, and thou tell me not the whole truth, I will give notice of these Ashrafis to the Wali, then shalt thou forfeit all thy wealth, and be disgraced, and thrown into jail." Thereupon Ali Baba told him his tale, not forgetting the magical words, and Qasim, who kept careful heed of all these matters, next day set out, driving 10 mules he had hired, and readily found the place which Ali Baba had described to him. And when he came to the aforesaid rock, and to the tree whereon Ali Baba had hidden himself, and he had made sure of the door, he cried in great joy, "Open, O Simsim!" The portal yawned wide at once, and Qasim went within and saw the piles of jewels and treasures lying ranged all around. And as soon as he stood amongst them, the door shut after him, as wont to do. He walked about in ecstasy, marvelling at the treasures, and when weary of admiration, he gathered together bags of Ashrafis, a sufficient load for his 10 mules, and placed them by the entrance, in readiness to be carried outside and set upon the beasts. But by the will of Allah Almighty, he had clean forgotten the cabalistic words, and cried out, "Open, O barley!" Whereat the door refused to move. Astonished and confused beyond measure, he named the names of all manner of grains, save sesame, which had slipped from his memory as though he had never heard the word. Whereat, in his dire distress, he heeded not the Ashrafis that lay heaped at the entrance, and paced to and fro, backwards and forwards, within the cave, sorely puzzled and perplexed. The wealth whose sight had erewhile filled his heart with joy and gladness was now the cause of bitter grief and sadness. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 628th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Qasim gave up all hope of the life which he by his greed and envy had so sore imperilled. It came to pass that at noontide the robbers, returning by that way, saw from afar some mules standing beside the entrance, and much they marvelled at what had brought the beasts to that place, for inasmuch as Qasim by mischance had failed to tether or hobble them, they had strayed about the jungle and were browsing hither and thither. However, the thieves paid scant regard to the estrays, nor cared they to secure them, but only wondered by what means they had wandered so far from the town. Then, reaching the cave, the captain and his troop dismounted, and going up to the door repeated the formula, and at once it flew open. Now Qasim had heard from within the cave the horse-hoofs drawing nigh and yet nigher, and he fell down to the ground in a fit of fear, never doubting that it was the clatter of the banditti, who would slaughter him without fail. Howbeit he presently took heart of grace, and at the moment when the door flew open he rushed out, hoping to make good his escape. But the unhappy man ran full tilt against the captain, who stood in front of the band, and felled him to the ground. Whereupon a robber, standing near his chief, at once bared his brand, and with one cut clave Qasim clean in twain. Thereupon the robbers rushed into the cavern, and put back as they were before the bags of ashrafis which Qasim had heaped up at the doorway, ready for taking away. Nor recked they aught of those which Ali Baba had removed, so dazed and amazed were they to discover by what means the strange man had effected an entrance. All knew that it was not possible for any to drop through the skylights, so tall and steep was the rock's face, withal slippery of ascent, and also that none could enter by the portal unless he knew the magical words whereby to open it. However, they presently quartered the dead body of Qasim, and hung it to the door within the cavern, 2 parts to the right jamb, and as many to the left, that the sight might be a warning of approaching doom for all who dared enter the cave. Then, coming out, they closed the hoard door, and rode away upon their wonted work. Now, when night fell, and Qasim came not home, his wife waxed uneasy in mind, and running round to Ali Baba said, "O my brother, Qasim hath not returned. Thou knowest whither he went, and sore I fear me some misfortune hath betided him." Ali Baba also divined that a mishap had happened to prevent his return. Not the less, however, he strove to comfort his sister-in-law with words of cheer, and said, "O wife of my brother, Qasim haply exercises discretion, and, avoiding the city, cometh by a roundabout road, and will be here anon. This I do believe is the reason why he tarrieth." Thereupon, comforted in spirit, Qasim's wife fared homewards, and sat awaiting her husband's return. But when half the night was spent, and still he came not, she was as one distraught. She feared to cry aloud for her grief, lest haply the neighbours, hearing her, should come and learn the secret. So she wept in silence, and upbraiding herself, fell to thinking, "Wherefore did I disclose this secret to him, and beget envy and jealousy of Ali Baba? This be the fruit thereof, and hence the disaster that hath come down upon me." She spent the rest of the night in bitter tears, and early on the morrow tried in hottest hurry to Ali Baba, and prayed that he would go forth in quest of his brother. So he strove to console her, and straightway set out with his asses for the forest. Presently, reaching the rock, he wondered to see stains of blood freshly shed, and not finding his brother or the 10 mules, he forefelt a calamity from so evil a sign. He then went to the door, and saying, "Open, O Simsim," he pushed in, and saw the dead body of Qasim, 2 parts hanging to the right and the rest to the left of the entrance. Albeit he was affrighted beyond measure of affright, he wrapped the quarters in 2 cloths, and laid them upon one of his asses, hiding them carefully with sticks and fuel, that none might see them. Then he placed the bags of gold upon the other 2 animals, and likewise covered them most carefully. And when all was made ready, he closed the cave door with the magical words, and set him forth, wending homewards with all ward and watchfulness. The asses with the load of ashrafis he made over to his wife, and bade her bury the bags with diligence, but he told her not the condition in which he had come upon his brother Qasim. Then he went with the other ass, to wit the beast whereon was laid the corpse, to the widow's house, and knocked gently at the door. Now Qasim had a slave girl, shrewd and sharp-witted, Morgiana hight. She as softly undid the bolt, and admitted Ali Baba and the ass into the courtyard of the house, when he let down the body from the beast's back, and said, "O Morgiana, haste thee, and make thee ready to perform the rites for the burial of thy lord. I now go to tell the tidings to thy mistress, and I will quickly return to help thee in this matter." At that instant Qasim's widow, seeing her brother-in-law, exclaimed, "O Ali Baba, what news bringest thou of my spouse? Alas, I see grief tokens written upon thy countenance. Say quickly what hath happened." Then he recounted to her how it had fared with her husband, and how he had been slain by the robbers, and in what wise he had brought home the dead body. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 629th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Ali Baba pursued. O my lady, what was to happen hath happened, but it behoveth us to keep this matter secret, for that our lives depend upon privacy." She wept with sore weeping, and made answer, "It hath fared with my husband according to the fiat of fate. And now, for thy safety's sake, I give thee my word to keep the affair concealed." He replied, "Naught can avail when Allah hath decreed. Rest thee in patience, until the days of thy widowhood be accomplished, after which time I will take thee to wife, and thou shalt live in comfort and happiness, and fear not lest my first spouse vex thee or show aught of jealousy, for that she is kindly and tender of heart." The widow, lamenting her loss noisily, cried, "Be it e'en as thou please." Then Ali Baba farewelled her, weeping and wailing for her husband, and joining Morgiana, took counsel with her how to manage the burial of his brother. So after much consultation and many warnings, he left the slave girl and departed home, driving his ass before him. As soon as Ali Baba had fared forth, Morgiana went quickly to a druggist's shop, and, that she might the better dissemble with him and not make known the matter, she asked of him a drug often administered to men when diseased with dangerous distemper. He gave it, saying, "Who is there in thy house that lieth so ill as to require this medicine?" And she said, "My master Qasim is sick well nigh unto death. For many days he hath nor spoken nor tasted aught of food, so that almost we despair of his life." Next day Morgiana went again, and asked the druggist for more of medicine, and essences such as are adhibited to the sick when at door of death, that the moribund may haply rally before the last breath. The man gave the potion, and she, taking it, sighed aloud and wept, saying, "I fear me he may not have strength to drink this draught. Methinks all will be over with him ere I return to the house." Meanwhile Ali Baba was anxiously awaiting to hear sounds of wailing and lamentation in Qasim's home, that he might at such signal hasten thither and take part in the ceremonies of the funeral. Early on the second day Morgiana went with veiled face to one Baba Mustafa, a tailor well shotten in years, whose craft was to make shrouds and cerecloths. And as soon as she saw him open his shop, she gave him a gold piece, and said, "Do thou bind a bandage over thine eyes, and come along with me." Mustafa made as though he would not go, whereat Morgiana placed a second gold coin in his palm, and entreated him to accompany her. The tailor presently consented for greed of gain, so, tying a kerchief tightly over his eyes, she led him by the hand to the house wherein lay the dead body of her master. Then, taking off the bandage in the darkened room, she bade him sew together the quarters of the corpse, limb to its limb, and, casting a cloth upon the body, said to the tailor, "Make haste, and sew a shroud according to the size of this dead man, and I will give thee therefore yet another ducat." Baba Mustafa quickly made the cerecloth of fitting length and breadth, and Morgiana paid him the promised ashrafi. Then, once more bandaging his eyes, led him back to the place whence she had brought him. After this she returned hurriedly home, and with the help of Ali Baba washed the body in warm water, and, donning the shroud, lay the corpse upon a clean place ready for burial. This done, Morgiana went to the mosque and gave notice to an imam that a funeral was awaiting the mourners in a certain household, and prayed that he would come to read the prayers for the dead. And the imam went back with her. Then 4 neighbors took up the bier, and bore it on their shoulders, and fared forth with the imam and others who were wont to give assistance at such obsequies. After the funeral prayers were ended, 4 other men carried off the coffin, and Morgiana walked before it bare of head, striking her breast, and weeping and wailing with exceeding loud lament, whilst Ali Baba and the neighbors came behind. In such order they entered the cemetery and buried him. Then leaving him to Munkar and Nakia, the questioners of the dead, all wended their ways. Presently the women of the quarter, according to the custom of the city, gathered together in the house of mourning, and sat an hour with Qasim's widow, comforting and condoling. Presently, leaving her, somewhat resigned and cheered. Ali Baba stayed 40 days at home in ceremonial lamentation for the loss of his brother. So none within the town save himself and his wife, Qasim's widow, and Morgiana knew aught about the secret. And when the 40 days of mourning were ended, Ali Baba removed to his own quarters all the property belonging to the deceased, and openly married the widow. Then he appointed his nephew, his brother's eldest son, who had lived a long time with a wealthy merchant, and was perfect of knowledge in all matters of trade, such as selling and buying, to take charge of the defunct's shop, and to carry on the business. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of the 630th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, it so chanced one day when the robbers, as was their wont, came to the treasure cave, that they marvelled exceedingly to find nor sign nor trace of Qasim's body, whilst they observed that much of gold had been carried off. Quoth the captain, Now it behoveth us to make inquiry into this matter, else shall we suffer much of loss, and this our treasure, which we and our forefathers have amassed during the course of many years, will little by little be wasted and spoiled. Hereto all assented, and with single mind agreed that he whom they had slain had knowledge of the magical words whereby the door was made to open. Moreover, that some one beside him had cognizance the spell, and had carried off the body, and also much of gold. Wherefore they needs must make diligent research, and find out who the man ever might be. They then took counsel, and determined that one amongst them, who should be sagacious and deft of wit, must don the dress of some merchant from foreign parts. Then, repairing to the city, he must go about from quarter to quarter, and from street to street, and learn if any townsman had lately died, and if so, where he went to dwell, that with this clue they might be enabled to find the wight they sought. Hereat said one of the robbers, Grant me leave that I fare, and find out such tidings in the town, and bring thee word, and if I fail of my purpose, I hold my life in forfeit. Accordingly, that bandit, after disguising himself by dress, pushed at night into the town, and next morning early he repaired to the market square, and saw that none of the shops had yet been opened, save only that of Baba Mustapha, the tailor, who, thread and needle in hand, sat upon his working-stool. The thief bade him good day, and said, "'Tis yet dark, how canst thou see to sew?" Said the tailor, "I perceive thou art a stranger. Despite my years, my eyesight is so keen that only yesterday I sewed together a dead body, whilst sitting in a room quite darkened." Quoth the bandit thereupon to himself, "I shall get somewhat of my want from this snip." And to secure a further clue, he asked, "Meseemeth thou wouldst jest with me, and thou meanest that a cerecloth for a corpse was stitched by thee, and that thy business is to sew shrouds." Answered the tailor, "It mattereth not to thee. Question me no more questions." Thereupon the robber placed an ashrafi in his hand, and continued, "I desire not to discover aught thou hidest, albeit my breast, like every honest man's, is the grave of secrets. And this only would I learn of thee. In what house didst thou do that job? Canst thou direct me thither, or thyself conduct me thereto?" The tailor took the gold with greed, and cried, "I have not seen with my own eyes the way to that house. A certain bondswoman led me to a place which I know right well, and there she bandaged my eyes and guided me to some tenement, and lastly carried me into a darkened room where lay a dead body dismembered. Then she unbound the kerchief and bade me sew together first the corpse and then the shroud, which having done, she again blindfolded me and led me back to the stead whence she had brought me, and left me there. Thou seest, then, I am not able to tell thee where thou shalt find the house." Quoth the robber, "Albeit thou knowest not the dwelling whereof thou speakest, still canst thou take me to the place where thou wast blindfolded?" Then I will bind a kerchief over thine eyes, and lead thee as thou wast led. On this wise, perchance, thou mayest hit upon the sight. And thou wilt do this favour by me? See here, another golden ducat is thine." Thereupon the bandit slipped a second ashrafi into the tailor's palm, and Baba Mustapha thrust it with the first into his pocket. Then, leaving the shop as it was, he walked to the place where Morgiana had tied that kerchief around his eyes, and with him went the robber, who, after binding on the bandage, led him by the hand. Baba Mustapha, who was clever and keen-witted, presently striking the street whereby he had fared with the handmaid, walked on, counting step by step. Then, halting suddenly, he said, "Thus far I came with her," and the twain stopped in front of Qasim's house, wherein now dwelt his brother Ali Baba. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 631st night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the robber then made marks with white chalk upon the door, to the end that he might readily find it at some future time, and, removing the bandage from the tailor's eyes, said, 'O Baba Mustapha, I thank thee for this favour, and Almighty Allah guerdon thee for thy goodness. Tell me now, I pray thee, who dwelleth in yonder house?' Quoth he, 'In very sooth I wot not, for I have little knowledge concerning this quarter of the city.' And the bandit, understanding that he could find no further clue from the tailor, dismissed him to his shop with abundant thanks, and hastened back to the tryst place in the jungle, where the band awaited his coming. Not long after, it so fortuned that Morgiana, going out upon some errand, marvelled exceedingly at seeing the chalk-mark showing white in the door. She stood a while deep in thought, and presently divined that some enemy had made the signs, that he might recognize the house and play some slight upon her lord. She therefore chalked the doors of all her neighbours in like manner, and kept the matter secret, never entrusting it or to master or to mistress. Meanwhile the robber told his comrades his tale of adventure, and how he had found the clue. So the captain, and with him all the band, went one after other by different ways till they entered the city, and he who had placed the mark on Ali Baba's door accompanied the chief to point out the place. He conducted him straightway to the house, and showing the sign, exclaimed, "Here dwelleth he of whom we are in search." But when the captain looked around him, he saw that all the dwellings bore chalk marks after like fashion, and he wondered, saying, "By what manner of means knowest thou which house of all these houses that bear similar signs is that whereof thou spakest?" Hereat the robber guide was confounded beyond measure of confusion, and could make no answer. Then with an oath he cried, "I did assuredly set a sign upon a door, but I know not whence came all the marks upon the other entrances, nor can I say for surety which it was I chalked." Thereupon the captain returned to the marketplace, and said to his men, "We have toiled and laboured in vain, nor have we found the house we went forth to seek. Return we now to the forest, our rendezvous. I also will fare thither." Then all trooped off and assembled together within the treasure cave. And when the robbers had all met, the captain judged him worthy of punishment who had spoken falsely, and had led them through the city to no purpose. So he imprisoned him in presence of them all. And then said he, "To him amongst you will I show special favour, who shall go to town and bring me intelligence, whereby we may lay hands upon the plunderer of our property." Hereat another of the company came forward and said, "I am ready to go and inquire into the case, and 'tis I who will bring thee to thy wish." The captain, after giving him presents and promises, dispatched him upon his errand, and by the decree of destiny, which none may gainsay, this second robber went first to the house of Baba Mustapha the tailor, as had done the thief who had foregone him. In like manner he also persuaded the snip with gifts of golden coin, that he be led hoodwinked, and thus too he was guided to Ali Baba's door. Here, noting the work of his predecessor, he affixed to the jamb a mark with red chalk, the better to distinguish it from the others whereon still showed the white. Then tried he back in stealth to his company. But Morgiana, on her part, also descried the red sign on the entrance, and with subtle forethought marked all the others after the same fashion, nor told she any what she had done. Meanwhile the bandit rejoined his band, and vauntingly said, "O our captain, I have found the house, and thereon put a mark, whereby I shall distinguish it clearly from all its neighbours." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of Ali Baba, Part 1. Section 14 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Thomas Copeland. Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, Part 2. The end of the 632nd night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the captain dispatched another of his men to the city, and he found the place, but, as aforetime, when the troop repaired thither, they saw each and every house marked with signs of red chalk. So they returned disappointed, and the captain, waxing displeased exceedingly and distraught, clapped also this spy into jail. Then said the chief to himself, 2 men have failed in their endeavour, and have met their rightful meed of punishment, and I trow that none other of my band will essay to follow up their research. So I myself will go and find the house of this wight." Accordingly he fared along, and aided by the tailor Baba Mustapha, who had gained much gain of golden pieces in this matter, he hit upon the house of Ali Baba, and here he made no outward show or sign, but marked it on the tablet of his heart, and impressed the picture upon the page of his memory. Then, returning to the jungle, he said to his men, "I have full cognizance of the place, and have limned it clearly in my mind. So now there will be no difficulty in finding it. Go forth straightways, and buy me and bring hither 19 mules, together with 1 large leathern jar of mustard oil, and 37 vessels of the same kind, clean empty. Without me and the 2 locked up in jail, ye number 37 souls, so I will stow you away, armed and accoutred, each within his jar, and will load 2 upon each mule. And upon the 19th mule there shall be a man in an empty jar on one side, and on the other the jar full of oil. I, for my part, in guise of an oil merchant, will drive the mules into the town, arriving at the house by night, and will ask permission of its master to tarry there until morning. After this we shall seek occasion during the dark hours to rise up and fall upon him, and slay him." Furthermore the captain spake, saying, "When we have made an end of him, we shall recover the gold and treasure whereof he robbed us, and bring it back upon the mules." This counsel pleased the robbers, who went forthwith and purchased mules and huge leathern jars, and did as the captain had bidden them. And after a delay of 3 days, shortly before nightfall, they arose, and oversmearing all the jars with oil of mustard, each hid him inside an empty vessel. The chief then disguised himself in trader's gear, and placed the jars upon the 19 mules, to wit, the 37 vessels, in each of which lay a robber armed and accoutred, and the one that was full of oil. This done, he drove the beasts before him, and presently he reached Ali Baba's place at nightfall, when it chanced that the housemaster was strolling after supper to and fro in front of his home. The captain saluted him with the salam, and said, "I come from such and such a village with oil, and oft times I have been here a-selling oil, but now, to my grief, I have arrived too late, and I am sore troubled and perplexed as to where I shall spend the night. An thou have pity on me, I pray thee grant that I tarry here in thy courtyard, and ease the mules by taking down the jars and giving the beasts somewhat of fodder." Albeit Ali Baba had heard the captain's voice when perched upon the tree, and had seen him enter the cave, yet by reason of the disguise he knew him not for the leader of the thieves, and granted his request with hearty welcome, and gave him full license to halt there for the night. He then pointed out an empty shed wherein to tether the mules, and bade one of the slave boys go fetch grain and water. He also gave orders to the slave girl Morgiana, saying, "A guest hath come hither, and tarrieth here to-night. Do thou busy thyself with all speed about his supper, and make ready the guest bed for him." Presently, when the captain had let down all the jars, and had fed and watered his mules, Ali Baba received him with all courtesy and kindness, and summoning Morgiana, said in his presence, "See thou fail not in service of this our stranger, nor suffer him to lack for aught. To-morrow early I would fare to the hammam and bathe. So do thou give my slave-boy Abdullah a suit of clean white clothes, which I may put on after washing. Moreover, make thee ready somewhat of broth overnight, that I may drink it after my return home." Replied she, "I will have all in readiness, as thou hast bidden." So Ali Baba retired to his rest, and the captain, having supped, repaired to the shed, and saw that all the mules had their food and drink for the night. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 633rd night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the captain, after seeing to the mules and the jars which Ali Baba and his household held to be full of oil, finding utter privacy, whispered to his men who were in ambush, 'This night at midnight, when ye hear my voice, do you quickly open with your sharp knives the leathern jars from top to bottom, and issue forth without delay.' Then, passing through the kitchen, he reached the chamber wherein a bed had been dispread for him, Morgiana showing the way with the lamp. Quoth she, 'An thou need aught beside, I pray thee command this thy slave, who is ever ready to obey thy say.' He made answer, 'Naught else need I.' Then, putting out the light, he lay him down on the bed to sleep a while, ere the time came to rouse his men and finish off the work. Meanwhile Morgiana did as her master had bidden her. She first took out a suit of clean white clothes, and made it over to Abdullah, who had not yet gone to rest. Then she placed the pipkin upon the hearth, to boil the broth, and blew the fire till it burnt briskly. After a short delay, she needs must see in the broth be boiling, but by that time all the lamps had gone out, and she found that the oil was spent, and that nowhere could she get a light. The slave-boy Abdullah observed that she was troubled and perplexed hereat, and quoth he to her, "Why make ye so much ado? In yonder shed are many jars of oil. Go now, and take as much soever as thou listest." Morgiana gave thanks to him for his suggestion, and Abdullah, who was lying at his ease in the hall, went off to sleep, so that he might wake betimes and serve Ali Baba in the bath. So the handmaiden rose, and with oil can in hand walked to the shed where stood the leathern jars, all ranged in rows. Now, as she drew nigh unto one of the vessels, the thief who was hidden therein, hearing the tread of footsteps, bethought him that it was of his captain, whose summons he awaited. So he whispered, "Is it now time for us to sally forth?" Morgiana started back, affrighted at the sound of human accents, but, inasmuch as she was bold and ready of wit, she replied, "The time is not yet come," and said to herself, "These jars are not full of oil, and herein I perceive a manner of mystery. Haply the oil merchant hatcheth some treacherous plot against my lord. So Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate, protect us from his snares." Wherefore she answered in a voice made like to the captain's, "Not yet, the time is not come." Then she went to the next jar, and returned the same reply to him who was within, and so on to all the vessels one by one. Then said she in herself, "Laud to the Lord, my master took this fellow in, believing him to be an oil merchant, but lo, he hath admitted a band of robbers, who only await the signal to fall upon him and plunder the place and do him die." Then passed she on to the furthest jar, and finding it brimming with oil, filled her can, and returning to the kitchen, trimmed the lamp and lit the wicks. Then, bringing forth a large cauldron, she set it upon the fire, and filling it with oil from out the jar, heaped wood upon the hearth, and fanned it to a fierce flame, the readier to boil its contents. When this was done, she bailed it out in potfuls, and poured it seething hot into the leathern vessels one by one, while the thieves, unable to escape, were scalded to death, and every jar contained a corpse. Thus did this slave-girl, by her subtle wit, make a clean end of all, noiselessly, and unknown even to the dwellers in the house. Now when she had satisfied herself that each and every of the men had been slain, she went back to the kitchen, and, shutting the door, sat brewing Ali Baba's broth. Scarce had an hour passed before the captain woke from sleep, and, opening wide his window, saw that all was dark and silent. So he clapped his hands as a signal for his men to come forth, but not a sound was heard in return. After a while he clapped again, and called aloud, but got no answer. And when he cried out a third time without reply, he was perplexed, and went out to the shed wherein stood the jars. He thought to himself, "Perchance all are fallen asleep, whenas the time for action is now at hand. So I must e'en awaken them without stay or delay." Then, approaching the nearest jar, he was startled by a smell of oil and seething flesh, and, touching it outside, he felt it reeking hot. Then, going to the others one by one, he found all in like condition. Hereat he knew for a surety the fate which had retarded his band, and, fearing for his own safety, he clomb on to the wall, and thence dropping into a garden, made his escape in high dudgeon and sore disappointment. Morgiana awaited a while to see the captain return from the shed, but he came not, whereat she knew that he had scaled the wall and taken to flight, for that the street door was double locked, and the thieves being all disposed of in this wise, Morgiana laid her down to sleep in perfect solace and ease of mind. When 2 hours of darkness yet remained, Ali Baba awoke and went to the hammam, knowing naught of the night adventure, for the gallant slave-girl had not aroused him, nor indeed had she deemed such action expedient, because, had she sought an opportunity of reporting to him her plan, she might haply have lost her chance and spoiled the project. The sun was high over the horizon when Ali Baba walked back from the baths, and he marvelled exceedingly to see the jars still standing under the shed, and said, "How cometh it that he, the oil merchant, my guest, hath not carried to the market his mules and jars of oil?" And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 634th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Ali Baba presently asked Morgiana what had befallen the oil merchant his guest, whom he had placed under her charge, and she answered, Allah Almighty vouchsafe to thee 60 years and 10 of safety. I will tell thee in privacy of this merchant." So Ali Baba went apart with his slave-girl, who, taking him without the house, first locked the court door. Then, showing him a jar, she said, "Prithee look into this, and see if within there be oil or aught else." Thereupon, peering inside it, he perceived a man, at which sight he cried aloud, and fain would have fled in his fright. Quoth Morgiana, "Fear him not. This man hath no longer the force to work thee harm. He lieth dead, and stone dead." Hearing such words of comfort and reassurance, Ali Baba asked, "O Morgiana, what evils have we escaped, and by what means hath this wretch become the quarry of fate?" She answered, "Alhamdulillah, praise be to Almighty Allah, I will inform thee fully of the case, but hush thee, speak not aloud, lest haply the neighbours learn the secret, and it end in our confusion. Look now into all the jars, one by one, from first to last." So Ali Baba examined them severally, and found in each a man fully armed and accoutred, and all lay scalded to death. Hereat, speechless for sheer amazement, he stared at the jars, but presently recovering himself, he asked, "And where is he, the oil merchant?" Answered she, "Of him also I will inform thee. The villain was no traitor, but a traitorous assassin, whose honeyed words would have ensnared thee to thy doom. And now I will tell thee what he was and what hath happened. But meanwhile, thou art fresh from the hammam, and thou shouldst first drink somewhat of this broth for thy stomach's and thy health's sake." So Ali Baba went within, and Morgiana served up the mess. After which, quoth her master, "I fain would hear this wondrous story. Prithee, tell it to me, and set my heart at ease." Hereat the handmaid fell to relating whatso had betided, in these words: "O my master, when thou badest me boil the broth and retiredst to rest, thy slave, in obedience to thy command, took out a suit of clean white clothes, and gave it to the boy Abdullah, then kindled the fire and set on the broth. As soon as it was ready, I had need to light a lamp, so that I might see to skim it. But all the oil was spent, and, learning this, I told my want to the slave boy Abdullah, who advised me to draw somewhat from the jars which stood under the shed. Accordingly I took a can, and went to the first vessel, when suddenly I heard a voice within whisper with all caution, 'Is it now time for us to sally forth?' I was amazed thereat, and judged that the pretended merchant had laid some plot to slay thee. So I replied, 'The time is not yet come.' Then I went to the second jar, and heard another voice, to which I made the like answer, and so on with all of them. I now was certified that these men awaited only some signal from their chief, whom thou didst take to guest within thy walls, supposing him to be a merchant in oil, and that after thou receivedst him hospitably, the miscreant had brought these men to murder thee, and to plunder thy good, and spoil thy house. But I gave him no opportunity to win his wish. The last jar I found full of oil, and, taking somewhat therefrom, I lit the lamp. Then, putting a large cauldron upon the fire, I filled it up with oil, which I brought from the jar, and made a fierce blaze under it, and when the contents were seething hot, I took out sundry cans full, with intent to scald them all to death, and going to each jar in due order, I poured within them one by one boiling oil. On this wise, having destroyed them utterly, I returned to the kitchen, and, having extinguished the lamps, stood by the window, watching what might happen, and how that false merchant would act next. Not long after I had taken my station, the robber captain awoke, and oft-times signalled to his thieves. Then, getting no reply, he came downstairs, and went out to the jars, and finding that all his men were slain, he fled through the darkness I know not whither. So when he had clean disappeared, I was assured that, the door being double locked, he had scaled the wall, and dropped into the garden and made his escape. Then, with my heart at rest, I slept." And Morgiana, after telling her story to her master, presently added, "This is the whole truth I have related to thee. For some days, indeed, have I had inkling of such matter, but withheld it from thee, deeming it inexpedient to risk the chance of its meeting the neighbours' ears. Now, however, there is no help but to tell thee thereof. One day, as I came to the house door, I espied thereon a white chalk mark, and on the next day a red sign beside the white. I knew not the intent wherewith the marks were made. Nevertheless, I set others upon the entrances of sundry neighbours, judging that some enemy had done this deed, whereby to encompass my master's destruction. Therefore I made the marks on all the other doors in such perfect conformity with those I found, that it would be hard to distinguish amongst them. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 635th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Morgiana continued to Ali Baba, 'Judge now, and see if these signs and all this villainy be not the work of the bandits of the forest, who marked our house, that on such wise they might know it again. Of these 40 thieves there yet remain 2 others, concerning whose case I know not. So beware of them, but chiefly of the 3rd remaining robber, their captain, who fled hence alive. Take good heed, and be thou cautious of him, for shouldst thou fall into his hands, he will in no wise spare thee, but will surely murder thee. I will do all that lieth in me to save from hurt and harm thy life and property, nor shall thy slave be found wanting in any service to my lord.' Hearing these words, Ali Baba rejoiced with exceeding joyance, and said to her, 'I am well pleased with thee for this thy conduct, and say me, what wouldst thou have me do in thy behalf?' I shall not fail to remember thy brave deeds so long as breath in me remaineth. Quoth she, It behoveth us before all things forthright to bury these bodies in the ground, so that the secret be not known to any one. Hereupon Ali Baba took with him his slave boy Abdullah into the garden, and there under a tree they dug for the corpses of the thieves a deep pit in size proportionate to its contents, and they dragged the bodies, having carried off their weapons, to the fosse, and threw them in. Then, covering up the remains of the 37 robbers, they made the ground appear level and clean as it wont to be. They also hid the leathern jars and the gear and arms, and presently Ali Baba sent the mules by ones and twos to the bazaar and sold them all, with the able aid of his slave boy Abdullah. Thus the matter was hushed up, nor did it reach the ears of any. Ali Baba ceased not to be ill at ease, lest haply the captain or the surviving 2 robbers should wreak their vengeance on his head. He kept himself private with all caution, and took heed that none learn a word of what happened, and of the wealth which he had carried off from the bandits' cave. Meanwhile, the captain of the thieves, having escaped with his life, fled to the forest in hot wrath and sore irk of mind, and his senses were scattered, and the colour of his visage vanished like ascending smoke. Then he thought the matter over again and again, and at last he firmly resolved that he needs must take the life of Ali Baba, else he would lose all the treasure which his enemy, by knowledge of the magical words, would take away, and turn to his own use. Furthermore, he determined that he would undertake the business single-handed, and that after getting rid of Ali Baba, he would gather together another band of banditti, and would pursue his career of brigandage, as indeed his forebears had done for many generations. So he lay down to rest that night, and rising early in the morning, donned a dress of suitable appearance. Then, going to the city, alighted at a caravanserai, thinking to himself, Doubtless the murder of so many men hath reached the wali's ears, and Ali Baba hath been seized and brought to justice, and his house is levelled, and his good is confiscated. The townfolk must surely have heard tidings of these matters. So he straightway asked of the keeper of the khan, What strange things have happened in the city during the last few days? And the other told him all that he had seen and heard, but the captain could not learn a whit of that which most concerned him. Hereby he understood that Ali Baba was ware and wise, and that he had not only carried away such store of treasure, but he had also destroyed so many lives, and withal had come off scatheless. Furthermore, that he himself must needs have all his wits alert, not to fall into the hands of his foe and perish. With this resolve, the captain hired a shop in the bazaar, whither he bore whole bales of the finest stuffs and goodly merchandise from his forest treasure-house, and presently he took his seat within the store, and fell to doing merchant's business. By chance, his place fronted the booth of the defunct Qasim, where his son, Ali Baba's nephew, now traded, and the captain, who called himself Khwajah Hasan, soon formed acquaintance and friendship with the shopkeepers around about him, and treated all with profuse civilities. But he was especially gracious and cordial to the son of Qasim, a handsome youth and a well-dressed, and oft times he would sit and chat with him for a long while. A few days after, it chanced that Ali Baba, as he was sometimes wont to do, came to see his nephew, whom he found sitting in his shop. The captain saw and recognized him at sight, and one morning he asked the young man, saying, Prithee tell me, who is he that ever and anon cometh to thee at thy place of sale? Whereto the youth made answer, He is my uncle, the brother of my father. Whereupon the captain showed him yet greater favour and affection, the better to deceive him for his own devices, and gave him presents, and made him sit at meat with him, and fed him with the daintiest of dishes. Presently Ali Baba's nephew bethought him it was only right and proper that he also should invite the merchant to supper. But whereas his own house was small, and he was straitened for room, and could not make a show of splendour, as did Khwajah Hasan, he took counsel with his uncle on the matter. and as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 636th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Ali Baba replied to his nephew, Thou sayest well. It behoveth thee to entreat thy friend in fairest fashion, even as he hath entreated thee. On the morrow, which is Friday, shut thy shop as do all merchants of repute. Then, after the early meal, take Khwajah Hasan to smell the air, and as thou walkest, lead him hither unawares. Meanwhile, I will give orders that Morgiana shall make ready for his coming the best of viands and all necessaries for a feast. Trouble not thyself on any wise, but leave the matter in my hands. Accordingly, on the next day, to wit Friday, the nephew of Ali Baba took Khwajah Hasan to walk about the garden, and as they were returning, he led him by the street wherein his uncle dwelt. When they came to the house, the youth stopped at the door, and, knocking, said, O my lord, this is my second home. My uncle hath heard much of thee, and of thy goodness me words, and desireth with exceeding desire to see thee. So, shouldst thou consent to enter and visit him, I shall be truly glad and thankful to thee. Albeit Khwajah Hasan rejoiced in heart that he had thus found means whereby he might have access to his enemy's house and household, and although he hoped soon to attain his end by treachery, yet he hesitated to enter in, and stood to make his excuses and walk away. But when the door was opened by the slave porter, Ali Baba's nephew seized his companion's hand, and after abundant persuasion led him in, whereat he entered with great show of cheerfulness, as though much pleased and honoured. The housemaster received him with all favour and worship, and asked him of his welfare, and said to him, O my lord, I am obliged and thankful to thee for that thou hast shown favour to the son of my brother, and I perceive that thou regardest him with an affection even fonder than my own. Khwajah Hasan replied with pleasant words, and said, Thy nephew vastly taketh my fancy, and in him I am well pleased, for that, although young in years, yet he hath been endued by Allah with much of wisdom. Thus they twain conversed with friendly conversation, and presently the guest rose to depart, and said, O my lord, thy slave must now farewell thee, but on some future day, Inshallah, he will again wait upon thee. Ali Baba, however, would not let him leave, and asked, Whither wendest thou, O my friend? I would invite thee to my table, and I pray thee sit at meat with us, and after hie thee home in peace. Perchance the dishes are not as delicate as those whereof thou art wont to eat. Still, deign grant me this request, I pray thee, and refresh thyself with my victual. Quoth Khwajah Hasan, O my lord, I am beholden to thee for thy gracious invitation, and with pleasure would I sit at meat with thee, but for a special reason must I needs excuse myself. Suffer me therefore to depart, for I may not tarry longer, nor accept thy gracious offer. Hereto the host made reply, I pray thee, O my lord, tell me what may be the reason so urgent and weighty. And Khwajah Hasan answered, The cause is this. I must not, by order of the physician, who cured me lately of my complaint, eat aught of food prepared with salt. Quoth Ali Baba, And this be all, deprive me not, I pray thee, of the honour thy company will confer upon me. As the meats are not yet cooked, I will forbid the kitchener to make use of any salt. Tarry here a while, and I will return anon to thee. So saying, Ali Baba went in to Morgiana, and bade her not put salt into any one of the dishes. And she, while busied with her cooking, fell to marvelling greatly at such order, and asked her master, Who is he that eateth meat wherein is no salt? He answered, What to thee mattereth it who he may be? Only do thou my bidding. She rejoined, 'Tis well, all shall be as thou wishest. But in mind she wondered at the man who made such strange request, and desired much to look upon him. Wherefore, when all the meats were ready for serving up, she helped the slave boy Abdullah to spread the table and set on the meal. And no sooner did she see Khwajah Hasan than she knew who he was, albeit he had disguised himself in the dress of a stranger merchant. Furthermore, when she eyed him attentively, she espied a dagger hidden under his robe. "So ho," quoth she to herself, "this is the cause why the villain eateth not of salt, for that he seeketh an opportunity to slay my master, whose mortal enemy he is. Howbeit I will be beforehand with him, and dispatch him ere he find a chance to harm my lord." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 637th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Morgiana, having spread a white cloth upon the table and served up the meal, went back to the kitchen and thought out her plot against the robber captain. Now, when Ali Baba and Khwajah Hasan had eaten their sufficiency, the slave boy Abdullah brought Morgiana word to serve the dessert, and she cleared the table and set on fresh fruit and dried in salvers. Then she placed by the side of Ali Baba a small tripod for 3 cups, with a flagon of wine, and lastly she went off with the slave boy Abdullah into another room, as though she would herself eat supper. Then Khwajah Hasan, that is, the captain of the robbers, perceiving that the coast was clear, exulted mightily, saying to himself, "The time hath come for me to take full vengeance. With one thrust of my dagger I will dispatch this fellow. Then escape across the garden and wend my ways. His nephew will not adventure to stay my hand, for an he do but move a finger or toe with that intent, another stab will settle his earthly account. Still must I wait a while until the slave boy and the cook maid shall have eaten and lain down to rest them in the kitchen." Morgiana, however, watched him wistfully, and, divining his purpose, said in her mind, "I must not allow this villain advantage over my lord, but by some means I must make void his project, and at once put an end to the life of him." Accordingly, the trusty slave girl changed her dress with all haste, and donned such clothes as dancers wear. She veiled her face with a costly kerchief. Around her head she bound a fine turban, and about her middle she tied a waist-cloth worked with gold and silver, wherein she stuck a dagger, whose hilt was rich in filigree and jewellery. Thus disguised, she said to the slave boy Abdullah, "Take now thy tambourine, that we may play and sing and dance in honour of our master's guest." So he did her bidding, and the twain went into the room, the lad playing and the lass following. Then, making a low congee, they asked leave to perform and to sport and play, and Ali Baba gave permission, saying, "Dance now, and do your best, that this our guest may be mirthful and merry." Quoth Khwajah Hasan, "O my lord, thou dost indeed provide much pleasant entertainment." Then the slave boy Abdullah, standing by, began to strike the tambourine, whilst Morgiana rose up and showed her perfect art, and pleased them vastly with graceful steps and sportive motion. And suddenly drawing the poniard from her belt, she brandished it and paced from side to side, a spectacle which pleased them most of all. At times also she stood before them, now clapping the sharp-edged dagger under her armpit, and then setting it against her breast. Lastly, she took the tambourine from the slave boy Abdullah, and, still holding the poniard in her right hand, she went round for largesse, as is the custom amongst merrymakers. First she stood before Ali Baba, who threw a gold coin into the tambourine, and his nephew likewise put in an ashrafi. Then Khwajah Hasan, seeing her about to approach him, fell to pulling out his purse, when she heartened her heart, and quick as the blinding levy she plunged the dagger into his vitals, and forthwith the miscreant fell back stone dead. Ali Baba was dismayed, and cried in his wrath, "O unhappy! What is this deed thou hast done to bring about my ruin?" But she replied, "Nay, O my lord, rather to save thee, and not to cause thee harm, have I slain this man. Loosen his garments, and see what thou wilt discover thereunder." So Ali Baba searched the dead man's dress, and found concealed therein a dagger. Then said Morgiana, "This wretch was thy deadly enemy. Consider him well. He is none other than the oil merchant, the captain of the band of robbers. Whenas he came hither with intent to take thy life, he would not eat thy salt, and when thou toldest me that he wished not any in the meat, I suspected him, and at first sight I was assured that he would surely do thee die. Almighty Allah be praised, 'tis even as I thought." Then Ali Baba lavished upon her thanks and expressions of gratitude, saying, "Lo, these 2 times hast thou saved me from his hand." And falling upon her neck, he cried, "See, thou art free. And as reward for this thy fealty, I have wedded thee to my nephew." Then, turning to the youth, he said, "Do as I bid thee, and thou shalt prosper. I would that thou marry Morgiana, who is a model of duty and loyalty. Thou seest now, yon Khwajah Hasan sought thy friendship only that he might find opportunity to take my life. But this maiden, with her good sense and her wisdom, hath slain him and saved us." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of the 638th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Ali Baba's nephew straightway consented to marry Morgiana." After which the 3, raising the dead body, bore it forth with all heed and vigilance, and privily buried it in the garden. And for many years no one knew aught thereof. In due time Ali Baba married his brother's son to Morgiana with great pomp, and spread a bride feast in most sumptuous fashion for his friends and neighbours, and made merry with them, and enjoyed singing and all manner of dancing and amusements. He prospered in every undertaking, and time smiled upon him, and a new source of wealth was opened to him. For fear of the thieves, he had not once visited the jungle cave wherein lay the treasure, since the day he had carried forth the corpse of his brother Qasim. But some time after he mounted his hackney one morning, and journeyed thither, with all care and caution, till, finding no signs of man or horse, and reassured in his mind, he ventured to draw near the door. Then, alighting from his beast, he tied it up to a tree, and, going to the entrance, pronounced the words which he had not forgotten, "Open, O Simsim." Hereat, as was its wont, the door flew open, and entering thereby he saw the goods and hoard of gold and silver, untouched and lying as he had left them. So he felt assured that not one of all the thieves remained alive, and that, save himself, there was not a soul who knew the secret of the place. At once he bound in his saddle-cloth a load of ashrafis, such as his horse could bear, and brought it home. And in after days he showed the hoard to his sons and sons' sons, and taught them how the door could be caused to open and shut. Thus Ali Baba and his household lived all their lives in wealth and joyance in that city where erst he had been a pauper, and by the blessing of that secret treasure he rose to high degree and dignities. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till end of the tale of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, Part 2. Section 15 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Ali Khwajah and the Merchant of Baghdad. The end of the 639th night. Then, by the command of King Shahryar, Queen Shahrazad began to tell in these words the story of Ali Khwajah and the Merchant of Baghdad. Under the reign of Caliph Harun al-Rashid, there dwelt in the city of Baghdad a certain merchant, Ali Khwajahite, who had a small stock of goods wherewith he bought and sold and made a bare livelihood, abiding alone and without a family in the house of his forebears. Now so it came to pass that each night for 3 nights together he saw in a vision a venerable sheikh, who bespake him thus: "Thou art beholden to make a pilgrimage to Mecca. Why abidest thou sunk in heedless slumber, and farest not forth as it behoveth thee?" Hearing these words, he became sore startled and affrighted, so that he sold shop and goods and all that he had, and with firm intent to visit the holy house of Almighty Allah, he let his home on hire, and joined a caravan that was journeying to Mecca the Magnified. But ere he left his natal city, he placed 1,000 gold pieces, which were over and above his need for the journey, within an earthen jar, filled up with the saphiri, or sparrow olives, and, having made fast the mouth thereof, he carried the jar to a merchant friend of many years' standing, and said, Belike, O my brother, thou hast heard tell that I purpose going with the caravan on pilgrimage to Mecca, the holy city. So I have brought a jar of olives, the which I pray thee preserve for me in trust against my return. The merchant at once arose, and handing the key of his warehouse to Ali Khwajah, said, Here, take the key, and open the store, and therein place the jar anywhere thou choosest, and when thou shalt come back thou wilt find it even as thou leftest it. Hereupon Ali Khwajah did his friend's bidding, and, locking up the door, returned the key to its master. Then, loading his travelling goods upon a dromedary, and mounting a second beast, he fared forth with the caravan. They came at length to Mecca the Magnified, and it was the month of Zu-al-Hijjah, wherein myriads of Moslems hie thither on pilgrimage, and pray and prostrate before the Kaaba temple. And when he had circuited the holy house, and fulfilled all the rites and ceremonies required of palmers, he set up a shop for sale of merchandise. By chance, two merchants, passing along that street, espied the fine stuffs and goods in Ali Khwajah's booth, and approved much of them, and praised their beauty and excellence. Presently quoth one to other, This man bringeth here most rare and costly goods. Now in Cairo, the capital of Egypt land, would he get full value for them, and far more than in the markets of this city. Hearing mention of Cairo, Ali Khwajah conceived a sore longing to visit that famous capital. So he gave up his intent of return Baghdadwards, and purposed wayfaring to Egypt. Accordingly he joined a caravan, and arriving thither was well pleased with the place, both country and city. And selling his merchandise, he made great gain therefrom. Then, buying other goods and stuffs, he purposed to make Damascus. But for 1 full month he tarried at Cairo, and visited her sanctuaries and saintly places, and after leaving her walls, he solaced himself with seeing many famous cities, distant several days' journey from the capital, along the banks of the river Nilus. Presently, bidding adieu to Egypt, he arrived at the sanctified house, Jerusalem, and prayed in the temple of Banu Israel, which the Moslems had re-edified. In due time he reached Damascus, and observed that the city was well builded and much peopled, and that the fields and meads were well watered with springs and channels, and that the gardens and verdures were laden with flowers and fruits. Amid such delights, Ali Khwajah hardly thought of Baghdad. Withal, he ceased not to pursue his journey through Aleppo, Mosul, and Shiraz, tarrying some time at all of these towns, especially at Shiraz, till at length, after 7 years of wayfaring, he came back to Baghdad. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 640th night. Then said she, It behoveth thee now, O auspicious king, to hear of the Baghdad merchant and his lack of probity. For 7 long years he never once thought of Ali Khwajah, or of the trust committed to his charge, till one day, as his wife sat at meat with him at the evening meal, their talk by chance was of olives. Quoth she to him, I would now fain have some, that I may eat of them. And quoth he, As thou speakest thereof, I bethink me of that Ali Khwajah, who 7 years ago fared on a pilgrimage to Mecca, and ere he went left in trust with me a jar of sparrow olives, which still cumbereth the storehouse. Who knoweth where he is, or what hath betided him? A man who lately returned with the Hajj caravan brought me word that Ali Khwajah had quitted Mecca the Magnified with intent to journey on to Egypt. Allah Almighty alone knoweth an he be still alive, or he be now dead. However, if his olives be in good condition, I will bring some hither, that we may taste them. So give me a platter and a lamp, that I may fetch thee somewhat of them. His wife, an honest woman and an upright, made answer, Allah forbid that thou shouldst do a deed so base, and break thy word and covenant. Who can tell? Thou art not assured by any of his death. Perchance he may come back from Egypt safe and sound tomorrow, or the day after. Then wilt thou, an thou cannot deliver unharmed to him what he hath left in pledge, be ashamed of this thy broken troth, and we shall be disgraced before man, and dishonoured in the presence of thy friend. I will not for my part have any hand in such meanness, nor will I taste the olives. Furthermore, it standeth not to reason that after 7 years' keeping they should be fit to eat. I do implore thee to forswear this ill purpose. On such wise the merchant's wife protested and prayed her husband that he meddle not with Ali Khwajah's olives, and shamed him of his intent, so that for the nonce he cast the matter from his mind. However, although the trader refrained that evening from taking Ali Khwajah's olives, yet he kept the design in memory, until one day when, of his obstinacy and unfaith, he resolved to carry out his project, and rising up, walked towards the storeroom, dish in hand. By chance he met his wife, who said, I am no partner with thee in this ill action. In very truth some evil shall befall thee, an thou do such deed. He heard her, but heeded her not, and going to the storeroom opened the jar, and found the olives spoiled and white with mould. But presently he tilted up the jar, and pouring some of its contents into the dish, suddenly saw an ashrafi fall from the vessel, together with the fruit. Then, filled with greed, he turned out all that was within into another jar, and wondered with exceeding wonder to find the lower half full of golden coins. Presently, putting up the monies and the olives, he closed the vessel, and going back said to his wife, Thou spakest sooth, for I have examined the jar, and have found the fruit mouldy and foul of smell. Wherefore I returned it to its place, and left it as it was aforetime. That night the merchant could not sleep a wink for thinking of the gold, and how he might lay hands thereon. And when morning morrowed, he took out all the ashrafis, and buying some fresh olives in the bazaar, filled up the jar with them, and closed the mouth, and set it in its usual place. Now it came to pass by Allah's mercy that at the end of the month Ali Khwajah returned safe and sound to Baghdad, and he first went to his old friend, to wit the merchant, who, greeting him with feigned joy, fell on his neck, but withal was sore troubled and perplexed at what might happen. After salutations and much rejoicing on either part, Ali Khwajah bespake the merchant on business, and begged that he might take back his jar of ashrafi olives, which he had placed in charge of his familiar. Quoth the merchant to Ali Khwajah, O my friend, I wot not where thou didst leave thy jar of olives, but here is the key. Go down to the storehouse, and take all that is thine own. So Ali Khwajah did as he was bidden, and carrying the jar from the magazine, took his leave and hastened home. But when he opened the vessel and found not the gold coins, he was distracted and overwhelmed with grief, and made bitter lamentation. Then he returned to the merchant, and said, O my friend, Allah, the all-present and the all-seeing, be my witness, that when I went on my pilgrimage to Mecca the Magnified, I left 1,000 ashrafis in that jar, and now I find them not. Canst thou tell me aught concerning them? And thou in thy sore need have made use of them. It mattereth not, so thou wilt give them back as soon as thou art able. The merchant, apparently pitying him, said, O good friend, thou didst thyself with thine own hand set the jar inside the storeroom. I wist not that thou hadst aught in it save olives. Yet, as thou didst leave it, so in like manner didst thou find it and carry it away. And now thou chargest me with theft of ashrafis. It seemeth strange, and passing strange, that thou shouldst make such accusation. When thou wentest, thou madest no mention of any money in the jar, but saidst that it was full of olives, even as thou hast found it. Hadst thou left gold coins therein, then surely thou wouldst have recovered them. Hereupon Ali Khwajah begged hard, with much entreaty, saying, Those 1,000 ashrafis were all I owned, the money earned by years of toil. I do beseech thee, have pity on my case, and give them back to me. Replied the merchant, waxing wroth with great wrath, O my friend, a fine fellow thou art, to talk of honesty, and withal make such false and lying charge. Begone, hie thee hence, and come not to my house again, for now I know thee as thou art, a swindler and impostor. Hearing this dispute between Khwajah and the merchant, all the people of the quarter came crowding to the shop. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 641st night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that the multitude which thronged about the merchant's shop warmly took up the matter, and thus it became well known to all, rich and poor, within the city of Baghdad, how that when Khwajah had hidden 1,000 ashrafis within a jar of olives, and had placed it on trust with a certain merchant. Moreover, how after pilgrimaging to Mecca and 7 years of travel, the poor man had returned, and that the rich man had gainsaid his words anent the gold, and was ready to make oath that he had not received any trust of the kind. At length, when naught else availed, Khwajah was constrained to bring the matter before the Qazi, and to claim 1,000 ashrafis of his false friend. The judge asked, What witnesses hast thou who may speak for thee? And the plaintiff answered, O my lord the Qazi, I feared to tell the matter to any man, lest all come to know of my secret. Allah Almighty is my sole testimony. This merchant was my friend, and I recked not that he would prove dishonest and unfaithful. Quoth the judge, Then must I needs send for the merchant, and hear what he saith on oath. And when the defendant came, they made him swear by all he deemed holy, facing Al-Habbal wards, with hands uplifted, and he cried, I swear that I know naught of any ashrafis belonging to Khwajah. Hereat the Qazi pronounced him innocent, and dismissed him from court. And Khwajah went home sad at heart, and said to himself, Alas, what justice is this which hath been meted out to me, that I should lose my money, and my just cause be deemed unjust? It hath been truly said, He loseth the lave who sueth before a knave. On the next day he drew out a statement of his case, and, as the Caliph Harun al-Rashid was on his way to Friday prayers, he fell down on the ground before him and presented to him the paper. The commander of the faithful read the petition, and having understood the case, deigned give order, saying, Tomorrow bring the accuser and the accused to the audience hall, and place the petition before my presence, for I myself will inquire into this matter. That night the Prince of True Believers, as was his wont, donned disguise to walk about the squares of Baghdad and its streets and lanes, and, accompanied by Ja'afar the Barmaki and Masrur the sworder of his vengeance, proceeded to espy what happened in the city. Immediately on issuing forth, he came upon an open place in the bazaar, when he heard the hubbub of children a-playing, and saw at scanty distance some 10 or dozen boys making sport amongst themselves in the moonlight, and he stopped a while to watch their diversion. Then one amongst the lads, a goodly and a fair-complexioned, said to the others, Come now, and let us play the game of Qazi. I will be the judge. Let one of you be Khwajah, and another the merchant with whom he placed 1,000 ashrafis in pledge before faring on his pilgrimage. So come ye before me, and let each one plead his plea. When the Caliph heard the name of Khwajah, he minded him of the petition which had been presented to him for justice against the merchant, and bethought him that he would wait and see how the boy would perform the part of Qazi in their game, and upon what decision he would decide. So the prince watched the mock trial with keen interest, saying to himself, This case hath verily made such stir within the city that even the children know thereof and reenact it in their sports. Presently he amongst the lads who took the part of Khwajah, the plaintiff, and his playmate, who represented the merchant of Baghdad accused of theft, advanced and stood before the boy, who, as the Qazi, sat in pomp and dignity. Quoth the judge, O Khwajah, what is thy claim against this merchant? And the complainant preferred his charge in a plea of full detail. Then said the Qazi to the boy who acted merchant, What answerest thou to this complaint, and why didst thou not return the gold pieces? The accused made reply even as the real defendant had done, and denied the charge before the judge, professing himself ready to take oath thereto. Then said the boy Qazi, Ere thou swear on oath that thou hast not taken the money, I would fain see for myself the jar of olives which the plaintiff deposited with thee on trust. Then, turning to the boy who represented Khwajah, he cried, Go thou and instantly produce the jar, that I may inspect it. And when the vessel was brought, the Qazi said to the two contentious, See now, and say me, be this the very jar which thou the plaintiff leftest with the defendant? And both answered that it was, and the same. Then said the self-constituted judge, Open now the jar, and bring hither some of the contents, that I may see the state in which the Ashrafi olives actually are. Then, tasting of the fruit, How is this? I find their flavour is fresh, and their state excellent. Surely, during the lapse of 7-12 months, the olives would have become mouldy and rotten. Bring now before me 2 oil merchants of the town, that they may pass opinion upon them. Then 2 other of the boys assumed the parts commanded, and coming into court stood before the Qazi, who asked, Are ye olive merchants by trade? They answered, We are, and this hath been our calling for many generations, and in buying and selling olives we earn our daily bread. Then said the Qazi, Tell me now, how long do olives keep fresh and well flavoured? And said they, O my lord, however carefully we keep them, after the 3rd year they change flavour and colour, and become no longer fit for food. In fact, they are good only to be cast away. Thereupon quoth the boy Qazi, Examine me now these olives that are in this jar, and say me how old are they, and what is their condition and savour. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 642nd night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that the 2 boys who played the parts of oil merchants pretended to take some berries from the jar and taste them, and presently they said, O our lord the Qazi, these olives are in fair condition and full flavoured. Quoth the Qazi, Ye speak falsely, for 'tis 7 years since Khwajah put them in the jar, as he was about to go a-pilgrimaging. And, quoth they, Say whatso thou wilt, those olives are of this year's growth, and there is not an oil merchant in all Baghdad but who will agree with us. Moreover, the accused was made to taste and smell the fruits, and he could not but admit that it was even so as they had avouched. Then said the boy Qazi to the boy defendant, 'Tis clear thou art a rogue and a rascal, and thou hast done a deed wherefore thou richly deservest the gibbet. Hearing this, the children frisked about and clapped their hands with glee and gladness. Then, seizing hold of him who acted as the merchant of Baghdad, they led him off as to execution. The commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, was greatly pleased at this acuteness of the boy who had assumed the part of judge in the play, and commanded his vizier Ja'afar, saying, Mark well the lad who enacted the Qazi in this mock trial, and see that thou produce him on the morrow. He shall try the case in my presence, substantially and in real earnest, even as we have heard him deal with it in play. Summon also the Qazi of this city, that he may learn the administration of justice from this child. Moreover, send word to Kwajah, bidding him bring with him the jar of olives, and also have in readiness 2 oil merchants of the town. Thus, as they walked along, the Caliph gave orders to the vizier, and then returned to his palace. So, on the morrow, Ja'afar the Bamaki went to that quarter of the town where the children had enacted the mock trial, and asked the schoolmaster where his scholars might be. And he answered, They have all gone away, each to his home. So the minister visited the houses, pointed out to him, and ordered the little ones to appear in his presence. Accordingly they were brought before him, when he said to them, Who amongst you is he that yesternight acted the part of Qazi in play, and passed sentence in the case of Khwajah? The eldest of them replied, 'Twas I, O my lord the vizier. And then he waxed pale, not knowing why the question was put. Cried the minister, Come along with me, the commander of the faithful hath need of thee. At this the mother of the lad was sore afraid, and wept. But Ja'afar comforted her, and said, O my lady, have no fear, and trouble not thyself. Thy son will soon return to thee in safety, inshallah, God willing, and methinks the Sultan will show much favour unto him. The woman's heart was heartened on hearing these words of the vizier, and she joyfully dressed her boy in his best attire, and sent him off with the vizier, who led him by the hand to the Caliph's audience hall, and executed all the other commandments which had been issued by his liege lord. Then the commander of the faithful, having taken seat upon the throne of justice, set the boy upon a seat beside him, and as soon as the contending parties appeared before him, that is, Khwajah and the merchant of Baghdad, he commanded them to state each man his case in presence of the child who should adjudge the suit. So the two, plaintiff and defendant, recounted their contention before the boy in full detail. And when the accused stoutly denied the charge, and was about to swear an oath that what he said was true, with hands uplifted and facing Kaaba-wards, the child Qazi prevented him, saying, "Enough, swear not an oath till thou art bidden, and first let the jar of olives be produced in court." Forthwith the jar was brought forward and placed before him, and the lad bade open it. Then, tasting one, he gave also to 2 oil merchants who had been summoned, that they might do likewise, and declare how old was the fruit, and whether its savour was good or bad. They did his bidding, and said, "The flavour of these olives hath not changed, and they are of this year's growth." Then said the boy, "Methinks ye are mistaken, for 7 years ago Khwajah put the olives into the jar. How then could fruit of this year find their way therein?" But they replied, "'Tis even as we say, and thou believe not our words, send straightway for other oil merchants, and make enquiry of them. So shalt thou know if we speak sooth or lies." But when the merchant of Baghdad saw that he could no longer avail to prove his innocence, he confessed everything, to wit, how he had taken out the ashrafis and filled the jar with fresh olives. Hearing this, the boy said to the Prince of True Believers, "O gracious sovereign, last night in play we tried this cause, but thou alone hast power to apply the penalty. I have adjudged the matter in thy presence, and I humbly pray that thou punish this merchant according to the law of the Koran and the custom of the Apostle. And thou decree the restoring of his 1,000 gold pieces to Khwajah, for that he hath been proved entitled to them." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 643rd night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the Caliph ordered the merchant of Baghdad to be taken away and be hanged, after he should have made known where he had put the 1,000 ashrafis, and that these should have been restored their rightful owner, Khwajah. He also turned to the Qazi, who had hastily adjudged the case, and bade him learn from that lad to do his duty more sedulously and conscientiously. Moreover, the Prince of True Believers embraced the boy, and ordered that the vizier give him 1,000 pieces of gold from the royal treasury, and conduct him safely to his home and parents. And after, when the lad grew to man's estate, the commander of the faithful made him one of his cup companions, and furthered his fortunes, and ever entreated him with the highmost honour. But when Queen Shahrazad had ended the story of Khwajah and the merchant of Baghdad, she said, "Now, O auspicious king, I would relate a more excellent history than any, shouldst thou be pleased to hear that I have to say." And King Shahryar replied, "By Allah, what an admirable tale is this thou hast told! My ears do long to hear another as rare and commendable." End of the tale of Khwajah and the merchant of Baghdad. Section 16 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Prince Ahmad and the Fairy Peri-Banu, Part 1. So Shahrazad began forthright to recount the adventures of Prince Ahmad and the Fairy Peri-Banu. In days of yore and times long gone before, there was a Sultan of India who begat 3 sons. The eldest hight Prince Hussein, the second Prince Ali, and the youngest Prince Ahmad. Moreover, he had a niece named Princess Nur al-Nihar, the daughter of his Cadette brother, who, dying early, left his only child under her uncle's charge. The king busied himself with abundant diligence about her instruction, and took all care that she should be taught to read and write, sew and embroider, sing, and deftly touch all instruments of mirth and merriment. This princess also, in beauty and loveliness, and in wit and wisdom, far excelled all the maidens of her own age in every land. She was brought up with the princes her cousins in all joyance, and they ate together, and played together, and slept together. And the king had determined in his mind that when she reached marriageable age he would give her in wedlock to some one of the neighbouring royalties. But when she came to years of discretion, her uncle perceived that the 3 princes his sons were all 3 deep in love of her, and each desired in his heart to woo and to win and to wed her. Wherefore was the king sore troubled in mind, and said to himself, An I give the Lady Nur-al-Nihar in wedlock to any one of her cousins, the other twain will be dissatisfied and murmur against my decision. Withal, my soul cannot endure to see them grieved and disappointed. And should I marry her to some stranger, the 3 princes my sons will be sore distressed and saddened in soul. Nay, who knoweth that they may not slay themselves, or go forth and betake them to some far and foreign land? The matter is a troublous and a perilous. So it behoveth me, their sire, to take action on such wise that, if one of them espouse her, the other 2 be not displeased thereat. Long time the Sultan revolved the matter in his mind, and at length he devised a device, and sending for the 3 princes, addressed them, saying, O my sons, ye are, in my opinion, of equal merit one with other, nor can I give preference to any of you and marry him to the Princess Nur-al-Nihar, nor yet am I empowered to wed her with all 3. But I have thought of one plan whereby she shall be wife to one of you, and yet shall not cause aught of irk or envy to his brethren. So may your mutual love and affection remain unabated, and one shall never be jealous of the other's happiness. Brief, my device is this. Go ye and travel to distant countries, each one separating himself from the others, and do ye bring me back the thing most wondrous and marvellous of all sights ye may see upon your wayfarings. And he who shall return with the rarest of curiosities shall be husband to the Princess Nur-al-Nihar. Consent ye now to this proposal, and whatso of money ye require for travel and for the purchase of objects seld seen and singular, take ye from the royal treasury as much as ye desire. The 3 princes, who were ever submissive to their sire, consented with one voice to this proposal, and each was satisfied and confident that he would bring the king the most extraordinary of gifts, and thereby win the princess to wife. So the Sultan bade give to each what monies he wanted without stint or account, and counselled them to make ready for the journey without stay or delay, and depart their home in the peace of Allah. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 644th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that the 3 princely brothers forthright made them ready for journey and voyage. So they donned disguise, preferring the dress of wandering merchants, and buying such things as they needed, and taking with them each his suite, they mounted steeds of purest blood, and rode forth in a body from the palace. For several stages they travelled the same road, until, reaching a place where it branched off in 3 different ways, they alighted at a khan, and ate the evening meal. Then they made compact and covenant, that whereas they had thus far travelled together, they should at break of day take separate roads, and each wend his own way, and all seek different and distant regions, agreeing to travel for the space of 1 year only, after which, should they be in the land of the living, all 3 would rendezvous at that same caravanserai, and return in company to the king their sire. Furthermore, they determined that the first who came back to the khan should await the arrival of the next, and that 2 of them should tarry there in expectancy of the 3rd. Then, all this matter duly settled, they retired to rest, and when the morning morrowed, they fell on one another's necks and bade farewell, and lastly, mounting their horses, they rode forth each in his own direction. Now Prince Husain the eldest had oft heard recount the wonders of the land of Bishangar, and for a long while had wished to visit it. So he took the road which led thither, and joining himself to a caravan journeying that way, accompanied it by land and by water, and traversed many regions, desert wilds and stony wolds, dense jungles and fertile tracts, with fields and hamlets and gardens and townships. After 3 months spent in wayfare, at length he made Bishangar, a region overreigned by manifold rulers, so great was its extent and so far-reaching was its power. He put up at a khan built specially for merchants who came from the farthest lands, and from the folk who dwelt therein he heard tell that the city contained a large central market, wherein men bought and sold all manner of rarities and wondrous things. Accordingly, next day Prince Husain repaired to the bazaar, and on sighting it he stood amazed at the prospect of its length and width. It was divided into many streets, all vaulted over, but lit up by skylights, and the shops on either side were substantially builded, all after one pattern, and nearly of the same size, while each was fronted by an awning which kept off the glare and made a grateful shade. Within these shops were ranged and ordered various kinds of wares. There were bales of woven air, and linens of finest tissue, plain white or dyed or adorned with lifelike patterns, wherefrom beasts and trees and blooms stood out so distinctly that one might believe them to be very ferules, bosquets, and gardens. There were, moreover, silken goods, brocaded stuffs, and finest satins from Persia and Egypt of endless profusion. In the china warehouses stood glass vessels of all kinds, and here and there were stores wherein tapestries and thousands of foot carpets lay for sale. So Prince Husain walked on from shop to shop, and marvelled much to see such wondrous things, whereof he had never even dreamt. And he came at length to the goldsmith's lane, and espied gems and jewels and golden and silvern vessels, studded with diamonds and rubies, emeralds, pearls, and other precious stones, all so lustrous and dazzling bright that the stores were lit up with their singular brilliancy. Hereat he said to himself, "If in one street only there be such wealth and jewels so rare, Allah Almighty, and none save He, knoweth what may be the riches in all this city." He was not less astonished to behold the Brahmins, how the womenkind, for excess of opulence, bedecked themselves with the finest gems, and were ornamented with the richest gear from front to foot. Their very slave-boys and handmaids wore golden necklaces and bracelets and bangles studded with precious stones. Along the length of one market street were ranged hosts of flower-sellers, for all the folk, both high and low, wore wreaths and garlands. Some carried nosegays in hand, other some bound fillets round their heads, while not a few had ropes and festoons surrounding and hanging from their necks. The whole place seemed one huge parterre of bloomery. Even traders set bouquets in every shop and stall, and the scented air was heavy with perfume. Strolling to and fro, Prince Husain was presently tired, and would fain have sat him down somewhere to rest awhile, when one of the merchants, noting his look of weariness, with kindly courtesy prayed him be seated in his stall. After saluting him with the salam, the stranger sat down, and anon he saw a broker come that way, offering for sale a carpet some 4 yards square, and crying, "This be for sale? Who giveth me its worth, to wit 30,000 gold pieces?" And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 645th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the prince marvelled with excessive marvel at the price, and, beckoning the dealer, examined his wares right well. Then said he, 'A carpet such as this is selleth for a few silverings. What special virtue hath it that thou demand therefore the sum of 30,000 gold coins?' The broker, believing Husain to be a merchant man lately arrived at Bishangar, answered him, saying, 'O my lord, thinkest thou I price this carpet at too high a value? My master hath bidden me not to sell it for less than 40,000 ashrafis.' Quoth the prince, 'It surely doth possess some wondrous virtue, otherwise wouldst thou not demand so prodigious a sum.' And quoth the broker, ''Tis true, O my lord, its properties are singular and marvellous. Whoever sitteth on this carpet, and willeth in thought to be taken up and set down upon some other site, will in the twinkling of an eye be borne thither, be that place near hand or distant many a day's journey and difficult to reach. The prince, hearing these words, said to himself, Not so wonder rare as this rug can I carry back to the Sultan, my sire, to my gift, or any that afford him higher satisfaction and delight. Almighty Allah be praised, the aim of my wayfare is attained, and hereby, inshallah, I shall win to my wish. This, if anything, will be to him a joy for ever. Wherefore the prince, with intent to buy the flying carpet, turned to the broker and said, If indeed it have properties such as thou describest, verily the price thou askest therefore is not overmuch, and I am ready to pay thee the sum required. The other rejoined, An thou doubt my words, I pray thee put them to the test, and by such proof remove thy suspicions. Sit now upon this square of tapestry, and at thy mere wish and will it shall transport us to the caravanserai wherein thou abidest. On this wise shalt thou be certified of my words being sooth, and when assured of their truth, thou mayest count out to me there and then, but not before, the value of my wares. Accordingly the man spread out the carpet upon the ground behind his shop, and seated the prince thereupon, he sitting by his side. Then, at the mere will and wish of Prince Husain, the twain were at once transported as though borne by the throne of Solomon to the Khan. So the eldest of the brothers joyed with exceeding joy to think that he had won so rare a thing, whose like could nowhere be found in the lands nor amongst the kings. And his heart and soul were gladdened for that he had come to Vishangar, and hit upon such a prodigy. Accordingly he counted out the 40,000 ashrafis as payment for the carpet, and gave moreover another 20,000 by way of sweetmeat to the broker. Furthermore, he ceased not saying to himself that the king, on seeing it, would forthright wed him to the Princess Nur al-Nihar, for it were clear and possible that either of his brothers, e'en though they searched the whole world over and over, could find a rarity to compare with this. He longed to take seat upon the carpet that very instant, and fly to his own country, or at least to await his brothers at the caravanserai where they had parted under promise and covenant, pledged and concluded, to meet again at the year's end. But presently he bethought him that the delay would be long and longsome, and much he feared lest he be tempted to take some rash step. Wherefore he resolved upon sojourning in the country whose king and subjects he had ardently desired to behold for many a day, and determined that he would pass the time in sight-seeing and in pleasuring over the lands adjoining. So Prince Husain tarried in Vishangar some months. Now the king of that country was wont to hold a high court once every week, for hearing disputes and adjudging causes which concerned foreign merchants. And thus the prince oft-times saw the king, but to none would he tell a word of his adventure. However, inasmuch as he was comely of countenance, graceful of gait, and courteous of accost, stout-hearted and strong, wise and ware and witty, he was held by the folk in higher honour than the Sultan, not to speak of the traders his fellows, and in due time he became a favourite at court, and learned of the ruler himself all matters concerning his kingdom and his grandeur and greatness. The prince also visited the most famous pagodas of that country. The first he saw was wrought in brass and orichalk, of most exquisite workmanship. Its inner cell measured 3 yards square, and contained amiddlemost a golden image, in size and stature like unto a man of wondrous beauty. And so cunning was the workmanship, that the face seemed to fix its eyes, 2 immense rubies of enormous value, upon all beholders, no matter where they stood. He also saw another idol temple, not less strange and rare than this, builded in a village on a plain surface of some half-acre long and broad, wherein bloomed lovely rose-trees and jasmine and herb basil, and many other sweet-scented plants, whose perfume made the air rich with fragrance. Around its court ran a wall 3 feet high, so that no animal might stray therein, and in the centre was a terrace well nigh the height of a man, all made of white marble and wavy alabaster, each and every slab being dressed so deftly and joined with such nice joinery that the whole pavement, albeit covering so great a space, seemed to the sight but one single stone. In the centre of the terrace stood the domed fane, towering some 50 cubits high, and conspicuous for many miles around. Its length was 30 cubits, and its breadth 20, and the red marbles of the revetment were clean polished as a mirror, so that every image was reflected in it to the life. The dome was exquisitely carved and sumptuously ornamented without, and within were ranged in due rank and sequence rows and rows of idols. To this, the Holy of Holies, from morn till eve, thousands of Brahmins, men and women, came flocking for daily worship. They had sports and diversions as well as rites and ceremonies. Some feasted and others danced. Some sang, others played on instruments of mirth and merriment, while here and there were plays and revels and innocent merrymakings. And hither, at every season, flocked from distant lands hosts of pilgrims, seeking to fulfill their vows and to perform their orisons, all bringing gifts of gold and silver coin, and presents rare and costly, which they offered to the gods in presence of the royal officers. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 646th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Prince Husain also saw a fete once a year within the city of Bishamgar, and the riots all, both great and small, gathered together and circumambulated the pagodas, chiefly circuiting one which in size and grandeur surpassed all others. Great and learned pandits, versed in the Shastras, made journeys of 4 or 5 months, and greeted one another at that festival. Thither, too, the folk from all parts of India pilgrimaged in such crowds that Prince Husain was astounded at the sight, and by reason of the multitudes that thronged around the temples, he could not see the mode in which the gods were worshipped. On one side of the adjacent plain, which stretched far and wide, stood a new-made scaffolding of ample size and great magnificence, 9 stories high, and the lower part supported by 40 pillars. And here, one day in every week, the king assembled his viziers for the purpose of meting out justice to all strangers in the land. The palace within was richly adorned and furnished with costly furniture. Without, upon the wall faces, were limned homely landscapes and scenes of foreign parts, and notably all manner beasts and birds and insects, even gnats and flies, portrayed with such skill of brain and cunning of hand that they seemed real and alive, and the country folk and villagers, seeing from afar paintings of lions and tigers and similar ravenous beasts, were filled with awe and dismay. On the other 3 sides of the scaffolding were pavilions, also of wood, built for use of the commons, illuminated and decorated inside and outside like the first, and wroughten so cunningly that men could turn them round, with all the people in them, and moving them about, transfer them to whatsoever quarter they willed. On such wise they shifted these huge buildings by aid of machinery, and the folk inside could look upon a succession of sports and games. Moreover, on each side of the square elephants were ranged in ranks, the number amounting to well nigh 1,000, their trunks and ears and hinder parts being painted with cinnabar and adorned with various lively figures. Their housings were of gold brocade, and their howdahs purfled with silver, carrying minstrels who performed on various instruments, whilst buffoons delighted the crowd with their jokes, and mimes played their most diverting parts. Of all the sports, however, which the prince beheld, the elephant show amused him most, and wiled him with the greatest admiration. One huge beast, which could be wheeled about where the keepers ever listed, for that his feet rested upon a post which travelled on casters, held in his trunk a flageolet, whereon he played so sweetly well that all the people were fain to cry "Bravo!" There was another, but a smaller animal, which stood upon one end of a beam, laid crosswise upon, and attached with hinges to, a wooden block 8 cubits high, and on the further end was placed an iron weight as heavy as the elephant, who would press down for some time upon the beam until the end touched the ground, and then the weight would raise him up again. Thus the beam swung like a seesaw aloft and adown, and as it moved, the elephant swayed to and fro, and kept time with the bands of music, loudly trumpeting the while. The people, moreover, could wheel about this elephant from place to place as he stood balanced on the beam, and such exhibitions of learned elephants were mostly made in presence of the king. Prince Husain spent well nigh a year in sightseeing amongst the fairs and festivals in Bishamgar, and when the period of the fraternal compact drew near, he spread his carpet upon the court ground behind the khan wherein he lodged, and, sitting thereon, together with his suite and the steeds and all he had brought with him, mentally wished that he might be transported to the caravanserai where the three brothers had agreed to meet. No sooner had he formed the thought than straightway, in the twinkling of an eye, the carpet rose high in air and sped through space, and carried them to the appointed stead, where, still garbed as a merchant, he remained in expectation of his brother's coming. Hearken now, O auspicious king, to what befell Prince Ali, the second brother of Prince Husain. On the third day after he had parted from the two others, he also joined a caravan and journeyed towards Persia. Then, after a march of 4 months, arriving at Shiraz, the capital of Iran land, he alighted at a khan, he and his fellow travellers with whom he had made a manner of friendship, and passing as a jeweller, there took up his abode with them. Next day the traders fared forth to buy wares and to sell their goods, but Prince Ali, who had brought with him naught of vendible, and only the things he needed, presently doffed his travelling dress, and in company with a comrade of the caravan entered the chief bazaar, known as the Bazistan, or cloth market. Ali strolled about the place, which was built of brick, and where all the shops had arched roofs, resting on handsome columns, and he admired greatly to behold the splendid storehouses exposing for sale all manner goods of countless value. He wondered much what wealth was in the town if a single market street contained riches such as these, and as the brokers went about crying their goods for sale, he saw one of them hending in hand an ivory tube in length about a cubit, which he was offering for sale at the price of 30,000 ashrafis. Hearing such demand, Prince Ali thought to himself, "Assuredly this fellow is a fool who asketh such a price for so paltry a thing." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 647th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Prince Ali presently asked one of the shopkeepers with whom he had made acquaintance, saying, 'O my friend, is this man a maniac, that he asketh a sum of 30,000 ashrafis for this little pipe of ivory? Surely none save an idiot would give him such a price, and waste upon it such a mint of money.' Said the shopman, 'O my lord, this broker is wiser and warier than all the others of his calling, and by means of him I have sold goods worth thousands of sequins. Until yesterday he was in his sound senses, but I cannot say what state is his today, and whether or no he have lost his wits, but this wot I well, that if he ask 30,000 for yon ivory tube, 'twill be worth that same or even more. Howbeit, we shall see with our own eyes. Sit thee here and rest within the shop until he pass this way.' So Prince Ali abode where he was bidden, and presently the broker was seen coming up the street. Then the shopman, calling to him, said, 'O man, rare merit hath yon little pipe, for all the folk are astounded to hear thee ask so high a price therefor. Nay more, this friend of mine thinketh that thou art crazy.' The broker, a man of sense, was on no wise chafed at these words, but answered with gentle speech, 'O my lord, I doubt not but that thou must deem me a madman to ask so high a price, and set so great a value upon an article so mean. But when I shall have made known to thee its properties and virtues, thou wilt most readily consent to take it at that valuation. Not thou alone, but all men who have heard me cry my cry, laugh and name me ninny.' So saying, the broker showed the spying tube to Prince Ali, and handing it to him, said, 'Examine well this ivory, the properties of which I will explain to thee. Thou seest that it is furnished with a piece of glass at either end, and, shouldst thou apply one extremity thereof to thine eye, thou shalt see what thing soe'er thou listest, and it shall appear close by thy side, though parted from thee by many an hundred of miles.' Replied the prince, 'This passeth all conception, nor can I believe it to be veridical until I shall have tested it, and I become satisfied that 'tis even as thou sayest.' Hereupon the broker placed the little tube in Prince Ali's hand, and showing him the way to handle it, said, 'Whatso thou mayst wish to describe will be shown to thee by looking through this ivory.' Prince Ali silently wished to sight his sire, and when he placed the pipe close to his eye, forthwith he saw him hale and hearty, seated on his throne, and dispensing justice to the people of his dominion. Then the youth longed with great longing to look upon his lady-love, the Princess Nur al-Nihar, and straightway he saw her also, sitting upon her bed, sound and sane, talking and laughing, whilst a host of handmaids stood around, awaiting her commands. The prince was astonished exceedingly to behold this strange and wondrous spectacle, and said to himself, "And I should wander the whole world over for 10 years or more, and search in its every corner and cranny, I shall never find aught so rare and precious as this tube of ivory." Then quoth he to the broker, "The virtues of thy pipe, I find, are indeed those thou hast described, and right willingly I give to thee its price, the 30,000 ashrafis." Replied the salesman, "O my lord, my master hath sworn an oath that he will not part with it for less than 40,000 gold pieces." Hereupon the prince, understanding that the broker was a just man and a true, weighed out to him the 40,000 sequins, and became master of the spying tube, and raptured with the thought that assuredly it would satisfy his sire, and obtain for him the hand of Princess Nur al-Nihar. So, with mind at ease, Ali journeyed through Shiraz and over sundry parts of Persia. And in fine, when the year was well nigh spent, he joined a caravan, and, travelling back to India, arrived safe and sound at the appointed caravanserai, whither Prince Husain had forgone him. There the twain tarried, awaiting the third brother's safe return. Such, O King Shahryar, is the story of the two brothers. And now, I beseech thee, incline thine ear, and hearken to what befell the youngest, to wit Prince Ahmad, for indeed his adventure is yet more peregrine and seld seen of all. When he had parted from his brothers, he took the road leading to Samarcand, and arriving there after long travel, he also, like his brothers, alighted at a khan. Next day he fared forth to see the market square, which folk called the Bazistan, and he found it fairly laid out, the shops wroughten with cunning workmanship, and filled with rare stuffs and precious goods and costly merchandise. Now, as he wandered to and fro, he came across a broker who was hawking a magical apple, and crying aloud, "Who will buy this fruit? The price whereof be 35,000 gold pieces." Quoth Prince Ahmad to the man, "Prithee, let me see the fruit thou holdest in hand, and explain to me what hidden virtue it possesseth, that thou art asking for it so high a value." Quoth the other, smiling, and handing to him the apple, "Marvel not at this, O good my lord. In sooth I am certified that when I shall have explained its properties, and thou shalt see how it advantageth all mankind, thou wilt not deem my demand exorbitant. Nay, rather thou wilt gladly give a treasure-house of gold, so thou may possess it." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of the 648th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the broker said moreover to Prince Ahmad, Now hearken to me, O my lord, and I will tell thee what of virtue lieth in this artificial apple. If any one be sick of a sickness however sore, nay more, if he be ill nigh unto death, and perchance he smell this poem, he will forthwith recover, and become well and whole of whatsoever disease he had, plague, pleurisy, fever, or other malignant distemper, as though he had never been attacked, and his strength will return to him forthright, and after smelling this fruit he will be free from all ailment and malady, so long as life shall remain to him." Quoth Prince Ahmad, "How shall I be assured that what thou speakest is truth? If the matter be even as thou sayest, then verily I will give thee right gladly the sum thou demandest." Quoth the broker, "O my lord, all men who dwell in the parts about Samarcand know full well how there once lived in the city a sage of wondrous skill, who, after many years of toil and travail, wrought this apple by mixing medicines from herbs and minerals countless in number. All his good, which was great, he expended upon it, and when he had perfected it, he made whole thousands of sick folk, whom he directed only to smell the fruit. But, alas, his life presently came to an end, and death overtook him suddenly ere he could save himself by the marvellous scent. And as he had won no wealth, and left only a bereaved wife and a large family of young children and dependents manifold, his widow had no help but provide for them a maintenance by parting with this prodigy. While the salesman was telling his tale to the prince, a crowd of citizens gathered around them, and one amongst the folk, who was well known to the broker, came forward and said, "A friend of mine lieth at home sick to death. The doctors and surgeons all despair of his life. So I beseech thee, let him smell this fruit, that he may live." Hearing these words, Prince Ahmad turned to the salesman and said, "O my friend, if this sick man of whom thou hearest can recover strength by smelling the apple, then will I straightway buy it of thee at a valuation of 40,000 shrafis." The man had permission to sell it for a sum of 35,000, so he was satisfied to receive 5,000 by way of brokerage, and he rejoined, "'Tis well, O my lord, now mayst thou test the virtues of this apple, and be persuaded in thy mind. Hundreds of ailing folk have I made whole by means of it." Accordingly the prince accompanied the people to the sick man's house, and found him lying on his bed with the breath in his nostrils. But as soon as the dying man smelt the fruit, at once recovering strength, he rose in perfect health, sane and sound. Hereupon Ahmad bought the magical apple of the dealer, and counted out to him the 40,000 ashrafis. Presently, having gained the object of his travels, he resolved to join some caravan marching Indiawards, and return to his father's home. But meanwhile he resolved to solace himself with the sights and marvels of Samarcand. His especial joy was to gaze upon the glorious plain highs of Soght, one of the wonders of the world. The land on all sides was a delight to the sight, emerald green and bright, with crystal rills like the plains of paradise. The gardens bore all manner flowers and fruits, and the cities and palaces gladdened the stranger's gaze. After some days, Prince Ahmad joined a caravan of merchants wending Indiawards, and when his long and longsome travel was ended, he at last reached the caravanserai where his two brothers, Husain and Ali, impatiently awaited his arrival. The three rejoiced with exceeding joy to meet once more, and fell on one another's necks, thanking Allah who had brought them back safe and sound, hale and hearty, after such prolonged and longsome absence. Then Prince Husain, being the eldest, turned to them and said, "Now it behoveth us each to recount what hath betided him, and announce what rare thing he hath brought back, and what be the virtues thereof. And I, being the firstborn, will be the foremost to tell my adventures. I bring with me from Bishangar a carpet, mean to look at, but such are its properties that, should any sit thereon and wish in mind to visit country or city, he will at once be carried thither in ease and safety, although it be distant months, nay, years of journey. I have paid 40,000 gold pieces to its price, and after seeing all the wonders of Bishangar land, I took seat upon my purchase and willed myself at this spot. Straightway I found myself here, as I wished, and have tarried in this caravanserai 3 months, awaiting your arrival. The flying carpet is with me, so let him who listeth make trial of it." When the senior prince had made an end of telling his tale, Prince Ali spoke next, and said, "O my brother, this carpet which thou hast brought is marvel rare, and hath most wondrous gifts. Nor, according to thy statement, hath any in all the world seen aught to compare with it." Then, bringing forth the spying tube, he pursued, "Look ye here, I too have bought for 40,000 ashrafis somewhat whose merits I will now show forth to you." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 649th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Prince Ali enlarged upon the virtues of his purchase, and said, Ye see this ivory pipe? By means of it man may descry objects hidden from his sight, and distant from him many a mile. 'Tis truly a most wondrous matter, and right worthy your inspection, and you too may try it, an you will. Place but an eye close to the smaller glass, and form a wish in mind to see what thing soe'er your soul desireth, and whether it be near hand or distant many hundreds of miles, this ivory will make the object look clear and close to you." At these words, Prince Husain took the pipe from Prince Ali, and applying his eye to one end as he had been directed, then wished in his heart to behold the Princess Nur al-Nihar, and the two brothers watched him to learn what he would say. Suddenly they saw his face change colour, and wither as a wilted flower, while in his agitation and distress a flood of tears gushed from his eyes. And ere his brothers recovered from their amazement, and could inquire the cause of such strangeness, he cried aloud, "Alas, and well away! We have endured toil and travail, and we have travelled so far and wide, hoping to wed the Princess Nur al-Nihar, but 'tis all in vain. I saw her lying on her bed, death-sick, and like to breathe her last. And around her stood her women, all weeping and wailing in the sorest of sorrow. O my brothers, and ye would see her once again for the last time, take ye one final look through the glass, ere she be no more." Hereat Prince Ali seized the spying tube, and peered through it, and found the condition of the princess even as his brother Husain had described. So he presently passed it over to Prince Ahmad, who also looked, and was certified that the lady Nur al-Nihar was about to give up the ghost. So he said to his elder brothers, "We three are alike love-distraught for the princess, and the dearest wish of each one is to win her. Her life is on the ebb. Still I can save her and make her whole if we hasten to her without stay or delay." So saying, he pulled from his pocket the magical apple, and showed it to them, crying, "This thing is not less in value than either the flying carpet or the spying tube. In Samarkand I bought it for 40,000 gold pieces, and here is the best opportunity to try its virtues. The folk told me that if a sick man hold it to his nose, although in the point of death, he will wax at once well and hale again. I have myself tested it, and now ye shall see for yourselves this marvel cure, when I shall apply it to the case of Nur al-Nihar. Only let us seek her presence ere she die." Quoth Prince Husain, "This were an easy matter. My carpet shall carry us in the twinkling of an eye straight to the bedside of our beloved. Do ye without hesitation sit down with me thereupon, for there is room sufficient to accommodate us three. We shall instantly be carried thither, and our servants can follow us." Accordingly the three princes disposed themselves upon the flying carpet, and each willed in his mind to reach the bedside of Nur al-Nihar, when instantly they found themselves within her apartment. The handmaids and eunuchs in waiting were terrified at the sight, and marvelled how these stranger men could have entered the chamber. And as the castratos were fain fall upon them, brand in hand, they recognized the princes, and drew back still, in wonderment at their intrusion. Then the brothers rose forthright from the flying carpet, and Prince Ahmad came forwards and put the magical apple to the nostrils of the lady, who lay stretched on the couch in unconscious state. And as the scent reached her brain, the sickness left her, and the cure was complete. She opened wide her eyes, and sitting erect upon her bed, looked all around, and chiefly at the princes as they stood before her. For she felt that she had waxed hale and hearty, as though she awoke after the sweetest of slumber. Presently she arose from her couch, and bade her tirewomen dress her, the while they related to her the sudden coming of the three princes, her uncle's sons, and how Prince Ahmad had made her smell something whereby she had recovered of her illness. And after she had made the ablution of health, she joyed with exceeding joy to see the princes, and returned thanks to them, but chiefly to Prince Ahmad, in that he had restored her to health and life. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of Prince Ahmad and the Fairy Peri-Banu, Part 1. Section 17 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Thomas Copeland. Prince Ahmad and the Fairy Peri-Banu, Part 2. The end of the 650th night. Then she said, I have heard, O auspicious king, that the brothers also were gladdened with exceeding gladness to see the Princess Nur al-Nihar recover so suddenly from mortal malady. And, presently taking leave of her, they fared to greet their father. Meanwhile the eunuchs had reported the whole matter to the Sultan, and when the princes came before him, he rose and embraced them tenderly and kissed them on their foreheads, filled with satisfaction to see them again and to hear from them the welfare of the princess, who was dear to him as she had been his daughter. Then the three brothers produced each one the wondrous thing he had brought from his wayfare, and Prince Husain first showed the flying carpet, which in the twinkling of an eye had transported them home from far distant exile, and said, For outward show this carpet hath no merit, but inasmuch as it possesseth such wondrous virtue, methinks 'tis impossible to find in all the world aught that can compare to it for rarity. Next Prince Ali presented to the king his spying tube, and said, The mirror of Yamshid is as vain and naught beside this pipe, by means whereof all things from east to west, and from north to south, are made clearly visible to the ken of man. Last of all, Prince Ahmad produced the magical apple, which wondrously saved the dear life of Nur al-Nihar, and said, By means of this fruit, all maladies and grievous distempers are at once made whole. Thus each presented his rarity to the Sultan, saying, O our lord, deign examine well these gifts we have brought, and do thou pronounce which of them all is most excellent and admirable. So according to thy promise, he amongst us on whom thy choice may fall shall marry the Princess Nur al-Nihar. When the king had patiently listened to their several claims, and had understood how each gift took part in restoring health to his niece, for a while he dove deep in the sea of thought, and then answered, Should I award the palm of merit to Prince Ahmad, whose magical apple cured the princess, then should I deal unfairly by the other two, albeit his rarity restored her to life and health from mortal illness. Yet say me how he had known of her condition, save by the virtue of Prince Ali's spying tube. In like manner, but for the flying carpet of Prince Husain, which brought you three hither in a moment's space, the magical apple would have been of no avail. Wherefore 'tis my rede all three had like part, and can claim equal merit in healing her. For it were impossible to have made her whole, if any one thing of the three were wanting. Furthermore, all three objects are wondrous and marvellous without one surpassing other, nor can I, with aught of reason, assign preference or precedence to any. My promise was to marry the Lady Nur al-Nihar to him who should produce the rarest of rarities, but although strange, 'tis not less true that all are alike in the one essential condition. The difficulty still remaineth, and the question is yet unsolved, whilst I would fain have the matter settled ere the close of day, and without prejudice to any. So needs must I fix upon some plan whereby I may be able to adjudge one of you to be the winner, and bestow upon him the hand of Princess Nur al-Nihar, according to my pledged word, and thus absolve myself from all responsibility. Now I have resolved upon this course of action, to wit, that ye should mount each one his own steed, and all of you be provided with bow and arrows. Then do ye ride forth to the Maidan, the hippodrome, whither I and my ministers of state, and grandees of the kingdom, and lords of the land will follow you. There in my presence ye shall each, turn by turn, shoot a shaft with all your might and main, and he amongst you, whose arrow shall fly the farthest, will be adjudged by me worthiest to win the Princess Nur al-Nihar to wife. Accordingly the three princes, who could not gainsay the decision of their sire, nor question his wisdom and justice, backed their coursers, and each taking his bow and arrows, made straight for the place appointed. The king also, when he had stored the presents in the royal treasury, arrived there with his viziers and the dignitaries of his realm. And as soon as all was ready, the eldest son and heir, Prince Husain, essayed his strength and skill, and shot a shaft far along the level plain. After him Prince Ali had his bow in hand, and, discharging an arrow in like direction, overshot the first. And lastly came Prince Ahmad's turn. He too aimed at the same end, But such was the decree of destiny that although the knights and courtiers urged on their horses to note where his shaft might strike ground, withal they saw no trace thereof, and none of them knew if it had sunk into the bowels of earth or had flown up to the confines of the sky. Some, indeed, there were who, with evil mind, held that Prince Ahmad had not shot any bolt, and that his arrow had never left his bow. So at last the king bade no more search be made for it, and declared himself in favour of Prince Ali, and adjudged that he should wed the Princess Nur al-Nihar, forasmuch as his arrow had outsped that of Prince Husain. Accordingly, in due course, the marriage rites and ceremonies were performed after the law and ritual of the land, with exceeding pomp and grandeur. But Prince Husain could not be present at the bride feast by reason of his disappointment and jealousy, for he had loved the Lady Nur al-Nihar with a love far exceeding that of either of his brothers, and he doffed his princely dress, and, donning the garb of a fakir, fared forth to live a hermit's life. Prince Ahmad also burned with envy and refused to join the wedding feast. He did not, however, like Prince Husain, retire to a hermitage, but he spent all his days in searching for his shaft to find where it had fallen. Now it so fortuned that one morning he went again, alone as was his wont, in quest thereof, and, starting from the stead whence they had shot their shafts, reached the place where the arrows of Princes Husain and Ali had been found. Then, going straight forwards, he cast his glances on every side, over hill and dale, to his right and to his left. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of the 651st night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Prince Ahmad went searching for his shaft over hill and dale, when, after covering some 3 parsangs, suddenly he espied it lying flat upon a rock. Hereat he marvelled greatly, wondering how the arrow had flown so far, but even more so when he went up to it and saw that it had not stuck in the ground, but appeared to have rebounded, and to have fallen flat upon a slab of stone. Quoth he to himself, There must assuredly be some mystery in this matter, else how could any one shoot a shaft to such a distance, and find it fallen after so strange a fashion? Then, threading his way amongst the pointed crags and huge boulders, he presently came to a hollow in the ground, which ended in a subterraneous passage, and after pacing a few paces he espied an iron door. He pushed this open with all ease, for that it had no bolt, and entering arrow in hand, he came upon an easy slope, by which he descended. But whereas he feared to find all pitch dark, he discovered at some distance a spacious square, a widening of the cave, which was lighted on every side with lamps and candelabra. Then, advancing some 50 cubits or more, his glance fell upon a vast and handsome palace, and presently there issued from within to the portico a lovely maiden, lovesome and lovable, of fairy form, robed in princely robes, and adorned from front to foot with the costliest of jewels. She walked with slow and stately gait, withal graceful and blandishing, whilst around her ranged her attendants like the stars about a moon of the 14th night. Seeing this vision of beauty, Prince Ahmad hastened to salute her with the salam, and she returned it. Then, coming forwards, greeted him graciously, and said in sweetest accents, Welcome, and welcome, O Prince Ahmad. I am pleased to have sight of thee. How fareth it with thy highness, and why hast thou tarried so long away from me? The king's son marvelled greatly to hear her name him by his name, for that he knew not who she was, as they had never seen each other aforetime. How then came she to have learnt his title and condition? Then, kissing the ground before her, he said, O my lady, I owe thee much of thanks and gratitude, for that thou art pleased to welcome me with words of cheer, in this strange place, where I, alone and a stranger, durst enter with exceeding hesitation and trepidation. But it perplexeth me sorely to think how thou camest to learn the name of thy slave. Quoth she with a smile, O my lord, come hither, and let us sit at ease within yon belvedere, and there I will give an answer to thine asking. So they went thither, Prince Ahmad following her footsteps, and on reaching it he was filled with wonder to see its vaulted roof of exquisite workmanship, and adorned with gold and lapis lazuli, and paintings and ornaments, whose like was nowhere to be found in the world. The lady, seeing his astonishment, said to the prince, "This mansion is nothing beside all my others, which now of my free will I have made thine own. And when thou seest them, thou shalt have just cause for wonderment." Then that sylph-like being took seat upon a raised dais, and with abundant show of affection seated Prince Ahmad by her side. "Presently," quoth she, "albeit thou know me not, I know thee well, as thou shalt see with surprise when I shall tell thee all my tale. But first it behoveth me to disclose to thee who I am. In Holy Writ, belike thou hast read that this world is the dwelling place not only of men, but also of a race hight the Jann, in form likest to mortals. I am the only daughter of a Jinn chief, of noblest strain, and my name is Peri-Banu. So marvel not to hear me tell thee who thou art, and who is the king thy sire, and who is Nur al-Nihar, the daughter of thine uncle. I have full knowledge of all concerning thyself and thy kith and kin, how thou art one of 3 brothers, who all and each were daft for love of Princess Nur al-Nihar, and strave to win her from one another to wife. Furthermore, thy sire deemed it best to send you all far and wide over foreign lands, and thou faredst to far Samarcand, and broughtest back a magical apple made with rare art and mystery, which thou boughtest for 40,000 ashrafis. Then by means whereof thou madest the princess thy lady-love whole of a grievous malady, whilst Prince Husain, thine elder brother, bought for the same sum of money a flying carpet at Bishangar, and Prince Ali also brought home a spying tube from Shiraz city. Let this suffice to show thee that naught is hidden from me of all thy case. And now do thou tell me in very truth, whom dost thou admire the more for beauty and loveliness, me, or the Lady Nur al-Nihar, thy brother's wife? My heart longeth for thee with excessive longing, and desireth that we may be married, and enjoy the pleasures of life and the joyance of love. So say me, art thou also willing to wed me, or pinest thou in preference for the daughter of thine uncle? In the fullness of my affection for thee, I stood by thy side unseen during the archery meeting upon the plain of trial, and when thou shottest thy shaft, I knew that it would fall far short of Prince Ali's. So I hent it in hand ere it touched ground, and carried it away from sight, and striking it upon the iron door, caused it rebound and lie flat upon the rock where thou didst find it. And ever since that day I have been sitting in expectancy, wotting well that thou wouldst search for it until thou find it, and by such means I was certified of bringing thee hither to me." Thus spake the beautiful maiden Peri-Banu, who, with eyes full of love-longing, looked up at Prince Ahmad, and then with modest shame bent low her brow and averted her glance. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 652nd night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that when Prince Ahmad heard these words of Peri-Banu, he rejoiced with joy exceeding, and said to himself, The Princess Nur al-Nihar is not within my power to win, and Peri-Banu doth outvie her in comeliness of favour, and in loveliness of form, and in gracefulness of gait. In short, so charmed was he and captivated that he clean forgot his love for his cousin, and noting that the heart of his new enchantress inclined towards him, he replied, O my lady, O fairest of the fair, naught else do I desire save that I may serve thee and do thy bidding all my life long. But I am of human, and thou of non-human birth. Thy friends and family, kith and kin, will haply be displeased with thee, and thou unite with me in such union. But she made answer, I have full sanction of my parents to marry as I list, and whomsoever I may prefer. Thou sayest that thou wilt be my servant. Nay, rather, be thou my lord and master. For I myself and my life and all my good are very thine, and I shall ever be thy bondswoman. Consent now, I beseech thee, to accept me for thy wife. My heart doth tell me thou wilt not refuse my request." Then Peri-Banu added, "I have told thee already that in this matter I act with fullest authority. Besides all this, there is a custom and immemorial usage with us fairy folk, that when we maidens come to marriageable age and years of understanding, each one may wed, according to the dictates of her heart, the person that pleaseth her most, and whom she judgeth likely to make her days happy. Thus wife and husband live with each other all their lives in harmony and happiness. But if a girl be given away in marriage by the parents, according to their choice and not hers, and she be mated to a helpmate unmeet for her, because ill-shapen or ill-conditioned or unfit to win her affection, then are they twain likely to be at variance each with other for the rest of their days, and endless troubles result to them from such ill-sorted union. Nor are we bound by another law which bindeth modest virgins of the race of Adam, for we freely announce our preference to those we love, nor must we wait and pine to be wooed and won." When Prince Ahmad heard these words of answer, he rejoiced with exceeding joy, and stooping down, essayed to kiss the skirt of her garment. But she prevented him, and in lieu of her hem, gave him her hand. The prince clasped it with rapture, and according to the custom of that place, he kissed it, and placed it to his breast and upon his eyes. Hereat quoth the fairy, smiling a charming smile, "With my hand locked in thine, plight me thy troth, even as I pledge my faith to thee, that I will alway true and loyal be, nor ever prove faithless or fail of constancy." And quoth the prince, "O loveliest of beings, O dearling of my soul, thinkest thou that I can ever become a traitor to my own heart? I, who love thee to distraction, and dedicate to thee my body and my sprite? To thee, who art my queen, the very empress of me? Freely I give myself to thee. Do thou with me whatso thou wilt." Hereupon Peri-Banu said to Prince Ahmad, "Thou art my husband, and I am thy wife. This solemn promise made between thee and me standeth instead of marriage contract. No need have we a qazi, for with us all other forms and ceremonies are superfluous and of no avail. Anon I will show thee the chamber where we shall pass the bride night, and methinks thou wilt admire it, and confess that there is none like thereto in the whole world of men." Presently her handmaiden spread the table, and served up dishes of various kinds, and the finest wines in flagons and goblets of gold dubbed with jewels. So they twain sat at meat, and ate and drank their sufficiency. Then Peri-Banu took Prince Ahmad by the hand, and led him to her private chamber, wherein she slept. And he stood upon the threshold, amazed to see its magnificence, and the heaps of gems and precious stones, which dazed his sight, till, recovering himself, he cried, "Methinks there is not in the universe a room so splendid, and decked with costly furniture and gemmed articles such as this." Quoth Peri-Banu, "An thou so admire and praise this palace, what wilt thou say when sighting the mansions and castles of my sire the Jan King? Haply, too, when thou shalt behold my garden, thou wilt be filled with wonder and delight. But now 'tis over late to lead thee thither, and night approacheth." Then she ushered Prince Ahmad into another room, where the supper had been spread, and the splendour of this saloon yielded in naught to any of the others. Nay, rather, it was the more gorgeous and dazzling. Hundreds of wax candles set in candelabra of the finest amber and the purest crystal, ranged on all sides, rained floods of light, whilst golden flower-pots and vessels of finest workmanship and priceless worth, of lovely shapes and wondrous art, adorned the niches and the walls. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 653rd night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that tongue of man can never describe the magnificence of that room in which bands of virgin Peris, loveliest of forms and fairest of features, garbed in choicest garments, played on sweet-toned instruments of mirth and merriment, or sang lays of amorous significance to strains of heart-bewitching music. Then they twain, to wit, the bride and bridegroom, sat down at meat, ever and anon delaying to indulge in toyings and bashful love-play and chaste caresses. Peri-Banu with her own hands passed the choicest mouthfuls to Prince Ahmad, and made him taste of each dish and dainty, telling him their names and whereof they were composed. But how shall I, O auspicious King Shahryar, avail to give thee any notion of those gin-made dishes, or to describe with due meed of praise the delicious flavour of meats such as no mortal ever tasted or ever beheld? Then, when both had supped, they drank the choicest wines, and ate with relish sweet conserves and dry fruit, and a dessert of various delicacies. At length, when they had their requirement of eating and drinking, they retired into another room, which contained a raised dais of the grandest, bedecked with gold-purfled cushions and pillows wrought with seed-pearl and Achmenian tapestries, whereupon they took seats side by side for converse and solace. Then came in a troop of jinns and fairies, who danced and sang before them with wondrous grace and art. And this pretty show pleased Peri-Banu and Prince Ahmad, who watched the sports and displays with ever-renewed delight. At last the newly wedded couple rose and retired, weary of revelry, to another chamber, wherein they found that the slaves had dispread the genial bed, whose frame was gold-studded with jewels, and whose furniture was of satin and sendal, flowered with the rarest embroidery. Here the guests who attended at the marriage festival, and the handmaids of the palace, ranged in 2 lines, hailed the bride and bridegroom as they went within, and then, craving dismissal, they all departed, leaving them to take their joyance in bed. On such wise the marriage festival and nuptial merrymakings were kept up day after day, with new dishes and novel sports, novel dances and new music. And had Prince Ahmad lived 1,000 years with mortal kind, never could he have seen such revels, or heard such strains, or enjoyed such loveliness. Thus 6 months soon passed in the fairyland beside Peri-Banu, whom he loved with a love so fond that he would not lose her from his sight for a moment's space, but would feel restless and ill at ease when as he ceased to look upon her. In like manner Peri-Banu was fulfilled with affection for him, and strove to please her bridegroom more and more every moment by new arts of dalliance and fresh appliances of pleasure, until so absorbing waxed his passion for her that the thought of home and kindred, kith and kin, faded from his thoughts and fled his mind. But after a time his memory awoke from slumber, and at times he found himself longing to look upon his father, albeit well did he wot that it were impossible to find out how the far one fared unless he went himself to visit him. So one day quoth he to Peri-Banu, "An it be thy pleasure, I pray thee give me thy command, that I may leave thee for a few days to see my sire, who doubtless grieveth at my long absence, and suffereth all the sorrows of separation from his son." Peri-Banu, hearing these words, was dismayed with sore dismay, for that she thought within herself that this was only an excuse whereby he might escape and leave her, after enjoyment and possession had made her love pall upon the palate of his mind. So quoth she in reply, "Hast thou forgotten thy vows and thy plighted troth, that thou wishest to leave me now? Have love and longing ceased to stir thee, whilst my heart always throbbeth in raptures, as it hath ever done at the very thought of thee?" Replied the prince, "O dearling of my soul, my queen, my empress, what be these doubts that haunt thy mind, and why such sad misgivings and sorrowful words? I know full well that the love of thee and thine affection mewards are even as thou sayest. And did I not acknowledge this truth, or did I prove unthankful, or fail to regard thee with a passion as warm and deep, as tender and as true as thine own, I were indeed an ingrate and a traitor of the darkest dye. Far be it from me to desire severance from thee, nor hath any thought of leaving thee never to return at any time crossed my mind. But my father is now an old man, well shotten in years, and he is sore grieved in mind at this long separation from his youngest son. If thou wilt deign command, I would fain go visit him, and with all haste return to thine arms. Yet I would not do aught in this matter against thy will. And such is my fond affection for thee, that I would fain be at all hours of the day and watches of the night by thy side, nor leave thee for a moment of time. Peri-Banu was somewhat comforted by this speech, and from his looks, words, and acts she was certified that Prince Ahmad really loved her with fondest love, and that his heart was true as steel to her, as was his tongue. Whereupon she granted him leave and liberty to set forth and see his sire, whilst at the same time she gave him strict commandment not to tarry long with his kith and kin. Hearken now, O auspicious King Shahryar, to what befell the Sultan of Hindustan, and how it fared with him after the marriage of Prince Ali to Princess Nur-al-Nihar. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till... End of Part 2 of Prince Ahmad and the Fairy Peri-Banu. Section 18 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Prince Ahmad and the Fairy Peri-Banu, Part 3. The end of the 654th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious King, that not seeing Prince Husain and Prince Ahmad for the space of many days, the Sultan waxed exceeding sad and heavy-hearted, and one morning after Darbar asked his viziers and ministers what had betided them, and where they were. Hereto the counsellors made answer, saying, O our lord, the shadow of Allah upon earth, thine eldest son and fruit of thy vitals, and heir apparent to thine empire, the Prince Husain, in his disappointment and jealousy and bitter grief, hath doffed his royal robes and become a hermit, a devotee, renouncing all worldly lusts and gusts. Prince Ahmad, thy third son, also in high dudgeon, hath left the city, and of him none knoweth aught, whither he hath fled, or what hath befallen him. The king was sore distressed, and bade them write without stay or delay, and forthright dispatch firmans and commands to all the nabobs and governors of the provinces, with strict injunctions to make straight search for Prince Ahmad, and to send him to his sire the moment he was found. But albeit the commandments were carried out to the letter, and all the seekers used the greatest diligence, none came upon any trace of him. Then, with increased sadness of heart, the Sultan ordered his Grand Vizier to go in quest of the fugitive, and the minister replied, Upon my head be it, and mine eyes, thy servant hath already caused most careful research to be made in every quarter, but not the smallest clue hath yet come to hand. And this matter troubleth me the more, for that he was dear to me as a son. The ministers and grandees now understood that the king was overwhelmed with woe, tearful-eyed, and heavy-hearted, by reason of the loss of Prince Ahmad. Whereupon bethought the Grand Vizier of a certain witch, famed for the black art, who could conjure down the stars from heaven, and who was a noted dweller in the capital. So, going to the Sultan, he spake highly of her skill in knowledge of the abstruse, saying, Let the king, I pray thee, send for this sorceress, and inquire of her concerning his lost son. And the king replied, 'Tis well said. Let her be brought hither, and haply she shall give me tidings of the prince, and how he fareth. So they fetched the sorceress, and set her before the Sultan, who said, O my good woman, I would have thee know that ever since the marriage of Prince Ali with the lady Nur-al-Nihar, my youngest son, Prince Ahmed, who was disappointed in her love, hath disappeared from our sight, and no man knoweth aught of him. Do thou forthright apply thy magical craft, and tell me only this, is he yet alive, or is he dead? An he live, I would learn where he is, and how fareth he. Moreover, I would ask, is it written in my book of destiny that I shall see him yet again? To this the witch made reply, O Lord of the age and ruler of the times and tide, 'tis not possible for me at once to answer all these questions which belong to the knowledge of hidden things. But if thy highness deign grant me one day of grace, I will consult my books of grammary, and on the morrow will give thee a sufficient reply and a satisfactory. The Sultan to this assented, saying, An thou can give me detailed and adequate answer, and set my mind at ease after this sorrow, thou shalt have an exceeding great reward, and I will honour thee with highmost honour. Next day the sorceress, accompanied by the Grand Vizier, craved permission to appear before the presence, and when it was granted, came forward and said, I have made ample investigation by my art and mystery, and I have assured myself that Prince Ahmad is yet in the land of the living. Be not therefore uneasy in thy mind on his account. But at present, save this only, naught else can I discover regarding him, nor can I say for sure where he be, or how he is to be found. At these words the Sultan took comfort, and hope sprang up within his breast that he should see his son again ere he died. Now return we to the story of Prince Ahmad. When as Peri-Banu understood that he was bent upon visiting his sire, and she was convinced that his love herwards remained firm and steadfast as before, she took thought and determined that it would ill become her to refuse him leave and liberty for such purpose. So she again pondered the matter in her mind, and debated with herself for many an hour, till at length, one day of the days, she turned to her husband and said, Albeit my heart consenteth not to part from thee for a moment, or to lose sight of thee for a single instant, still, inasmuch as thou hast ofttimes made entreaty of me, and hast shown thyself so solicitous to see thy sire, I will no longer baffle thy wish. But this my favour will depend upon one condition, otherwise I will never grant thy petition, and give thee such permission. Swear to me the most binding of oaths, that thou wilt haste thee back hither with all possible speed, and thou wilt not by long absence cause me yearning grief and anxious waiting for thy safe return to me. Prince Ahmad, well pleased to win his wish, thanked her, saying, O my beloved, fear not for me after any fashion, and rest assured I will come back to thee with all haste as soon as I shall have seen my sire, and life hath no charms for me away from thy presence. Although I must needs be severed from thee for a few days, yet will my heart ever turn to thee, and to thee only. These words of Prince Ahmad gladdened the heart of Peri-Banu, and drove away the darksome doubts and mysterious misgivings which ever haunted her nightly dreams and her daily musings. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 655th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Peri-Banu, gladdened by these premises, addressed her husband, Prince Ahmad. So now, as soon as thy heart desireth, go thou and pay thy respects to thy sire. But ere thou set out, I would charge thee with one charge, and look that on no wise thou forget my rede and my counsel. Speak not to any a single word of this thy marriage, nor of the strange sights thou hast seen and the wonders thou hast witnessed, but keep them carefully concealed from thy father and thy brethren, and from thy kith and kin, one and all. This only shalt thou tell thy sire, so his mind may be set at ease that thou art uxome and happy, also that thou hast returned home for a while only with the object of seeing him, and becoming assured of his welfare. Then she gave orders to her people, bidding them make ready for the journey without delay, and when all things were prepared, she appointed 20 horsemen, armed cap a pie and fully accoutred, to accompany her husband, and gave him a horse of perfect form and proportions, swift as the blinding levin or the rushing wind, and his housings and furniture were bedecked with precious ores and studded with jewels. Then she fell on his neck, and they embraced with warmest love. And as the twain bade adieu, Prince Ahmad, to set her mind at rest, renewed his protestations, and sware to her again his solemn oath. Then, mounting his horse, and followed by his suite, all gin-born cavaliers, he set forth with mighty pomp and circumstance, and, riding diligently, he soon reached his father's capital. Here he was received with loud acclamations, the like of which had never been known in the land. The ministers and officers of state, the citizens, and the ryots, all rejoiced with exceeding joy to see him once more, and the folk left their work, and with blessings and low obeisances joined the cavalcade, and crowding around him on every side, escorted him to the palace gates. When the prince reached the threshold, he dismounted, and, entering the audience hall, fell at his father's feet, and kissed them in a transport of filial affection. The Sultan, well nigh distraught for delight at the unexpected sight of Prince Ahmad, rose from his throne and threw himself upon his son's neck, weeping for very joy, and kissed his forehead, saying, "O dear my child, in despair at the loss of the Lady Nur al-Nihar, thou didst suddenly fly from thy home, and, despite all research, nor trace nor sign of thee was to be found, however sedulously we sought thee. And I, distracted at thy disappearance, am reduced to this condition in which thou seest me. Where hast thou been this long while, and how hast thou lived all this time?" Replied Prince Ahmad, "'Tis true, O my lord the king, that I was downhearted and distressed to see Prince Ali gain the hand of my cousin, but that is not the whole cause of my absence. Thou mayest remember how, when we 3 brothers rode at thy command to yonder plain for a trial of archery, my shaft, albeit the place was large and flat, disappeared from sight, and none could find where it had fallen. Now, so it fortuned that one day, in sore heaviness of mind, I fared forth alone and unaccompanied to examine the ground thereabout, and try if haply I could find my arrow. But when I reached the spot where the shafts of my brothers, Princes Husain and Ali, had been picked up, I made search in all directions, right and left, before and behind, thinking that thereabouts mine also might come to hand, but all my trouble was in vain. I found neither shaft nor aught else. So, walking onwards in obstinate research, I went a long way, and at last, despairing, I would have given up the quest, for full well I knew that my bow could not have carried so far, and indeed that 'twere impossible for any marksman to have driven bolt or pile to such distance, when suddenly I espied it, lying flat upon a rock, some 4 parsangs distant from this place. The Sultan marvelled with much marvel at his words, and the prince presently resumed. So when I picked up the arrow, O my lord, and considered it closely, I knew it for the very one I had shot, but admired in my mind how it had come to fly so far, and I doubted not but that there was a somewhat mysterious about the matter. While I thus reflected, I came upon the place where I have sojourned ever since that day in perfect solace and happiness. I may not tell thee more of my tale than this, for I came only to ease thy mind on my account, and now, I pray thee, deign grant me thy supreme permission that I return forthright to my home of delights. From time to time I will not cease to wait upon thee, and to inquire of thy welfare with all the affection of a son." Replied the king, "O my child, the sight of thee hath gladdened mine eyes, and I am now satisfied, and not unwillingly I give thee leave to go, since thou art happy in some place so near hand. But shouldst thou at any time delay thy coming hither, say me, how shall I be able to get tidings of thy good health and welfare?" And quoth Prince Ahmad, "O my lord the king, that which thou requirest of me is part of my secret, and this must remain deep hidden in my breast. As I said before, I may not discover it to thee, nor say aught that might lead to its discovery. However, be not uneasy in thy soul, for I will appear before thee full many a time, and haply I may irk thee with continual coming." "O my son," rejoined the Sultan, "I would not learn thy secret, an thou would keep it from me. But there is one only thing I desire of thee, which is that ever and anon I may be assured of thine enduring health and happiness. Thou hast my full permission to hie thee home, but forget not at least once a month to come and see me, even as now thou dost, lest such forgetfulness cause me anxiety and trouble, cark and care." So Prince Ahmad tarried with his father 3 days, full told, but never for a moment did the memory of his lady Peri-Banu fade from his mind. And on the 4th day he mounted horse, and returned with the same pomp and pageantry wherewith he came. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 656th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Peri-Banu joyed with exceeding joy at the sight of Prince Ahmad as he returned to his home, and it seemed to her as though they had been parted for 300 years. Such is love, that moments of separation are longsome and weary as 12 months. The prince offered much of excuses for his short absence, and his words delighted Peri-Banu yet the more. So these twain, lover and beloved, passed the time in perfect happiness, taking their pleasure one with other. Thus a month went by, and Prince Ahmad never once mentioned the name of his sire, nor expressed a wish to go visit him according to his promise. Noting this change, the lady Peri-Banu said to him one day, Thou toldest me aforetime that once in the beginning of each month thou wouldst fare forth and travel to thy father's court, and learn news of his welfare. Why then neglectest thou so to do, seeing that he will be distressed and anxiously expecting thee? Replied Prince Ahmad, 'Tis even as thou sayest, but awaiting thy command and thy permission, I have forborne to propose the journey to thee. And she made answer, Let thy faring and thy returning rest not on my giving thee liberty of leave. At the beginning of each month, as it cometh round, do thou ride forth, and from this time forwards thou hast no need to ask permission of me. Stay with thy sire 3 days full told, and on the 4th come back to me without fail. Accordingly, on the next day, betimes in the morning, Prince Ahmad took his departure, and, as aforetime, rode forth with abundant pomp and parade, and repaired to the palace of the Sultan his sire, to whom he made his obeisance. On like manner continued he to do each month with a suite of horsemen, larger and more brilliant than before, whilst he himself was more splendidly mounted and equipped. And whenever the crescent appeared in the western sky, he fondly farewelled his wife, and paid his visit to the king, with whom he tarried 3 whole days, and on the 4th returned to dwell with Peri-Banu. But as each and every time he went, his equipage was greater and grander than the last. At length one of the viziers, a favourite and cup-companion of the king, was filled with wonderment and jealousy to see Prince Ahmad appear at the palace with such opulence and magnificence. So he said in himself, None can tell whence cometh this prince, and by what means he hath obtained so splendid a suite. Then of his envy and malice that vizier fell to plying the king with deceitful words, and said, O my liege lord and mighty sovereign, it ill becometh thee to be thus heedless of Prince Ahmad's proceedings. Seest thou not how day after day his retinue increaseth in numbers and puissance? What an he should plot against thee, and cast thee into prison, and take from thee the reins of the realm? Right well thou wottest that, inasmuch as thou didst wed Prince Ali to the Lady Nur al-Nihar, thou provokedst the wrath of Prince Husain and Prince Ahmad, so that one of them in the bitterness of his soul renounced the pomps and vanities of this world, and hath become a fakir, whilst the other, to wit, Prince Ahmad, appeareth before thy presence in such inordinate power and majesty. Doubtless they both seek their revenge, and having gotten thee into their power, the twain will deal treacherously with thee. So I would have thee beware, and again I say beware, and seize the forelock of opportunity ere it be too late. For the wise have said, Thou canst bar a spring with a sod of clay, but when grown 'twill bear a big host away. Thus spake that malicious vizier, and presently he resumed, Thou knowest also that when Prince Ahmad would end his 3 days' visits, he never asketh thy leave, nor farewelleth thee, nor biddeth adieu to any one of his family. Such conduct is the beginning of rebellion, and proveth him to be rancorous of heart. But 'tis for thee in thy wisdom to decide. These words sank deep in the heart of the simple-minded Sultan, and grew a crop of the direst suspicions. He presently thought within himself, "Who knoweth the mind and designs of Prince Ahmad, whether they be dutiful or undutiful towards me? Haply he may be plotting vengeance. So it besitteth me to make enquiries concerning him, to discover where he dwelleth, and by what means he hath attained to such puissance and opulence." Filled with these jealous thoughts, he sent in private one day, unbeknown to the Grand Vizier, who would at all times befriend Prince Ahmad, to summon the witch, and, admitting her by a secret postern to his private chamber, asked of her, saying, "Thou didst aforetime learn by thy magical art that Prince Ahmad was alive, and didst bring me tidings of him. I am beholden to thee for this good office, and now I would desire of thee to make further quest into his case, and ease my mind, which is sore disturbed. Albeit my son still liveth, and cometh to visit me every month, yet am I clean ignorant of the place wherein he dwelleth, and whence he setteth out to see me, for that he keepeth the matter close hidden from his sire. Go thou forthright and privily, without the knowledge of any, my viziers and nabobs, my courtiers, and my household, and make thou diligent research, and with all haste bring me word whereabouts he liveth. He now sojourneth here upon his wonted visit, and on the 4th day, without leave-taking or mention of departure to me, or to any of the ministers and officers, he will summon his suite and mount his steed. Then will he ride to some little distance hence, and suddenly disappear. Do thou without stay or delay forego him on the path, and lie perdu in some convenient hollow hard by the road, whence thou mayest learn where he hometh. Then quickly bring me tidings thereof." Accordingly the sorceress departed the presence of the king, and after walking over the 4 parsangs, she hid herself within a hollow of the rocks hard by the place where Prince Ahmad had found his arrow, and there awaited his arrival. Early on the morrow, the prince, as was his wont, set out upon his journey without taking leave of his sire or farewelling any of the ministers. So when they drew nigh, the sorceress caught sight of the prince and of the retinue that rode before and beside him, and she saw them enter a hollow way which forked into a many of byways, and so steep and dangerous were the cliffs and boulders about the track that hardly could a footman safely pace that path. Seeing this, the sorceress bethought her that it must surely lead to some cavern, or haply to a subterraneous passage, or to a souterrain, the abode of jinns and fairies, when suddenly the prince and all his suite vanished from her view. So she crept out of the hiding-place wherein she had ensconced herself, and wandered far and wide, seeking as diligently as she was able, but never finding the subterraneous passage, nor yet could she discern the iron door which Prince Ahmad had espied, for none of human flesh and blood had power to see this, save he alone for whom it was made visible by the fairy Peri-Banu. Furthermore, it was ever concealed from the prying eyes of womankind. Then said the sorceress to herself, "This toil and moil have I undertaken to no purpose. Yea, verily, I have failed to find out that wherefore I came." So she went forthright back to the Sultan, and reported to him all that had betided her, how she had lain in wait amid the cliffs and boulders, and had seen the prince and suite ride up the most perilous of paths, and, having entered a hollow way, disappear in an eye-twinkling from her sight. And she ended by saying, "Albeit I strove my utmost to find out the spot wherein the prince abideth, yet could I on no wise succeed, and I pray thy highness may grant me time to search further into the matter, and to find out this mystery, which by skill and caution on my part shall not long abide concealed." Answered the Sultan, "Be it as thou wilt. I grant thee leisure to make enquiry, and after a time I shall await thy return hither." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 657th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that moreover the king largessed the witch with a diamond of large size and of great price, saying, Take this stone to guerdon for thy trouble and travail, and in earnest of future favours. So when thou shalt return and bring me word that thou hast searched and found out the secret, thou shalt have a bakshish of far greater worth, and I will make thy heart rejoice with choicest joy, and honour thee with highmost honour." So the sorceress looked forwards to the coming of the prince, for well she knew that at the sight of each crescent he rode home to visit his sire, and was bound to abide with him 3 days, even as the lady Peri-Banu had permitted and had enjoined him. Now when the moon had waxed and waned, on the day before the prince would leave home upon his monthly visit, the witch betook her to the rocks, and sat beside the place whence she imagined he would issue forth. And next morning, early, he and his suite, composed of many a mounted knight, with his esquire afoot, who now always accompanied him in increasing numbers, rode forth gallantly through the iron doorway, and passed hard by the place where she lay in wait for him. The sorceress crouched low upon the ground in her tattered rags, and, seeing a heap by his way, the prince at first supposed that a slice of stone had fallen from the rocks across his path. But as he drew nigh, she fell to weeping and wailing with might and main, as though in sore dolour and distress, and she ceased not to crave his countenance and assistance with increase of tears and lamentations. The prince, seeing her sore sorrow, had pity on her, and reining in his horse, asked her what she had to require of him, and what was the cause of her cries and lamentations. At this the cunning crone but cried the more, and the prince was affected with compassion still livelier at seeing her tears and hearing her broken feeble words. So, when the sorceress perceived that Prince Ahmad had ruth on her, and would fain show favour to her, she heaved a heavy sigh, and in woeful tones, mingled with moans and groans, addressed him in these false words, withal holding the hem of his garment, and at times stopping as if convulsed with pain. "Oh, my lord, and lord of all loveliness, as I was journeying from my home in yonder city upon an errand to such a place, behold, when I came thus far upon my way, suddenly a hot fit of fever seized me, and a shivering and a trembling, so that I lost all strength and fell down helpless, as thou seest me. And still no power have I in hand or foot to rise from the ground and to return to my place." Replied the prince, "Alas, O good woman, there is no house at hand where thou mayst go, and be fitly tended and tendered. Howbeit, I know a stead whither, an thou wilt, I can convey thee, and where by care and kindness thou shalt, inshallah, soon recover of thy complaint. Come then with me as best thou canst." With loud moans and groans the witch made answer, "So weak am I in every limb and helpless, that I can by no means rise off the ground, or move, save with the help of some friendly hand." The prince then bade one of his horsemen lift up the feeble and ailing old woman, and set her upon his steed. And the cavalier did his lord's bidding forthright, and mounted her astraddle upon the crupper of his courser. Then Prince Ahmad rode back with her, and entering by the iron door, carried her to his apartment, and sent for Peri-Banu. His wife, hurriedly coming forth to the prince, asked him in her flurry, "Is all well? And wherefore hast thou come back? And what wouldst thou that thou hast sent for me?" Prince Ahmad then told her of the old woman, who was healthless and helpless, adding, "Scarce had I set out on my journey when I espied this ancient dame lying hard by the roadside, suffering and in sore distress. My heart felt pity for her to see her in such case, and constrained me to bring her hither, as I could not leave her to die among the rocks. And I pray thee of thy bounty take her in, and give her medicines, that she may soon be made whole of this her malady. And thou wilt show her this favour, I shall not cease to thank thee, and be beholden to thee." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 658th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Peri-Banu looked at the old woman, and charged a twain of her handmaidens that they carry her into a room apart, and tend her with the tenderest care and the uttermost of diligence. The attendants did as she bade them, and transported the sorceress to the place she had designed. Then Peri-Banu addressed Prince Ahmad, saying, "O my lord, I am pleased to see thy pitiful kindness towards this ancient dame, and I surely will look to her case, even as thou hast enjoined me. But my heart misgiveth me, and much I fear some evil will result from thy goodness. This woman is not so ill as she doth make believe, but practiseth deceit upon thee. And I ween that some enemy or envier hath plotted a plot against me and thee. Howbeit, go now in peace upon thy journey. The prince, who on no wise took to heart the words of his wife, presently replied to her, O my lady, Almighty Allah forfend thee from all offence. With thee to help and guard me, I fear naught of ill. I know of no foeman who would compass my destruction, for I bear no grudge against any living being, and I foresee no evil at the hands of man or Jan. Thereupon the prince again took leave of Peri-Banu, and repaired with his attendants to the palace of his sire, who, by reason of the malice of his crafty minister, was inwardly afraid to see his son. But not the less he welcomed him with great outward show of love and affection. Meanwhile, the two fairy handmaidens, to whom Peri-Banu had given charge of the witch, bore her away to a spacious room, splendidly furnished, and laid her on a bed having a mattress of satin and a brocaded coverlet. Then one of them sat by her side, whilst the other, with all speed, fetched in a cup of porcelain an essence which was a sovereign draught for ague and fever. Presently they raised her up and seated her on the couch, saying, Drain thou this drink. It is the water of the lion's fount, and whoso tasteth of the same is forthwith made whole of what disease soever he hath. The sorceress took the cup with great difficulty, and after swallowing the contents, lay back on the bed, and the handmaiden spread the quilt over her, saying, Now rest awhile, and thou shalt soon feel the virtues of this medicine. Then they left her to sleep for an hour or so. But presently the witch, who had feigned sickness to the intent only that she might learn where Prince Ahmad abode, and might inform the Sultan thereof, being assured that she had discovered all that she desired, rose up, and summoning the damsels, said to them, The drinking of that draught hath restored to me all my health and strength. I now feel hale and hearty once more, and my limbs are filled with new life and vigour. So at once acquaint your lady herewith, that I may kiss the hem of her robe, and return my thanks for her goodness mewards, then depart and hie me home again. Accordingly the two handmaidens took the sorceress with them, and showed her, as they went along, the several apartments, each more magnificent and kingly than the other, and at length they reached the belvedere, which was the noblest saloon of all, and fitted and filled with furniture exceeding costly and curious. There sat Peri-Banu upon a throne which was adorned with diamonds and rubies, emeralds, pearls, and other gems of unwonted size and water, whilst round about her stood fairies of lovely form and features, robed in the richest raiments, and awaiting with folded hands her commandments. The sorceress marvelled with extreme marvel to see the splendour of the chambers and their furniture, but chiefly when she beheld the lady Peri-Banu seated upon the jewelled throne. Nor could she speak a word for confusion and awe, but she bent down low, and placed her head upon Peri-Banu's feet. Quoth the princess, in soft speech and reassuring tones, O good woman, it pleaseth me greatly to see thee a guest in this my palace, and I joy even more to learn that thou be wholly quit of thy sickness. So now solace thy spirits with walking all round about the place, and my servants will accompany thee, and show thee what there is worthy of thine inspection. Hereat the witch again louted low, and kissed the carpet under Peri-Banu's feet, and took leave of her hostess in goodly phrase, and with great show of gratitude for her favours. The handmaids then led her round the palace, and displayed to her all the rooms, which dazed and dazzled her sight, so that she could not find words to praise them sufficiently. Then she went her ways, and the fairies escorted her past the iron doorway, whereby Prince Ahmad had brought her in, and left her, bidding her God-speed and blessing her. And the foul crone, with many thanks, took the road to her own home. But when she had walked to some distance, she was minded to see the iron door, so might she with ease know it again. So she went back. But lo and behold, the entrance had vanished, and was invisible to her, as to all other women. Accordingly, after searching on all sides, and pacing to and fro, and finding nor sign nor trace of palace or portal, she repaired in despair to the city, and creeping along a deserted pathway, entered the palace, according to her custom, by the private postern. When safely within, she straightway sent word by an eunuch to the Sultan, who ordered that she be brought before him. She approached him with troubled countenance, whereat, perceiving that she had failed to carry out her purpose, he asked, "What news? Hast thou accomplished thy design, or hast thou been baffled therein?" And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 659th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the sorceress, who was a mere creature of the malicious vizier, replied, 'O king of kings, this matter have I searched out even as thou gavest command, and I am about to tell thee all that hath betided me. The signs of sorrow and marks of melancholy thou notest upon my countenance are for other cause, which narrowly concerneth thy welfare.' Then she began to recount her adventure in these terms. Now, when I had reached the rocks, I sat me down, feigning sickness, and as Prince Ahmad passed that way and heard my complaining, and saw my grievous condition, he had compassion on me. After some said and say, he took me with him by a subterranean passage, and through an iron door, to a magnificent palace, and gave me in charge of a fairy, Peri-Banu height, of passing beauty and loveliness, such as human eye hath never yet seen. Prince Ahmad bade her make me her guest for some few days, and bring me a medicine which would complete my cure, and she, to please him, at once appointed handmaidens to attend upon me. So I was certified that the twain were one flesh, husband and wife. I feigned to be exceeding frail and feeble, and made as though I had not strength to walk or even to stand, whereat the two damsels supported me one on either side, and I was carried into a room where they gave me somewhat to drink, and put me upon a bed to rest and sleep. Then thought I to myself, Verily I have gained the object wherefore I had feigned sickness, and I was assured that it availed no more to practise deceit. Accordingly, after a short while, I arose, and said to the attendants that the draught which they had given me to drink had cut short the fever, and had restored strength to my limbs, and life to my frame. Then they led me to the presence of the Lady Peri-Banu, who was exceeding pleased to see me once more hale and hearty, and bade her handmaidens conduct me around the palace, and show each room in its beauty and splendour. After which I craved leave to wend my ways, and here I am again to work thy will." When thus she had made known to the king all that had betided her, she resumed, "Perchance, on hearing of the might and majesty, opulence and magnificence of the Lady Peri-Banu, thou wilt be gladdened, and say within thyself, 'Tis well that Prince Ahmad is wedded to this fairy, and hath gotten for himself such wealth and power. But to the thinking of this thy slave, the matter is quite other. It is not well, I dare avouch, that thy son should possess such puissance and treasures, for who knoweth but that he may, by good aid of Peri-Banu, bring about division and disturbance in the realm? Beware of the wiles and malice of women. The prince is bewitched with love of her, and peradventure at her incitement he may act towards thee otherwise than right, and lay hands on thy hoards, and seduce thy subjects, and become master of thy kingdom. And albeit he would not of his own free will do aught to his father and his forebears, save what was pious and dutiful, yet the charms of his princess may work upon him little by little, and end by making him a rebel, and what more I may not say. Now mayst thou see that the matter is a weighty, so be not heedless, but give it full consideration." Then the sorceress made ready to gang her gait, when spake the king, saying, "I am beholden to thee in two things. The first, that thou tookest upon thyself much toil and travail, and on my behalf riskedst thy life to learn the truth anent my son Prince Ahmad. Secondly, I am thankful for that thou hast given me a rede so sound and such wholesome counsel." So saying, he dismissed her with the highmost honour. But no sooner had she left the palace than he, sore distraught, summoned his second vizier, the malicious minister who had incited him against Prince Ahmad, and when he and his friends appeared in the presence, he laid before them the whole matter, and asked of them, saying, "What is your counsel? And what must I do to protect myself and my kingdom against the wiles of this fairy?" Replied one of his counsellors, 'Tis but a trifling matter, and the remedy is simple and near hand. Command that Prince Ahmad, who is now within the city, if not in the palace, be detained as one taken prisoner. Let him not be put to death, lest haply the deed may engender rebellion, but at any rate place him under arrest, and, if he prove violent, clap him in irons." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till End of Part 3 of Prince Ahmad and the Fairy Peri-Banu. Section 19 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Prince Ahmad and the Fairy Peri-Banu, Part 4. The end of the 660th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that this felon counsel pleased the malicious minister, and all his faughters and flatterers highly approved his rede." The Sultan kept silence and made no reply, but on the morrow he sent and summoned the sorceress, and debated with her whether he should or should not cast Prince Ahmad into prison. Quoth she, "O King of Kings, this counsel is clean contrary to sound sense and right reason. An thou throw Prince Ahmad into jail, so must thou also do with all his knights and their esquires, and inasmuch as they are jinns and mabrids, who can tell their power of reprisals? Nor prison cells nor gates of adamant can keep them in. They will forthwith escape, and report such violence to the fairy, who, wroth with extreme wrath to find her husband doomed to durance vile like a common malefactor, and that too for no default of crime but by a treacherous arrest, will assuredly deal the direst of vengeance on thy head, and do us a damage we shall not be able to forfend. An thou wilt confide in me, I will advise thee how to act, whereby thou mayst win thy wish, and no evil will come nigh thee or thy kingship. Thou knowest well that to jinns and fairies is power given of doing in one short moment deeds marvellous and wondrous, which mortals fail to effect after long years of toil and trouble. Now, whenas thou goest a-hunting or on other expedition, thou requirest pavilions for thyself, and many tents for thy retinue and attendants and soldiery, and in making ready and transporting such store, much time and wealth are wastefully expended. I would advise, O King of Kings, that thou try Prince Ahmad by the following test. Do thou bid him bring to thee a shamiana so long and so broad that it will cover and lodge the whole of thy court, and men-at-arms, and camp-followers, likewise the beasts of burden, and yet it must be so light that a man may hold it in the hollow of his hand, and carry it whithersoever he listeth." Then, after holding her peace for a while, she added, still addressing the Sultan, "And as soon as Prince Ahmad shall acquit himself of this commission, do thou demand of him a somewhat still greater and more wondrous, wherewith I will make thee aware, and which he will find grievous of execution. On this wise shalt thou fill thy treasury with rare inventions and strange, the handicraft of jinn. Nor will this cease till such time, in fine, when thy son shall be at his wit's end to carry out thy requirements. Then, humbled and abashed, he will never dare to enter thy capital, or even thy presence, and thus shalt thou be saved from fear of harm at his hands, and thou shalt not have need to put him in jail, or worse still, to do him dead." Hearing these words of wisdom, the Sultan made known the witch's device to his advisers, and asked them what they deemed thereof. They held their peace, and answered not a word, or good or ill, while he himself highly approved it, and said no more. Next day Prince Ahmad came to visit the king, who welcomed him with overflowing affection, and clasping him to his bosom, kissed him on eyes and forehead. Long time they sat conversing on various subjects, till at length the Sultan, finding an occasion, spake thus: "O dear my son, O Ahmad, for many a day I have been sad at heart and sorrowful of soul, because of separation from thee. And when thou camest back, I was gladdened with great gladness at sight of thee. And albeit thou didst, and dost still, withhold from me the knowledge of thy whereabouts, I refrained from asking thee or seeking to find out thy secret, since it was not according to thy mind to tell me of thine abode. Now, however, I have heard say that thou art wedded to a mighty Genia of passing beauty, and the tidings please me with the highmost possible pleasure. I desire not to learn aught from thee concerning thy fairy wife, save whatso thou wouldst entrust to me of thine own free will. But say me, should I at any time require somewhat of thee, canst thou obtain it from her? Doth she regard thee with such favour that she will not deny thee anything thou askest of her? Quoth the prince, O my lord, what dost thou demand of me? My wife is devoted to her husband in heart and soul, so prithee let me learn what it is thou wouldst have of me and her. Replied the Sultan, Thou knowest that oft-times I fare a-hunting on some foray and fray, when I have great need of tents and pavilions and shamianas, with herds of troops and camels and mules and other beasts of burden to carry the camp from place to place. I would therefore that thou bring me a tent so light that a man may carry it in the hollow of his hand, and yet so large that it may contain my court and all my host and camp and sutlers and bad animals. And thou wouldst ask the lady for this gift, I know full well that she can give it, and hereby shalt thou save me much of trouble in providing carriage for the tentage, and spare me much waste and loss of beasts and men. The prince replied, O my sire the Sultan, trouble not thy thought. I will at once make known thy wish to my wife, the lady Peri-Banu, and albeit little I wot and fairies have the faculty of making a pavilion such as thou describest, or, indeed, supposing that they have such power, and she will grant me or not grant me her aidance, and, moreover, although I cannot promise thee such present, yet whatsoever lieth in my ability to do, that will I gladly do for thy service. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of the 661st night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that quoth the king to Prince Ahmad, Shouldst thou perchance fail in this matter, and bring me not the gift required, O my son, I will never see thy face again. A sorry husband thou, in good sooth, if thy wife refuse so mean a thing, and hasten not to do all thou biddest her do, giving thee to see that thou art of small value and consequence in her eyes, and that her love for thee is a quantity well nigh to naught. But do thou, O my child, go forth and straightway ask her for the tent, and she giveth thee. Know thou she desireth thee, and thou art the dearest of all things to her. And I have been informed that she loveth thee with all her heart and soul, and will by no means refuse thee aught thou requirest, were it even the balls of her eyes. Now Prince Ahmad was ever wont to tarry 3 days each month with the Sultan his sire, and return to his spouse on the 4th. But this time he stayed 2 days only, and farewelled his father on the 3rd. As he passed into the palace, Peri-Banu could not but note that he was sad at heart and downcast of face. So she asked of him, Is all well with thee? Why hast thou come to-day, and not to-morrow, from the presence of the king thy father? And why carriest thou so triste a countenance? Whereupon, after kissing her brow and fondly embracing her, he told her the whole matter, first to last, and she made answer, I will speedily set thy mind at rest, for I would not see thee so saddened for a moment longer. Howbeit, O my love, from this petition of the Sultan thy sire, I am certified that his end draweth nigh, and he will soon depart this world to the mercy of Allah the Almighty. Some enemy hath done this deed, and much of mischief hath made for thee. And the result is that thy father, all unmindful of his coming doom, doth seek diligently his own destruction. The prince, anxious and alarmed, thus answered his wife, Almighty Allah be praised, the king my liege lord is in the best of health, and showeth no sign of disorder or decrepitude. 'Tis but this morning I left him hale and hearty, and in very sooth I never saw him in better case. Strange indeed that thou shouldst ken what shall betide him before I have told thee aught concerning him, and especially how he hath come to learn of our marriage and of our home. Quoth Peri-Banu, O my prince, thou knowest what I said to thee when, as I saw the old dame whom thou broughtest hither, as one afflicted with the ague and fever, that woman, who is a witch of Satan's breed, hath disclosed to thy father all he sought to learn concerning this our dwelling-place. And notwithstanding that I saw full clearly she was nor sick nor sorry, but only feigning a fever, I gave her medicine to drink which cureth complaints of all kinds, and she falsely made believe that by its virtues she had recovered health and strength. So when she came to take leave of me, I sent her with 2 of my damsels, and bid them display to her every apartment in the palace, together with its furniture and decorations, that she might better know the condition of me and thee. Now all this did I on thy account only, for thou badest me show compassion to the ancient woman, and I was rejoiced to see her departing safe and sound in the best of spirits. Save her alone, no human being had ever power to know aught of this place, much less to come hither. Prince Ahmad, hearing these words, thanked and praised her, and said, O sun-faced beauty, I would beg of thee to grant me a boon whereof my father hath made request of me, to wit, a shamiana of such dimensions that it may shelter him and his many, his camp and bad cattle, and withal may be carried in the hollow of the hand. And such marvel exist I wot not, yet would I do my utmost to procure it, and carry it to him right loyally. Quoth she, Why trouble thyself for so small a matter? I will forthright send for it, and give it thee. Then she summoned one of her handmaids, who was treasurer to her, and said, O Nur Jahan, go thou at once and bring me a pavilion of such and such a fashion. So she fared forth without delay, and as quickly came back with the pavilion, which, at her lady's bidding, she placed in the palm of Prince Ahmad's hand. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of the 662nd night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Prince Ahmad hent the pavilion in hand, and thought to himself, What is this Peri-Banu giveth me? Surely she doth make a mock of me. His wife, however, reading his mind in his face, fell to laughing aloud, and asked, What is it, O my dearling prince? Dost thou think that I am jesting and gibing at thee? Then she continued, addressing the treasurer Nur Jahan, Take now yon tent from Prince Ahmad, and set it on the plain, that he may see its vast size, and know if it be such an one as required by the Sultan his sire. The handmaid took the pavilion, and pitched it afar from the palace, and yet one end thereof reached thereto from the outer limit of the plain, and so immense was its size, that, as Prince Ahmad perceived, there was room therein for all the king's court, and were 2 armies ranged under it with their camp followers and bat animals, one would on no wise crowd or inconvenience the other. He then begged pardon of Peri-Banu, saying, I wot not that the Shamayana was so prodigious of extent and so marvellous a nature, wherefore I misdoubted when first I saw it. The treasurer presently struck the tent, and returned it to the palm of his hand. Then, without stay or delay, he took horse, and, followed by his retinue, rode back to the royal presence, where, after obeisance and suit and service, he presented the tent. The Sultan also, at first sight of the gift, thought it a small matter, but marvelled with extreme marvel to see its size when pitched, for it would have shaded his capital and its suburbs. He was not, however, wholly satisfied, for the size of the pavilion now appeared to him superfluous, but his son assured him that it would always fit itself to its contents. He thanked the prince for bringing him so rare a present, saying, O my son, acquaint thy consort with my obligation to her, and offer my grateful thanks for this her bounteous gift. Now indeed know I of a truth that she doth love thee with the whole of her heart and soul, and all my doubts and fears are well nigh set at rest. Then the king commanded they should pack up the tent, and store it with all care in the royal treasury. Now, strange it is, but true, that when the Sultan received this rare present from the prince, the fear and doubt, the envy and jealousy of his son, which the witch and the malicious vizier and his other ill advisers had bred in his breast, waxed greater and livelier than before, because he was now certified that in very truth the Genia was gracious beyond measure to her mate, and that, notwithstanding the great wealth and power of the sovereign, she could outvie him in mighty deeds for the aidance of her husband. Accordingly he feared with excessive fear lest haply she seek opportunity to slay him in favour of the prince whom she might enthrone in his stead. So he bade bring the witch who had counselled him aforetime, and upon whose sleight and malice he now mainly relied. When he related to her the result of her rede, she took thought for a while. Then, raising her brow, said, "O King of Kings, thou troublest thyself for naught. Thou needest only command Prince Ahmad to bring thee of the water of the lion's spring. He must perforce, for his honour's sake, fulfil thy wish, and if he fail, he will, for very shame, not dare to show his face again at court. No better plan than this canst thou adopt. So look to it, nor loiter on thy way." Next day at eventide, as the Sultan was seated in full darbar, surrounded by his viziers and ministers, Prince Ahmad came forwards, and making due obeisance, took seat by his side and below him. Hereat the king addressed him, as was his wont, with great show of favour, saying, "It delighteth me mightily that thou hast brought me the tent I required of thee, for surely in my treasury there be naught so rare and strange. Yet one other thing lack I, and couldst thou bring it me, I shall rejoice with joy exceeding. I have heard tell that the Genia thy consort maketh constant use of a water which floweth from the lion's spring, the drinking whereof doeth away with fevers and all other deadly diseases. I know thou art anxious that I live in health, and thou wilt gladden me by bringing somewhat of that water, so I may drink thereof when occasion shall require. And well I wot that, as thou valuest my love and affection theewards, thou wilt not refuse to grant me my request." Prince Ahmad, on hearing this demand, was struck with surprise that his sire should so soon make a second demand. So he kept silence a while, thinking within himself, "I have managed by some means to obtain the tent from the lady Peri-Banu, but Allah only knoweth how she will now act, and whether this fresh request will or will not rouse her wrath. Howbeit I know that she will on no wise deny me any boon I may ask of her." So, after much hesitation, Prince Ahmad made reply, "O my lord the king, I have no power to do aught in this matter, which resteth only with my spouse the princess. Yet will I petition her to give the water, and if she vouchsafe consent, I will bring it straight to thee. Indeed, I cannot promise thee such boon with all certainty. I would gladly do my endeavour in all and everything that can benefit thee, but to ask her for this water is a work more weighty than asking for the tent." Next day the prince took his departure, and returned to Peri-Banu. And after loving embraces and greetings, quoth he, "O my lady, and light of my eyes, the Sultan my sire sendeth thee his grateful thanks for the granting of his wish, to wit, the pavilion, and now he adventureth himself once more, and certified of thy bounty and beneficence, he would pray from thy hand the boon of a little water from the lion's spring. Withal I would assure thee that, an the giving of this water please thee not, let the matter be clean forgotten, for to do all thou willest is my one and only wish." Peri-Banu made reply, "Methinks the Sultan thy sire would put both me and thee to the test, by requiring such boons as those suggested to him by the sorceress." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of the 663rd night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that Peri-Banu said further to Prince Ahmad, Natheless I will grant this largesse also, as the Sultan hath set his mind upon it, and no harm shall come therefrom to me or to thee, albeit 'tis a matter of great risk and danger, and it is prompted by not a little of malice and ungraciousness. But give careful heed to my words, nor neglect thou aught of them, or thy destruction is certain sure. I now will tell thee what to do. In the hall of yonder castle, which riseth on that mountain, is a fountain sentinelled by 4 lions, fierce and ravening, and they watch and ward the path that leadeth thereto, a pair standing on guard, whilst the other 2 take their turn to rest. And thus no living thing hath power to pass by them. Yet will I make known to thee the means whereby thou mayst win thy wish, without any hurt or harm befalling thee from the furious beasts. Thus saying, she drew from an ivory box a clue of thread, and by means of a needle, one of those wherewith she had been plying her work, made thereof a ball. This she placed in the hands of her husband, and said, First, be thou careful that thou keep about thee with all diligence this ball, whose use I shall presently explain to thee. Secondly, choose for thyself 2 horses of great speed, one for thine own riding, whilst on the other thou shalt load the carcass of a freshly slaughtered sheep, cut into 4 quarters. In the third place, take with thee a phial wherewith I will provide thee, and this is for carrying the water, which thou, inshallah, God willing, shalt bring back. As soon as the morn shall morrow, do thou arise with the light, and go forth riding thy chosen steed, and leading the other alongside of thee by the reins. When thou shalt reach the iron portals which open upon the castle court, at no great distance from the gate, do thou cast the ball of thread upon the ground before thee. Forthwith it will begin rolling onwards of its own will towards the castle door, and do thou follow it through the open entrance until such time as it stop its course. At this moment thou shalt see the 4 lions, and the 2 that wake and watch will rouse the twain that sleep and rest. All 4 will turn their jaws to the ground, and growl and roar with hideous howlings, and make as though about to fall upon thee and tear thee limb from limb. However, fear not, nor be dismayed, but ride boldly on, and throw to the ground from off the led horse the sheep's quarters, 1 to each lion. See that thou alight not from thy steed, but gore his ribs with thy shovel stirrup, and ride with all thy might and main up to the basin which gathereth the water. Here dismount, and fill the phial whilst the lions will be busied eating. Lastly, return with all speed, and the beasts will not prevent thy passing by them. Next day, at peep of morn, Prince Ahmad did according to all that Peri-Banu had bidden him, and rode forth to the castle. Then, having passed through the iron portals, and crossed the court, and opened the door, he entered the hall, where he threw the quarters of the sheep before the lions, 1 to each, and speedily reached the spring. He filled his phial with water from the basin, and hurried back with all haste. But when he had ridden some little distance, he turned about, and saw 2 of the guardian lions following upon his track. However, he was on no wise daunted, but drew his sabre from the sheath, to prepare him for self-protection. Hereat, one of the twain, seeing him bear his brand for defence, retired a little way from the road, and, standing at gaze, nodded his head and wagged his tail, as though to pray the prince to put up his scimitar, and to assure him that he might ride in peace and fear no peril. The other lion then sprang forwards ahead of him, and kept close him, and the 2 never ceased to escort him until they reached the city, nay, even the gate of the palace. The second twain also brought up the rear, till Prince Ahmad had entered the palace door, and when they were certified of this, all 4 went back by the way they came. Seeing such wondrous spectacle, the townsfolk all fled in dire dismay, albeit the enchanted beasts molested no man, and presently some mounted horsemen, espying their lord riding alone and unattended, came up to him and helped him alight. The Sultan was sitting in his audience hall, conversing with his viziers and ministers, when his son appeared before him. And Prince Ahmad, having greeted him and blessed him, and in dutiful fashion prayed for his permanence of existence and prosperity and opulence, placed before his feet the phial full of the water from the lion's spring, saying, Lo, I have brought thee the boon thou desiredst of me. This water is most rare and hard to obtain, nor is there in all thy treasure-house aught so notable and of such value as this. If ever thou fall ill of any malady, Almighty Allah forfend this should be in thy destiny, then drink a draught thereof, and forthwith thou shalt be made whole of whatso distemper thou hast. When Prince Ahmad had made an end of speaking, the Sultan, with all love and affection, grace and honour, embraced him and kissed his head. Then, seating him on his right, said, "O my son, I am beholden to thee, beyond count and measure, for that thou hast adventured thy life, and brought this water with great irk and risk from so perilous a place." Now the witch had erewhile informed the king concerning the Lion's Spring, and of the mortal dangers which beset the site, so that he knew right well how gallant was his son's daring do. And presently he said, "Say me, O my child, how couldst thou venture thither, and escape from the lions, and broughtest back the water, thyself remaining safe and sound?" And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 664th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the prince replied, 'By thy favour, O my lord the Sultan, have I returned in safety from that stead, mainly because I did according to the bidding of my spouse, the lady Peri-Banu, and I have brought the water from the Lion's Spring only by carrying out her commands.' Then he made known to his father all that had befallen him in going and returning. And when the Sultan noted the preeminent valiance and prowess of his son, he only feared the more, and the malice and the rancour, envy and jealousy which filled his heart, waxed tenfold greater than before. However, dissembling his true sentiments, he dismissed Prince Ahmad, and betaking him to his private chamber, at once sent word to bid the witch appear in the presence. And when she came, he told her of the prince's visit, and all about the bringing of the water from the Lion's Spring. She had already heard somewhat thereof by reason of the hubbub in the city at the coming of the lions, but as soon as she had given ear to the whole account, she marvelled with mighty marvel, and after whispering in the Sultan's ear her new device, said to him in triumph, "O King of Kings, this time thou shalt lay a charge on the prince, and such commandment, methinks, will trouble him, and it shall go hard with him to execute aught thereof." "Thou sayest well," replied the sovereign. "Now indeed will I try this plan thou hast projected for me." Wherefore next day, when as Prince Ahmad came to the presence of his sire, the king said to him, "O dear my child, it delighteth me exceedingly to see thy virtue and valour, and the filial love wherewith thou art fulfilled. Good gifts, chiefly shown by obtaining for me the two rarities I asked of thee. And now one other and final requirement I have of thee, and shouldst thou avail to satisfy my desire, I shall be well pleased in my beloved son, and render thanks to him for the rest of my days." Prince Ahmad answered, "What is the boon thou requirest? I will, for my part, do thy bidding as far as in me lieth." Then quoth the king in reply to the prince, "I would fain have thee bring me a man of size and stature no more than 3 feet high, with beard full 20 ells in length, who beareth on his shoulder a quarterstaff of steel, 13 score pounds in weight, which he wieldeth with ease, and swingeth around his head without wrinkle on brow, even as men wield cudgels of wood." On this wise the Sultan, led astray by the doom of destiny, and heedless alike of good and evil, asked that which should bring surest destruction upon himself. Prince Ahmad also, with blind obedience, out of pure affection to his parent, was ready to supply him with all he required, unknowing what was prepared for him in the secret purpose. Accordingly he said, "O my sire the Sultan, I trow me 'twill be hard to find, all the world over, a man such as thou desirest. Still, I will work my best to do thy bidding." Thereupon the prince retired from the presence, and returned as usual to his palace, where he greeted Peri-Banu with love and gladness. But his face was troubled, and his heart was heavy at the thought of the king's last behest. Perceiving his preoccupation, the princess asked of him, "O dear my lord, what tidings bringest thou for me to-day?" "Hereto," replied he, "the Sultan at each visit requireth of me some new thing, and burtheneth me with his requests. And to-day he purposeth to try me, and in the hopes of putting me to shame, he asketh somewhat which 'twere vain to hope I can find in all the world." Thereupon Prince Ahmad told her all the king had said to him, and as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 665th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Peri-Banu, hearing these words, said to the prince, Trouble not thyself at all in this matter. Thou didst venture at great risk to carry off for thy father water from the lion's spring, and thou succeededst in winning thy wish. Now this task is on no wise more difficult or dangerous than was that. Nay, 'tis the easier, for that he thou describest is none other than Shabar, my brother german. Although we both have the same parents, yet it pleased Almighty Allah to inform us in different figures, and to make him unlike his sister, as being in mortal mould can be. Moreover, he is valiant and adventurous, always seeking some jest and exploit, whereby to further my interest, and right willingly doth he carry out whatso he undertaketh. He is shaped and formed as the Sultan thy sire hath described, nor useth he any weapons save the nabut, or quarter-staff of steel. And see now, I will send for him, but be not thou dismayed at sighting him. Replied Prince Ahmad, If he be in truth thine own brother, what matter how he looketh? I shall be pleased to see him as when one welcometh a valued friend or a beloved kinsman. Wherefore should I fear to look upon him? Hearing these words, Peri-Banu dispatched one of her attendants, who brought to her from her private treasury a chafing-dish of gold. Then she bade a fire be lit therein, and sending for a casket of noble metal studded with gems, the gift of her kinsman, she took therefrom some incense and cast it upon the flames. Herewith issued a dense smoke, spiring high in air and spreading all about the palace. And a few moments after, Peri-Banu, who had ceased her conjurations, cried, Look ye, my brother Shabar cometh. Canst thou distinguish his form? The prince looked up and saw a mannikin in stature dwarfish and no more than 3 feet high, with a boss on breast and a hump on back. Withal he carried himself with stately mien and majestic air. On his right shoulder was borne his quarter-staff of steel, 13 pounds in weight. His beard was thick and 20 cubits in length, but arranged so skilfully that it stood clear off from the ground. He wore also a twisted pair of long mustachios curling up to his ears, and all his face was covered with long pile. His eyes were not unlike unto pig's eyes, and his head, on which was placed a crown-like coiffure, was enormous of bulk, contrasting with the meanness of his stature. Prince Ahmad sat calmly beside his wife, the fairy, and felt no fear as the figure approached. And presently Shabar walked up, and glancing at him, asked Peri-Banu, saying, Who be this mortal who sitteth hard by thee? Hereto she replied, O my brother, this is my beloved husband, Prince Ahmad, son of the Sultan of Hindostan. I sent thee not an invitation to the wedding, as thou wast then engaged on some great expedition. Now, however, by the grace of Almighty Allah, thou hast returned, triumphant and victorious over thy foes. Wherefore I have summoned thee upon a matter which nearly concerneth me. Hearing these words, Shabar looked graciously at Prince Ahmad, saying, O my beloved sister, is there any service I can render to him? And she replied, The Sultan his sire desireth ardently to see thee, and I pray thee go forth right to him, and take the prince with thee by way of guide. Said he, This instant I am ready to set forth. But, said she, Not yet, O my brother, thou art fatigued with journeying, so defer until the morrow thy visit to the king, and this evening I will make known to thee all that concerneth Prince Ahmad. Presently the time came. So Peri-Banu informed her brother Shabar concerning the king and his ill counsellors, but she dwelt mainly upon the misdeeds of the old woman the witch, and how she had schemed to injure Prince Ahmad, and to spitefully prevent his going to city or court, and she had gained such influence over the Sultan that he had given up his will to hers, and ceased not doing whatso she bade him. Next day at dawn, Shabar the Jinn and Prince Ahmad set out together upon a visit to the Sultan. And when they had reached the city gates, all the folk, nobles and commons, were struck with consternation at the dwarf's hideous form, and flying on every side in affright, and running into shops and houses, barred the doors and closed the casements, and hid themselves therein. So panic-stricken indeed was their flight, that many feet lost shoes and sandals in running, while from the heads of others their loosened turbans fell to earth. And when they twain approached the palace, through streets and squares and market-places, desolate as the desert of Samoa, All the keepers of the gates took to their heels in sight of Shabar, and fled, so there was none to hinder their entering. They walked straight on to the audience chamber, where the Sultan was holding darbar, and they found in attendance on him a host of ministers and counsellors, great and small, each standing in his proper rank and station. They, too, on seeing Shabar, speedily took flight in dire dismay, and hid themselves. Also the guards had deserted their posts, nor cared in any way to let or stay the twain. The sovereign still sat motionless on his throne, where Shabar went up to him with lordly mien and royal dignity, and cried, "O king, thou hast expressed a wish to see me, and lo, I am here. Say now, what wouldst thou have me do?" And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of the 666th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the king made no reply to Shabar, but held up his hands before his eyes, that he might not behold that frightful figure, and, turning his head, would fain have fled in terror." Shabar was filled with fury at this rudeness on the part of the Sultan, and was wroth with exceeding wrath to think that he had troubled himself to come at the bidding of such a craven, who now, on seeing him, would fain run away. So the Jinn, without an instant's delay, raised his quarterstaff of steel, and swinging it twice in air, before Prince Ahmad could reach the throne or on any wise interfere, struck the Sultan so fiercely upon the pole that his skull was smashed and his brains were scattered over the floor. And when Shabar had made an end of this offender, he savagely turned upon the Grand Vizier, who stood on the Sultan's right, and incontinently would have slain him also, but the prince craved pardon for his life, and said, "Kill him not, he is my friend, and hath at no time said one evil word against me." But such is not the case with the others, his fellows. Hearing these words, the infuriated Shabar fell upon the ministers and ill counsellors on either side, to wit, all who had devised evil devices against Prince Ahmad, and slew them each and every, and suffered not one to escape, save only those who had taken flight and hidden themselves. Then, going from the hall of justice to the courtyard, the dwarf said to the vizier, whose life the prince had saved, "Hark ye, there is a witch who beareth enmity against my brother, the husband of my sister. See that thou produce her forthright. Likewise the villain who filled his father's mind with hate and malice, envy and jealousy against him. So may I quite them in full measure for their misdeeds." The Grand Vizier produced them all, first the sorceress, and then the malicious minister with his rout of fautors and flatterers, and Shabar felled them one after the other with his quarterstaff of steel, and killed them piteously, crying to the sorceress, "This is the end of all thy machinations with the king, and this is the fruit of thy deceit and treachery, so learn not to feign thyself sick." And in the blindness of his passion he would have slain all the inhabitants of the city, but Prince Ahmad prevented him, and pacified him with soft and flattering words. Hereupon Shabar habited his brother in the royal habit, and seated him on the throne, and proclaimed him Sultan of Hindostan. The people all, both high and low, rejoiced with exceeding joy to hear these tidings, for Prince Ahmad was beloved by every one. So they crowded to swear fealty, and bring presents and nazaranas, and raised shouts of acclamation, crying out, "Long live King Ahmad!" When all this was done, Shabar sent for his sister Peri-Banu, and made her queen under the title Shahar-Banu, and in due time, taking leave of her and King Ahmad, the genie returned to his own home. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of the 667th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that after these things King Ahmad summoned Prince Ali his brother and Nur al-Nihar, and made him governor of a large city hard by the capital, and dismissed him thither in high state and splendour. Also he commissioned an official to wait upon Prince Husain, and tell him all the tidings, and sent word, saying, I will appoint thee ruler over any capital or country thy soul desireth, and if thou consent, I will forward thee letters of appointment. But inasmuch as the prince was wholly content and entirely happy in darwishhood, he cared not for rule or government, or aught of worldly vanities. So he sent back the official with his duty and grateful thanks, requesting that he might be left to live his life in solitude and renunciation of matters mundane. Now when Queen Shahrazad had made an end of telling her story, and yet the night was not wholly spent, King Shahryar spake, saying, This thy story, admirable and most wonderful, hath given me extreme delight. And I pray thee, do thou tell us another tale, till such time as the last hours of this our night be past. She replied, Be it as thou wilt, O auspicious king. I am thy slave, to do as thou shalt bid. The End of Prince Ahmad and the Fairy Peri-Banu. Section 20 of the Book of the 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. The Two Sisters Who Envied Their Cadette, Part 1. Then she began to relate the tale of the two sisters who envied their cadette. In days of yore, and in times long gone before, there lived a king of Persia, Khusrau Shah hight, renowned for justice and righteousness. His father, dying at a good old age, had left him sole heir to all the realm, and under his rule the tiger and the kid drank side by side at the same ghat, and his treasury was ever full, and his troops and guards were numberless. Now it was his wont to don disguise, and, attended by a trusty vizier, to wander about the street at night time, whereby things seld seen and haps peregrine became known to him, the which, should I tell thee all thereof, O auspicious king, would weary thee beyond measure. So he took seat upon the throne of his forebears, and when the appointed days of mourning were ended, according to the custom of that country, he caused his exalted name, that is, Khusrau Shah, be struck upon all the coins of the kingdom, and entered into the formula of public prayer. And when stablished in his sovereignty, he went forth as aforetime on one evening, accompanied by his grand vizier, both in merchant's habit, walking the streets and squares, the markets and lanes, the better to note what might take place, both of good and of bad. By chance they passed, as the night darkened, through a quarter where dwelt people of the poorer class, and as they walked on, the Shah heard inside a house women talking with loud voices. Then, going near, he peeped in by the door-chink, and saw three fair sisters, who, having supped together, were seated on a divan, talking one to other. The king thereupon applied his ear to the crack, and listened eagerly to what they said, and heard each and every declaring what was the thing she most desired. Quoth the eldest, I would I were married to the Shah's head baker, for then should I ever have bread to eat, the whitest and choicest in the city, and your hearts would be fulfilled with envy and jealousy and malice at my good luck. Quoth the second, I would rather wive with the Shah's chief kitchener, and eat of dainty dishes that are placed before his highness, wherewith the royal bread, which is common throughout the palace, cannot compare for gust and flavour. And quoth the third and youngest of the three, and by far the most beautiful and lively of them all, a maiden of charming nature, full of wit and humour, sharp-witted, wary, and wise, when her turn came to tell her wish, O sisters, my ambition is not as ordinary as yours. I care not for fine bread, nor glutton-like do I long for dainty dishes. I look to somewhat nobler and higher. Indeed, I would desire nothing less than to be married by the king, and become the mother of a beautiful prince, a model of form and in mind as masterful as valorous. His hair should be golden on one side and silvern on the other. When weeping, he should drop pearls in place of tears, and when laughing, his rosy lips should be fresh as the blossom new blown. The Shah was amazed with exceeding amazement to hear the wishes of the three sisters, but chiefly of the youngest, and determined in himself that he would gratify them all. Wherefore quoth he to the grand vizier, Mark well this house, and on the morrow bring before me these maidens whom we heard discoursing. And quoth the vizier, O asylum of the universe, I hear but to obey. Thereupon the twain walked back to the palace, and laid them down to rest. When morning morrowed, the minister went for the sisters, and brought them to the king, who, after greeting them and heartening their hearts, said to them in kindly tone, "O ye maidens of weal, last night what was it that in merry word and jest ye spake one to other? Take heed ye tell the Shah every whit in full detail, for all must become known to us. Something we have heard, but now the king would have ye recount your discourse to his royal ears." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 668th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that at these words of the Shah, the sisters, confused and filled with shame, durst not reply, but stood before him silent and with heads bent low. And despite all questioning and encouragement, they could not pluck up courage. However, the youngest was of passing comeliness in form and feature, and forthwith the Shah became desperately enamoured of her, and of his life began reassuring them, and saying, "O ye princesses of fair ones, be not afraid nor troubled in thought, nor let bashfulness or shyness prevent you from telling the Shah what 3 wishes you wished, for fain would he fulfil them all." Thereat they threw themselves at his feet, and craving his pardon for their boldness and freedom of speech, told him the whole talk, each one repeating the wish she had wished. And on that very day Khusrau Shah married the eldest sister to his chief baker, and the second sister to his head cook, and bade make all things ready for his own wedding with the youngest sister. So, when the preparations for the royal nuptials had been made after costliest fashion, the king's marriage was celebrated with royal pomp and pageantry, and the bride received the titles of Light of the Harem and Banu of Iranland. The other 2 maidens were likewise married, one to the king's baker, the other to his cook, after a manner according to their several degrees in life, and with little show of grandeur and circumstance. Now it had been only right and reasonable that these twain, having won each her own wish, should have passed their time in solace and happiness. But the decree of destiny doomed otherwise, and as soon as they saw the grand estate whereto their youngest sister had risen, and the magnificence of her marriage festival, their hearts were fired with envy and jealousy and sore despite, and they resolved upon giving the rein to their hatred and malignancy, and to work her some foul mischief. On this wise they remained for many months consumed with rancour day and night, and they burned with grief and anger whenever they cited aught of her superior style and state. One morning, as the 2 met at the hammam, and found privacy and opportunity, quoth the eldest sister to the second, "A grievous thing it is indeed that she, our youngest sister, no lovelier than ourselves, should thus be raised to the dignity and majesty of queendom, and indeed the thought is over hard to bear." Quoth the other, "O sister mine, I also am perplexed and displeased at this thing, and I know not what of merit the Shah could have seen in her, that he was tempted to choose her for his consort. She ill befitteth that high estate, with that face like a monkey's favour, and save her youth, I know nothing that could commend her to his highness, that he should so exalt her above her fellows. To my mind, thou, and not she, art fit to share the royal bed, and I nurse a grudge against the king, for that he hath made this jade his queen." And the eldest sister rejoined, "I likewise marvel beyond all measure, and I swear that thy youth and beauty, thy well-shaped figure, and lovely favour, and goodliness of gifts, past challenge or compare, might well suffice to win the king, and have tempted him to wed and bed with thee, and make thee his crowned queen and sovereign lady, in lieu of taking to his arms this paltry strumpet. Indeed, he hath shown no sense of what is right and just in leaving thee disappointed, and on this account only the matter troubleth me with exceeding trouble." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 669th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the 2 sisters took counsel each with other, how they might abase their youngest sister in the Shah's sight, and cause her downfall and utter ruin. Day and night they conned over the matter in their minds, and spoke at great length about it when they ever met together, and pondered endless plans to injure the queen their sister, and if possible bring about her death. But they could fix upon none, And whilst they bore this despite and hatred towards her, and diligently and deliberately sought the means of gratifying their bitter envy, hatred, and malice, she, on the other hand, regarded them with the same favour and affection as she had done before marriage, and thought only how to advantage their low estate. Now, when some months of her wedded life had passed, the fair queen was found to be with child, whereof the glad tidings filled the Shah with joy. And straightway he commanded all the people of the capital and throughout the whole empire keep holiday with feasts and dancing and every manner jollity, as became so rare and important an occasion. But as soon as the news came to the ears of the two envious sisters, they were constrained perforce to offer their congratulations to the queen. And after a long visit, as the twain were about to crave dismissal, they said, "Thanks be to Almighty Allah, O our sister, who hath shown us this happy day. One boon we have to ask of thee, to wit, that when the time shall come for thee to be delivered of a child, we may assist as midwives of thy confinement, and be with thee and nurse thee for the space of 40 days. The queen, in her gladness, made reply, "O sisters mine, I fain would have it so. For at a time of such need I know of none on whom to rely with such dependence as upon you. During my coming trial your presence with me will be most welcome and opportune. But I can do only what thing the Shah biddeth, nor can I do aught save by his leave. My advice is this: make known this matter to your mates, who have always access to the royal presence, and let them personally apply for your attendance as midwives. I doubt not but that the Shah will give you leave to assist me and remain by my side, considering the fond relationship between us three." Then the two sisters returned home, full of evil thoughts and malice, and told their wishes to their husbands, who in turn bespake Khusru Shah, and offered their petition with all humility, little knowing what was hidden from them in the secret purpose. The king replied, "When I shall have thought the matter over in my mind, I will give you suitable orders." So saying, he privately visited the queen, and to her said, "O my lady, an it please thee, methinks 'twould be well to summon thy sisters, and secure their aidance, when thou shalt be labouring of child, in lieu of any stranger. And if thou be of the same mind as myself, let me at once learn and take steps to obtain their consent and concert ere thy time arriveth. They will wait on thee with more loving care than any hired nurse, and thou wilt find thyself the safer in their hands." Replied the queen, "O my lord the Shah, I also venture to think that 'twould be well to have my sisters by my side, and not mere aliens at such an hour." Accordingly he sent word to them, and from that day they dwelt within the palace to make all ready for the expected confinement. And on this wise they found means to carry out their despiteful plot, which during so many days they had devised to scanty purpose. When her full tale of months had been told, the Banu was brought to bed of a man-child, marvellous in beauty, whereat the fire of envy and hatred was kindled with redoubled fury in the sisters' breasts. So they again took counsel, nor suffered ruth nor natural affection to move their cruel hearts. And presently, with great care and secrecy, they wrapped the newborn in a bit of blanket, and, putting him into a basket, cast him into a canal which flowed hard by the queen's apartment. They then placed a dead puppy in the place of the prince, and showed it to the other midwives and nurses, averring that the queen had given birth to such an abortion. When these untoward tidings reached the king's ear, he was sore discomforted, and waxed wroth with exceeding wrath. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 670th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the king, inflamed with sudden fierceness, drew his sword and would have slain his queen, had not the Grand Vizier, who happened to be in his presence at the time, restrained his rage, and diverted him from his unjust design and barbarous purpose. Quoth he, O shadow of Allah upon earth, this mishap is ordained by the Almighty Lord, whose will no man hath power to gainsay. The queen is guiltless of offence against thee, for what is born of her is born without her choice, and she indeed hath no hand therein." With this and other sage counsels he dissuaded his lord from carrying out his fell purpose, and saved the guiltless queen from a sudden and cruel death. Meanwhile the basket wherein lay the newly born prince was carried by the current into a rivulet which flowed through the royal gardens, and as the intendant of the pleasure grounds and pleasaunces chanced to walk along the bank, by the decree of destiny he caught sight of the basket floating by, and he called a gardener, bidding him lay hold of it and bring it to him, that he might see what was therein. The man ran along the rivulet side, and with a long stick drawing the basket to land, showed it to the intendant, who opened it, and beheld within a new-born babe, a boy of wondrous beauty wrapped in a bit of blanket, at which sight he was astounded beyond measure of surprise. Now it chanced that the intendant, who was one of the emirs, and who stood high in favour with the sovereign, had no children. Withal he never ceased offering prayers and vows to Almighty Allah that he might have a son to keep alive his memory and continue his name. Delighted at the sight, he took home the basket with the babe, and giving it to his wife, said, "See how Allah hath sent to us this man-child, which I just now found floating upon the waters. And do thou apply thee forthright and fetch a wet nurse to give him milk and nourish him, and bring him up with care and tenderness as though he were thine own." So the intendant's wife took charge of the child with great gladness, and reared him with her whole heart, diligently, as though born of her own womb. Nor did the intendant say aught to any, or seek to find out whose might be the child, lest haply some one claim and take it from him. He was certified in his mind that the boy came from the queen's quarter of the palace, but deemed inexpedient to make too strict enquiry concerning the matter, and he and his spouse kept the secret with all secrecy. A year after this the queen gave birth to a second son, when her sisters, the Satanesses full of spite, did with this babe even as they had done by the first. They wrapped it in a cloth, and set it in a basket which they threw into the stream, then gave out that the queen had brought forth a kitten. But once more, by the mercy of Allah Almighty, this boy came to the hands of that same intendant of the gardens, who carried him to his wife and placed him under her charge with strict injunctions to take care of the second foundling sedulously, as she had done with the first. The Shah, enraged to hear the evil tidings, again rose up to slay the queen, but, as before, the Grand Vizier prevented him and calmed his wrath with words of wholesome rede, and a second time saved the unhappy mother's life. And after another year had gone by, the Banu was brought to bed, and this time bore a daughter, by whom the sisters did as they had done by her brothers. They set the innocent inside a basket, and threw her into the stream. And the intendant found her also, and took her to his wife, and bade her rear the infant together with the other two castaways. Hereupon the envious sisters, wild with malice, reported that the queen had given birth to a musk-ratling, whereat King Khosrau could no longer stay his wrath and indignation, so he cried in furious rage to the Grand Vizier, "What! Shall the Shah suffer this woman, who beareth naught but vermin and abortions, to share the joys of his bed? Nay, more, the king can no longer allow her to live, else she will fill the palace with monstrous births. In very sooth she is herself a monster, and it behoveth us to rid this place of such unclean creature and accursed." So saying, the Shah commanded them to do her to death. But the ministers and high officers of his state who stood before the presence fell at the royal feet, and besought pardon and mercy for the queen. The Grand Vizier also said with folded hands, "O Shah, O King of the Kings, thy slave would fain represent that 'tis not in accordance with the course of justice or the laws of the land to take the life of a woman for no fault of her own. She cannot interfere with destiny, nor can she prevent unnatural birth such as have thrice betided her. And such mishaps have oftentimes befallen other women, whose cases call for compassion and not punishment. And the king be displeased with her, then let him cease to live with her, and the loss of his gracious favour will be a penalty dire enough. And if the Shah cannot suffer the sight of her, then let her be confined in some room apart, and let her expiate her offence by alms-deed and charity, until Israel, the angel of death, separate her soul from her flesh." Hearing these words of counsel from his aged counsellor, Khusrau Shah recognized that it had been wrong to slay the queen, for that she could on no wise do away with aught that was determined by fate and destiny, and presently he said to the Grand Vizier, "Her life is spared at thine intercession, O wise man and ware. Yet will the king doom her to a weird, which haply is hardly less hard to bear than death. And now do thou forthright make ready by the side of the cathedral mosque a wooden cage with iron bars, and lock the queen therein as one would confine a ferocious wild beast. Then every Mussulman who wendeth his way to public prayers shall spit in her face ere he set foot within the fane. And if any fail to carry out this command, he shall be punished in like manner. So place guards and inspectors to enforce obedience, and let me hear if there be aught of gainsaying." The Vizier durst not make reply, but carried out the Shah's commandments, and this punishment inflicted upon the blameless queen had far better befitted her envious sisters. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 671st night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the cage was made ready with all speed, and when the 40 days after purification of childbed had come to an end, the Banu was locked therein, and according to the king's commandment, all who came to prayer in the great mosque would first spit in her face. The hapless woman, well knowing that she was not worthy of this ignominy, bore her sufferings with all patience and fortitude, nor were they few who deemed her blameless and undeserving to endure these torments and tortures inflicted upon her by the Shah. And they pitied her and offered prayers and made vows for her release. Meanwhile, the intendant of the gardens and his wife brought up the 2 princes and the princess with all love and tenderness, and as the children grew in years, their love for these adopted ones increased in like proportion. They gave the eldest prince the name Bahman, and to his brother Parvez, and as the maiden was of rare beauty and passing of loveliness and graciousness, they called her Perizada. When the princes became of years to receive instruction, the intendant of the garden appointed tutors and masters to teach them reading and writing and all the arts and sciences. The princess also, showing like eagerness to acquire knowledge, was taught letters by the same instructors, and soon could read and write with as perfect fluency as could her brothers. Then they were placed under the most learned of the philosophers and the ulama, who taught them the interpretation of the Koran and the sayings of the Apostle, the science of geometry, as well as poetry and history, and even the abstruse sciences and the mystic doctrines of the enlightened. And their teachers were astonished to find how soon and how far all 3 made progress in their studies, and bid fair to outstrip even the sages, however learned. Moreover, they all 3 were reared to horsemanship and skill in the chase, to shooting with shafts and lunging with lance and sway with sabre and jerking the jarid, with other manly and warlike sports. Besides all this, the Princess Perizada was taught to sing and play on various instruments of mirth and merriment, wherein she became the peerless pearl of her age and time. The intendant was exceeding glad of heart to find his adopted children prove themselves such proficients in every branch of knowledge, and presently, forasmuch as his lodging was small and unfit for the growing family, he bought at a little distance from the city a piece of land sufficiently large to contain fields and meadows and copses. Here he fell to building a mansion of great magnificence, and busied himself day and night with supervising the architects and masons and other artificers. He adorned the walls inside and out with sculptural work of the finest, and paintings of the choicest, and he fitted every apartment with richest furniture. In the front of his mansion he bade lay out a garden, and stocked it with scented flowers and fragrant shrubs and fruit trees, whose produce was as that of paradise. There was, moreover, a large park, girt on all sides by a high wall, wherein he reared game, both fur and feather, as sport for the 2 princes and their sister. And when the mansion was finished and fit for habitation, the intendant, who had faithfully served the Shah for many generations of men, craved leave of his lord that he might bid adieu to the city and take up his abode in his new country seat. And the king, who had always looked upon him with the eye of favour, granted to him the required boon right heartily. Furthermore, to prove his high opinion of his old servant and his services, he inquired of him if he had aught to request, that it might be granted to him. Replied the other, O my liege lord, thy slave desireth naught save that he may spend the remnant of his days under the shadow of the Shah's protection, with body and soul devoted to his service, even as I serve the sire before the sun. The Shah dismissed him with words of thanks and comfort when he left the city, and, taking with him the 2 princes and their sister, he carried them to his newly built mansion. Some years before this time his wife had departed to the mercy of Allah, and he had passed only 5 or 6 months in his second home when he too suddenly felt sick and was admitted into the number of those who have found Ruth. Withal, he had neglected every occasion of telling his 3 foundlings the strange tale of their birth, and how he had carried them to his home as castaways, and had reared them as rearlings, and had cherished them as his own children. But he had time to charge them ere he died, that they 3 should never cease to live together in love and honour and affection and respect one towards other. The loss of their protector caused them to grieve with bitter grief, for they all thought he was their real father. So they bewailed him and buried him as befitted, after which the 2 brothers and their sister dwelt together in peace and plenty. But one day of the days the princes, who were full of daring and of the highest mettle, rode forth a-hunting, and Princess Parizade was left alone at home, when an ancient woman— And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till— The end of the 672nd night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that perchance an ancient woman of the Moslems, a recluse and a devotee, came to the door and begged leave to enter within and repeat her prayers, as it was then the canonical hour, and she had but time to make the wuzu ablution. Parizade bade bring her, and saluted her with the salam, and kindly welcomed her. Then, when the holy woman had made an end of her orisons, the handmaids of the princess, at her command, conducted her all through the house and grounds, and displayed to her the rooms with their furniture and fittings, and lastly the garden and orchard and game park. She was well pleased with all she saw, and said within herself, The man who built this mansion and laid out these parterres and vergiers was verily an accomplished artist, and a wight of marvellous skill. At last the slaves led her back to the princess, who, awaiting her return, was sitting in the belvedere. And quoth she to the devotee, Come, O good my mother, do thou sit beside me, and make me happy by the company of a pious recluse, whom I am fortunate enough to have entertained unawares, and suffer I listen to thy words of grace, and thereby gain no small advantage in this world and the next. Thou hast chosen the right path and straight whereon to walk, and that which all men strive for and pine for. The holy woman would fain have seated herself at the feet of the princess, but she courteously arose and took her by the hand, and constrained her to sit beside her. Quoth she, O my lady, mine eyes never yet beheld one so well-mannered as thou art. Indeed, I am unworthy to sit with thee. Natheless, as thou biddest, I will e'en do thy bidding. As they sat conversing each with other, the slave girls set before them a table, whereon were placed some platters of bread and cakes, with saucers full of fruits, both fresh and dried, and various kinds of cates and sweetmeats. The princess took one of the cakes, and giving it to the good woman, said, O my mother, refresh thyself herewith, and eat of the fruits such as thou likest. 'Tis not long since thou didst leave thy home, and I trow thou hast not tasted aught of food upon the road. Replied the holy woman, O lady of gentle birth, I am not wont to taste of dainty dishes such as these, but I can ill refuse thy provision, since Allah the Almighty deigneth send me food and support by so liberal and generous a hand as thine. And when they twain had eaten somewhat and cheered their hearts, the princess asked the devotee concerning the manner of her worship, and of her austere life, whereto she made due answer, and explained according to her knowledge. The princess then exclaimed, Tell me, I pray thee, what thou thinkest of this mansion, and the fashion of its building, and the furniture, and the appurtenances, and say me, is all perfect and appropriate, or is aught still lacking in mansion or garden? And she replied, Since thou deignest ask my opinion, I confess to thee that both the buildings and the parterres are finished and furnished to perfection, and the belongings are in the best of taste and in the highest of ordinance. Still, to my thinking, there be 3 things here wanting, which, if thou hadst, the place would be most complete. The Princess Parizade adjured her, saying, O my aunt, I beseech thee, tell me what 3 articles yet are lacking, that I may lose no pains nor toil to obtain them. And as the maiden pressed her with much entreaty, the devotee was constrained to tell her. Quoth she, O gentle lady, the first thing is the speaking bird, called Bubuli-Hazar-Dastan. He is very rare and hard to find, but whenever he poureth out his melodious notes, thousands of birds fly to him from every side, and join him in his harmony. The next thing is the singing tree, whose smooth and glossy leaves, when shaken by the wind and rubbed against one another, send forth tuneful tones which strike the ear like the notes of sweet-voiced minstrels, ravishing the heart of all who listen. The third thing is the golden water of transparent purity, whereon should but 1 drop be dripped into a basin, and this be placed inside the garden, it presently will fill the vessel brimful, and will spout upwards in gerbs, playing like a fountain that jets. Moreover, it never ceaseth playing, and all the water as it shooteth up falleth back again inside the basin, not 1 gout thereof being lost. Replied the princess, I doubt not but thou knowest for a certainty the very spot where these wondrous things are to be found, and I pray thee, tell me now the place, and means whereby I may take action to obtain them. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 673rd night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that the holy woman thus answered the princess. These 3 rarities are not to be found save on the boundary line that lieth between the land of Hind and the confining countries, 1 score of marches along the road that leadeth eastward from this mansion. Let him who goeth forth in quest of them ask the first man he meeteth on the 20th stage concerning the spot where he may find the speaking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water, and he will direct the seeker where to come upon all 3. When she had made an end of speaking, the devotee, with many blessings and prayers and vows for her well-being, farewelled the lady Parizade, and fared forth homewards. The princess, however, ceased not to ponder her words, and ever to dwell in memory upon the relation of the holy woman, who, never thinking that her hostess had asked for information save by way of curiosity, nor really purposed in mind to set forth with intent of finding the rarities, had heedlessly told all she knew, and had given a clue to the discovery. But Parizade kept these matters deeply graven on the tablets of her heart, with firm resolution to follow the directions, and by all means in her power to gain possession of these 3 wonders. Withal, the more she reflected, the harder appeared the enterprise, and her fear of failing only added to her unease. Now, whilst she sat perplexed with anxious thought, and anon terrified with sore fright, her brothers rode back from the hunting ground, and they marvelled much to see her sad of semblance and low-spirited, wondering the while what it was that troubled her. Presently quoth Prince Bahman, O sister mine, why art thou so heavy of heart this day? Almighty Allah forbid thou ill in health, and that aught hath betided thee to cause thy displeasure, or to make thee melancholy. Tell us, I beseech thee, what it is, that we may be sharers in thy sorrow, and be alert to aid thee. The princess answered not a word, but after long silence raised her head and looked up at her brothers. Then, casting down her eyes, she said in curt phrase that naught was amiss with her. Quoth Prince Bahman, Full well I wot that there is a somewhat on thy mind which thou hesitateth to tell us, and now hear me swear a strong oath that I will never leave thy side till thou shalt have told us what cause it is that troubleth thee. Haply thou art aweary of our affection, and thou wouldest undo the fraternal tie which hath united us from our infancy. When she saw her brothers so distressed and distraught, she was compelled to speak, and said, Albeit, O my dearlings, to tell you wherefore I am sad and sorrowful may cause you grief, still there is no help but I explain the matter to you twain. This mansion, which our dear father, who hath found Ruth, builded for us, is perfect in every attribute, nor lacketh it in any condition of comfort or completion. Howbeit I have found out by chance this day that there are yet 3 things which, were they set within these walls of the house and grounds, would make our place beyond compare, and in the wide world there would be naught with it to pair. These 3 things are the speaking bird, and the singing tree, and the golden water. And ever since I heard of them, my heart is filled with extreme desire to place them within our domain, and excessive longing to obtain them by any means within my power. It now behoveth you to help me with your best endeavour, and to consider what person will aid me in getting possession of these rarities. Replied Prince Bahman, My life and that of my brother are at thy service to carry out thy purpose with heart and soul. And couldst thou give me but a clue to the place where these strange things are found, I would sally forth in quest of them at daybreak, as soon as the morning shall morrow. When Prince Parvez understood that his brother was about to make this journey, he spake, saying, O my brother, thou art the eldest of us, so do thou stay at home, while I go forth to seek for these 3 things and bring them to our sister. And indeed it were more fitting for me to undertake a task which may occupy me for years. Replied Prince Bahman, I have full confidence in thy strength and prowess, and whatso I am able to perform thou canst do as well as I can. Still it is my firm resolve to fare forth upon this adventure alone and unaided, and thou must stay and take care of our sister and our house. So next day Prince Bahman learned from the princess the road whereon he was to travel, and the marks and signs whereby to find the place. Presently he donned armour and arms, and bidding the 2 adieu, he took horse and was about to ride forth with the stoutest of hearts, whereat Princess Peridaz's eyes brimmed with tears, and in faltering accents she addressed him, saying, O dear my brother, this bitter separation is heart-breaking, and sore sorrowful am I to see thee part from us. This disunion and thine absence in a distant land caused me grief and woe far exceeding that wherewith I mourned and pined for the rarities wherefore thou quittest us. If only we might have some news of thee from day to day, then would I feel somewhat comforted and consoled. But now 'tis clear otherwise, and regret is of none avail. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of the 674th night. Then she said, I have heard, O auspicious king, that Prince Bahman made answer in these words, O sister mine, I am fully determined in mind to attempt this daring do. Be thou not, however, anxious or alarmed, for, Inshallah, God willing, I shall return successful and triumphant. After my departure, shouldst thou at any time feel in fear for my safety, then by this token which I leave thee, thou shalt know of my fate and lot, good or evil. Then, drawing from his waist-shawl a little hunting knife like a whittle, he gave it to Princess Perizada, saying, Take now this blade, and keep it ever by thee, and shouldst thou at any day or hour be solicitous concerning my condition, draw it from its sheath, and if the steel be clean and bright as 'tis now, then know that I am alive and safe and sound. But an thou find stains of blood thereon, then shalt thou know that I am slain, and naught remaineth for thee to do but to pray for me as for one dead. With these words of solace the prince departed on his journey, and travelled straight along the road to India, turning nor to right hand nor to left, but ever keeping the same object in view. Thus a score of days was spent in journeying from the land of Iran, and upon the 20th he reached the end of his travel. Here he suddenly sighted an ancient man of frightful aspect, sitting beneath a tree hard by his thatched hut, wherein he was wont to shelter himself from the rains of spring, and the heats of summer, and the autumnal miasmas, and the wintry frosts. So shorten in years was this sheik, that hair and beard, mustachios and whiskers were white as snow, and the growth of his upper lip was so long and so thick that it covered and concealed his mouth, while his beard swept the ground, and the nails of his hands and feet had grown to resemble the claws of a wild beast. Upon his head he wore a broad-brimmed hat of woven palm leaves, like that of a Malabar fisherman, and all his remaining habit was a strip of matting girded around his waist. Now this sheik was a darwesh, who for many years had fled the world and all worldly pleasures, who lived a holy life of poverty and chastity and other worldliness, whereby his semblance had become such as I, O auspicious king, have described to thee. From early dawn that day, Prince Bahman had been watchful and vigilant, ever looking on all sides to descry someone who could supply him with information touching the whereabouts of the rarities he sought. And this was the first human being he had sighted on that stage, the 20th and last of his journey. So he rode up to him, being assured that the sheikh must be the wight of whom the holy woman had spoken. Then Prince Bahman, dismounting and making low obeisance to the Darwish, said, "O my father, Allah Almighty prolong thy years and grant thee all thy wishes." Whereto the fakir made answer, but in accents so indistinct that the prince could not distinguish a single word he said. And presently Bahman understood that his moustache was on such wise closed and concealed his mouth that his utterance became indistinct, and he only muttered when he would have spoken. He therefore haltered his horse to a tree, and pulling out a pair of scissors, said, "O holy man, thy lips are wholly hidden by this overlong hair. Suffer me, I pray thee, clip the bristling growth which overspreadeth thy face, and which is so long and thick that thou art fearsome to behold, nay, more like to a bear than to a human being." The Darwish, with a nod, consented, and when the prince had clipped it and trimmed the growth, his face once more looked young and fresh as that of a man in the prime of youth. Presently quoth Bahman to him, "Would heaven that I had a mirror wherein to show thee thy face, so thou wouldst see how youthful thou seemest, and how thy favour hath become far more like that of folk than whilom it was." These flattering words pleased the Darwish, who, smiling, said, "I thank thee much for this thy goodly service and kindly offices, and if in return I can do aught of favour for thee, I pray thee let me know, and I will attempt to satisfy thee in all things with my very heart and soul." Then said the prince, "O holy man, I have come hither from far distant lands along a toilsome road, in quest of 3 things, to wit, a certain speaking bird, a singing tree, and a golden water. And this know I for certain, that they are all to be found hard by this site." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of the 675th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the prince, turning to the Darwish, continued, O devotee, albeit well I wot that the 3 things I seek are in this land and near hand, yet I know not the exact spot wherein to find them. An thou have true information concerning the place, and will inform me thereof, I, on my part, will never forget thy kindness, and I shall have the satisfaction of feeling that this long and toilsome wayfare hath not been wholly vain." Hearing these words of the prince, the Darwish changed countenance, and his face waxed troubled, and his colour wan. Then he bent his glance downwards, and sat in deepest silence. Whereat the other said, "O holy father, dost thou not understand the words wherewith I have bespoken thee? An thou art ignorant of the matter, prithee let me know straightway, that I may again fare onwards until such time as I find a man who can inform me thereof." After a long pause, the Darwish made reply, "O stranger, 'tis true I ken full well the site whereof thou art in search, but I hold thee dear, in that thou hast been of service to me, and I am loath for thine own sake to tell thee where to find that stead." And the prince rejoined, "Say me, O fakir, why dost thou withhold this knowledge from me, and wherefore art thou not lieve to let me learn it?" Replied the other, "'Tis a hard road to travel, and full of perils and dangers. Besides thyself, many have come hither and have asked the path of me, and I refused to tell them, but they heeded not my warning, and pressed me sore, and compelled me to disclose the secret which I would have buried in my breast. Know, O my son, that all those braves have perished in their pride, and not one of them hath returned to me safe and sound. Now, an thy life be dear to thee, follow my counsel, and fare no further, but rather turn thee back without stay or delay, and make for house and home and family." Hereto Prince Bahman, stern in resolution, made reply, "Thou hast, after kindly guise and friendly fashion, advised me with the best of advice, and I, having heard all thou hast to say, do thank thee gratefully. But I reck not one jot or tittle of what dangers affront me, nor shall thy threats, however fatal, deter me from my purpose. Moreover, if thieves or foemen haply fall upon me, I am armed at point, and can and will protect myself, for I am certified that none can outvie me in strength and stour." To this the Fakir made reply, "The beings who will cut thy path and bar thy progress to that place are unseen of man, nor will they appear to thee on any wise. How then canst thou defend thyself against them?" And he replied, "So be it. Still I fear not, and I pray thee only show me the road thither." When the Darwish was assured that the prince had fully determined in mind to attempt the exploit, and would by no means turn or be turned back from carrying out his purpose, he thrust his hand into a bag which lay hard by, and took therefrom a ball, and said, "Alas, O my son, thou wilt not accept my counsel, and needs must let thee follow thy wilful way. Take this ball, and mounting thy horse, throw it in front of thee, and as long as it shall roll onwards, do thou ride after it. But when it shall stop at the hill foot, dismount from thy horse, and throw the reins upon his neck, and leave him alone, for he will stay there without moving until such time as thou return. Then manfully breast the ascent, and on either side of the path, right and left, thou shalt see a scatter of huge black boulders. Here the sound of many voices in confused clamour and frightful will suddenly strike thine ears, to raise thy wrath and to fill thee with fear, and hinder thy higher course uphill. Have a heed that thou be not dismayed. Also beware, and again I say beware, lest thou turn thy head at any time and cast a look backwards. And thy courage fail thee, or thou allow thyself one glance behind thee, thou shalt be transformed that very moment into a black rock. For know thou, O Prince, that all those stones which thou shalt see strewn upon thy way were men whilome, and braves like thyself, who went forth with intent to gain the three things thou seekest, but frightened at those sounds, lost human shape, and became black boulders. However, shouldst thou reach the hill-top safe and sound, thou shalt find on the very summit a cage, and perched therein the speaking bird ready to answer all thy queries. So ask of him where thou mayst find the singing tree and the golden water, and he will tell thee all thou requirest. When thou shalt safely have seized all three, thou wilt be free from further danger. Yet inasmuch as thou hast not yet set out upon this journey, give ear to my counsel. I beg of thee to desist from this thy purpose, and return home in peace, whilst thou hast yet the power." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till End of Part 1 of The Two Sisters Who Envied Their Cadette. Section 21 of the Book of the 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 13, translated by Richard Francis Burton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Part 2 of The Two Sisters Who Envied Their Cadette. The end of the 676th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the prince made answer to the Darwish. Until, O thou holy man, such time as I win to my purpose, I will not go back. No, never. Therefore, adieu." So he mounted his horse and threw the ball in front of him. And it rolled forward at racing speed, and he, with gaze intent thereupon, rode after it, and did not suffer it to gain upon him. When it had reached the hill whereof the Darwish spake, it ceased to make further way, whereupon the prince dismounted, and throwing the reins on his horse's neck, left him and fared afoot to the slope. As far as he could see, the line of his path from the hill foot to the head was strewn with a scatter of huge black boulders. Withal his heart felt naught of fear. He had not taken more than some 4 or 5 paces before a hideous din and a terrible hubbub of many voices arose, even as the Darwish had forewarned him. Prince Bahman, however, walked on valiantly with front erect and fearless tread, but he saw no living thing, and heard only the voices sounding all around him. Some said,
Who is yon fool man, and whence hath he come? Stop him! Let him not pass.
Others shouted out,
Fall on him! Seize this zany and slay him!
Then the report waxed louder and louder still, like as to the roar of thunder, and many voices yelled out,
Thief! Assassin! Murderer!
Another muttered in taunting undertones,
Let him be, fine fellow that he is. Suffer him to pass on, for he and he only shall get the cage and the speaking bird.
The prince feared naught, but advanced hot-foot with his wonted verve and spirit. Presently, however, when the voices kept approaching nearer and nearer to him, and increased in number on every side, he was sore perplexed. His legs began to tremble, he staggered, and in fine, overcome by fear, he clean forgot the warning of the Darwish, and looked back. Whereat he was incontinently turned to stone, like the scores of knights and adventurers who had foregone him. Meantime, the Princess Parizade ever carried the hunting-knife which Bahman her brother had given her, sheathed as it was in her maiden zone. She had kept it there ever since he set out upon his perilous expedition, and whenever she felt disposed, she would bear the blade and judge by its sheen how fared her brother. Now, until that day, when he was transmuted to stone, she found it, as often as she looked at it, clean and bright. But on the very evening when that evil fate betided him, perchance Prince Parvez said to Parizade, O sister mine, give me, I pray thee, the hunting-knife, that I may see how goeth it with our brother. She took it from her waist-belt and handed it to him, and as soon as he unsheathed the knife, lo and behold, he saw gouts of gore begin to drop from it. Noting this, he dashed the hunting-knife down, and burst out into loud lamentations, whilst the princess, who divined what had happened, shed a flood of bitter tears, and cried with sighs and sobs, Alas, O my brother, thou hast given thy life for me! Ah, woe is me, and well away! Why did I tell thee of the speaking bird, and the singing tree, and the golden water? Wherefore did I ask that holy woman how she liked our home, and hear of those three things in answer to my question? Would to heaven she had never crossed our threshold and darkened our doors! Ungrateful hypocrite, dost thou requite me on such wise for the favour and the honour I was fain to show thee? And what made me ask of thee the means whereby to win these things? If now I obtain possession of them, what will they advantage me, seeing that my brother Bahman is no more? What should I ever do with them? Thus did Parizade indulge her grief, bewailing her sad fate, while Parvez in like manner moaned for his brother Bahman with exceeding bitter mourning. At last the prince, who, despite his sorrow, was assured that his sister still ardently desired to possess the three marvels, turned to Parizade and said, It behoveth me, O my sister, to set out forthright, and to discover whether Bahman our brother met his death by doom of destiny, or whether some enemy have slain him. And if he hath been killed, then must I take full vengeance on his murderer. Parizade besought him with much weeping and wailing not to leave her, and said, O joy of my heart, Allah upon thee, follow not in the footsteps of our dear departed brother, or quit me in order to attempt a journey so rife in risks. I care not for those things in my fear lest I lose thee also while attempting such enterprise. But Prince Parvez would in no wise listen to her lament, and next day took leave of her. But ere he fared, she said to him, The hunting-knife which Bahman left with me was the means of informing us concerning the mishap which happened to him. But, say me, how shall I know what happeneth to thee? Then he produced a string of pearls, which numbered 100, and said, As long as thou shalt see these pearls all parted one from other, and each running loose upon the string, then do thou know that I am alive. But, an thou shouldst find them fixed and adhering together, then be thou ware that I am dead. The princess, taking the string of pearls, hung it around her neck, determined to observe it hour after hour, and find out how it fared with her second brother. After this, Prince Parvez set out upon his travels, and at the 20th stage came to the same spot where Bahman had found the Darwish, and saw him there in like condition. Then, after saluting him with the salam, the prince asked, Canst thou tell me where to find the speaking bird, and the singing tree, and the golden water, and by what manner of means I may get possession of them? And thou can, I pray thee inform me of this matter." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 677th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the Darwish strave to stay Prince Parvez from his design, and showed him all the dangers on the way. Quoth he, Not many days ago, one like unto thee in years and in features came hither, and inquired of me concerning the matter you now seekest. I warned him of the perils of the place, and would have weaned him from his wilful ways, but he paid no wise heed to my warnings, and refused to accept my counsel. He went off with full instructions from me on how to find those things he sought, but as yet he hath not returned, and doubtless he also hath perished, like the many who preceded him upon that perilous enterprise." Then said Prince Parvez, "O holy father, I know the man of whom thou speakest, for that he was my brother, and I learned that he was dead, but have no inkling of the cause whereby he died." Replied the Darwish, "O my lord, I can inform thee on this matter. He hath been transmute into a black stone, like the others of whom I just now spake to thee. If thou wilt not accept my advice and act accordingly to my counsel, thou also shalt perish by the same means as did thy brother, and I solemnly forewarn thee to desist from this endeavour." Prince Parvez, having pondered these words, presently made reply, "O Darwish, I thank thee again and again, and am much beholden to thee that thou art fain of my welfare, and thou hast given me the kindest of counsel and the friendliest of advice. Nor am I worthy of such favours bestowed upon a stranger. But now remaineth naught but for me to beseech that thou wilt point out the path, for I am fully purposed to fare forwards, and in no wise to desist from my endeavour. I pray thee favour me with full instructions for the road, even as thou favouredst my brother." Then said the Darwish, "An thou wilt not lend ear to my warnings, and do as I desire thee, it mattereth to me neither mickle nor little. Choose for thyself, and I by doom of destiny must perforce forward thy attempt, and albeit by reason of my great age and infirmities I may not conduct thee to the place, I will not grudge thee a guide." Then Prince Parvez mounted his horse, and the Darwish, taking one of many balls from out his scrip, placed it in the youth's hands, directing him the while what to do, as he had counselled his brother Bahman. And after giving him much advice and many warnings, he ended with saying, "O my lord, have a heed not to be perplexed and terrified by the threatening voices and sounds from unseen things which shall strike thine ear, but advance dauntless to the hilltop, where thou shalt find the cage with the speaking bird and the singing tree and the golden water." The Fakir then bid him adieu with words of good omen, and the prince set forth. He threw the ball upon the ground before him, and as it rolled up the path he urged his horse to keep pace with it. But when he reached the hill foot, and saw that the ball had stopped and lay still, he dismounted forthright, and paused a while ere he should begin to climb, and conned well in his mind the directions, one and all, given to him by the Darwish. Then, with firm courage and fast resolve, he set out afoot to reach the hilltop. But hardly had he begun to climb before he heard a voice beside him threatening him in churlish tongue, and crying, "O youth of ill omen, stand still, that I may trounce thee for this thine insolence." Hearing these insulting words of the invisible speaker, Prince Parvez felt his blood boil over. He could not refrain his rage, and in his passion he clean forgot the words of wisdom wherewith the Fakir had warned him. He seized his sword, and drawing it from the scabbard, turned about to slay the man who durst insult him in such wise. But he saw no one, and in the act of looking back, both he and his horse became black stones. Meanwhile the princess ceased not at all hours of the day and watches of the night to consult the string of pearls which Parvez had left her. She counted them overnight when she retired to rest. She slept with them around her neck during the hours of darkness, and when she awoke at the dawn of day, she first of all consulted them and noted their condition. Now, at the very hour when her second brother was turned to stone, she found the pearls sticking one to other, so close together that she might not move a single bead apart from its fellows, and she knew thereby that Prince Parviz also was lost to her for ever. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 678th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that the Princess Parizade was sore grieved at so sudden a blow, and said to herself, Ah, woe is me, and well away! How bitter will be living without the love of such brothers, whose youth-tide was sacrificed for me. 'Tis but right that I share their fate, whate'er be my lot. Else what shall I have to say on the day of doom, and the resurrection of the dead, and the judgment of mankind? Wherefore, next morning, without further let or stay, she donned disguise of man's attire, and warning her women and slaves that she would be absent on an errand for a term of days during which they would be in charge of the house and goods, she mounted her hackney, and set out alone and unattended. Now, inasmuch as she was skilled in horsemanship, and had been wont to accompany her brothers when hunting and hawking, she was better fitted than other women to bear the toils and travails of travel. So, on the 20th day, she arrived safe and sound at the hermitage hut, where, seeing the same sheikh, she took seat beside him, and after salaaming to him and greeting him, she asked him, O holy father, suffer me to rest and refresh myself a while in this sight of good omen. Then deign point out to me, I pray thee, the direction of the place at no far distance herefrom, wherein are found a certain speaking bird, and a singing tree, and a golden water. And thou wilt tell me, I shall deem this the greatest of favour. Replied the Darvish, Thy voice revealeth to me that thou art a woman, and no man, albeit attired in male's apparel. Well I wot the stead whereof thou speakest, and which containeth the marvellous things thou hast named. But say me, what is thy purpose in asking me? The princess made reply, I have been told many a tale anent these rare and wondrous things, and I would fain get possession of them, and bear them to my home, and make them its choicest adornments. And said the fakir, O my daughter, in very truth these matters are exceeding rare and admirable. Right fit are they for fair ones like thyself to win and take back with thee. But thou hast little inkling of the dangers manifold and dire that encompass them. Better far were it for thee to cast away this vain thought, and go back by the road thou camest. Replied the princess, O holy father and far-famed anchorite, I come from a distant land, whereto I will never more return, except after winning my wish. No, never. I pray thee, tell me the nature of those dangers, and what they be, that hearing thereof my heart may judge if I have or have not the strength and the spirit to meet them. Then the sheikh described to the princess all the risks of the road, as erst he had informed Princes Bahman and Parvez. And he ended with saying, The dangers will display themselves as soon as thou shalt begin to climb the hill-head, where is the home of the speaking bird. Then, if thou be fortunate enough to seize him, he will direct thee where to find the singing tree and the golden water. All the time thou climbest the hill, voices from throats unseen and accents fierce and fell shall resound in thine ears. Furthermore, thou shalt see black rocks and boulders strewn upon the path, and these, thou must know, are the transformed bodies of men, who with exceeding courage attempted the same enterprise, but, filled with sudden fear and tempted to turn and look backwards, were changed into stones. Now, do thou steadily bear in mind what was their case. At the first they listened to those fearful sounds and cursings with firm souls, but anon their hearts and minds misgave them, or happily they fumed with fury to hear the villain words addressed to them, and they turned about and gazed behind them, whereat both men and horses became black boulders. But when the Darvish had told her every whit, the princess made reply, From what thou sayest, it seemeth clear to me that these voices can do nothing but threaten and frighten by their terrible din. Furthermore, that there is naught to prevent a man climbing up the hill, nor is there any fear of any one attacking him. All he hath to do is on no account to look behind him. And after a short pause, she presently added, O Fakir, albeit a woman, yet I have both nerve and thews to carry me through this adventure. I shall not heed the voices, nor be enraged thereat. Neither will they have any power to dismay me. Moreover, I have devised a device whereby my success on this point is assured. And what wilt thou do? Asked he. And she answered, I will stop mine ears with cotton, so may not my mind be disturbed and reason perturbed by hearing those awesome sounds. The Fakir marvelled with great marvel, and presently exclaimed, O my lady, methinks thou art destined to get possession of the things thou seekest. This plan hath not occurred to any hitherto, and hence it is, haply, that one and all have failed miserably and have perished in the attempt. Take good heed to thyself, however, not run any risk other than the enterprise requireth. She replied, I have no cause for fear, since this one and only danger is before me to prevent happy issue. My heart doth bear me witness that I shall surely gain the guerdon wherefore I have undertaken such toil and trouble. But now do thou tell me what I must do, and whither to win my wish I must wend. The Darvish once more besought her to return home, but Perizada refused to listen, and remained as firm and resolute as before. So, when he saw that she was fully bent upon carrying out her purpose, he exclaimed, Depart, O my daughter, in the peace of Almighty Allah and his blessing, and may he defend thy youth and beauty from all danger. Then, taking from his bag a ball, he gave it her, and said, When thou art seated in saddle, throw this before thee, and follow it whitherso it lead thee. And when it shall stop at the hill foot, then dismount and climb the slope. What will happen after, I have already told thee. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till the end of the 679th night. Then said she, I have heard, O auspicious king, that the princess, after farewelling the Fakir, straightway bestrode her steed, and threw the ball in front of his hoofs, as she had been bidden do. It rolled along before her in the direction of the hill, and she urged her hackney to keep up with it, until reaching the hill it suddenly stopped. Hereat the princess dismounted forthwith, and having carefully plugged both her ears with cotton, began to breast the slope with fearless heart and dauntless soul. And as soon as she had advanced a few steps, a hubbub of voices broke out all around her, but she heard not a sound, by reason of her hearing being blunted by the cotton wool. Then hideous cries arose with horrid din, still she heard them not, and at last they grew to a storm of shouts and shrieks and groans and moans, flavoured with foul language, such as shameless women use when railing one at another. She caught now and then an echo of the sounds, but recked not thereof, and only laughed, and said to herself, What care I for their scoffs and jeers and fulsome taunts? Let them hoot on, and bark and bay as they may. This, at least, shall not turn me from my purpose. As she approached the goal, the path became perilous in the extreme, and the air was so filled with an infernal din, and such awful sounds, that even Rustum would have quailed thereat, and the bold spirit of Asfandiar have quaked with terror. The princess, however, pressed on with uttermost speed and dauntless heart, till she neared the hilltop, and espied above her the cage in which the speaking bird was singing with melodious tones. But seeing the princess draw nigh, he broke out, despite his puny form, in thundering tones, and cried, Return, O fool! Hie thee back! Not dare come nearer! Princess Perizada heeded not his clamour a whit, but bravely reached the hilltop, and running over the level piece of ground, made for the cage, and seized it, saying, At last I have thee, and thou shalt not escape me. Then she pulled out the cotton wool wherewith she had stopped her ears, and heard the speaking bird reply in gentle accents, O valiant lady and noble, be of good cheer, for no harm or evil shall betide thee, as hath happened to those who essayed to make me their prize. Albeit I am encaged, I have much secret knowledge of what happeneth in the world of men, and I am content to become thy slave, and for thee to be my liege lady. Moreover, I am more familiar with all that concerneth thee even than thou art thyself, and one day of the days I will do thee a service which shall deserve thy gratitude. What is now thy command? Speak, that I may fulfill thy wish." Princess Parizade was gladdened by these words, but in the midst of her joy she grieved at the thought of how she had lost her brothers, whom she loved with a love so dear. And anon she said to the speaking bird, "Full many a thing I want, but first tell me if the golden water, of which I have heard so much, be nigh unto this place, and if so, do thou show me where to find it." The bird directed her accordingly, and the princess took a silver flagon she had brought with her, and filled it brimful from the magical fount. Then quoth she to the bird, "The third and last prize I have come to seek is the singing tree. Discover to me where that also can be found." The bird replied, "O princess of fair ones, behind thy back in yonder clump that lieth close at hand groweth the tree." So she went forthright to the copse, and found the tree she sought, singing with sweetest toned voice. But inasmuch as it was huge in girth, she returned to her slave the bird, and said, "The tree indeed I found, but 'tis lofty and bulky. How then shall I pull it up?" And he made answer, "Pluck but a branchlet of the tree, and plant it in thy garden. 'Twill at once take root, and in shortest time be as gross and fair a growth as that in yonder copse." So the princess broke off a twig, and now that she had secured the three things whereof the holy woman spake to her, she was exceeding joyful, and turning to the bird said, "I have in very deed won my wish, but one thing is yet wanting to my full satisfaction. My brothers, who ventured forth with this same purpose, are lying hereabouts turned into black stones, and I fain would have them brought to life again, and the twain return with me in all satisfaction and assurance of success. Tell me now some plan whereby mine every desire may be fulfilled." And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace till the end of the 680th night. Then said she, "I have heard, O auspicious king, that the speaking bird replied, 'O princess, trouble not thyself. The thing is easy. Sprinkle some of the golden water from the flagon upon the black stones lying round about, and by virtue thereof each and every shall come to life again, thy two brothers as well as the others.'" So Princess Parizade's heart was set at rest, and, taking the three prizes with her, she fared forth and scattered a few drops from the silver flagon upon each black stone as she passed it, when lo and behold they came to life, as men and horses. Amongst them were her brothers, who she at once knew, and falling on their necks she embraced them, and asked in tones of surprise, "O my brothers, what do ye here?" To this they answered, "We lay fast asleep." Quoth she, "Strange indeed that ye take delight in slumber away from me, and ye forget the purpose wherefore ye left me, to wit the winning of the speaking bird, and the singing tree, and the golden water. Did ye not see this place all bestrewn with dark-hued rocks? Look now, and say if there be aught left of them. These men and horses now standing around us were all black stones, as ye yourselves also were. But by the boon of Almighty Allah, all have come to life again, and await the signal to depart. And if now ye wish to learn by what strange miracle both ye and they have recovered human shape, know ye that it hath been wrought by virtue of a water contained in this flagon, which I sprinkled in the rocks with leave of the Lord of all living. When I had gained possession of this cage and its speaking bird, and also of the singing tree, a wand whereof you see in my hand, and lastly of the golden water, I would not take them home with me unless ye twain could also bear me company. So I asked of this bird the means whereby ye could be brought to life again. He made me drop some drops of the golden water on the boulders, and when I had done this, ye two, like all the others, returned to life and to your proper forms. Hearing these her words, the princes Bahman and Parvez thanked and praised their sister Perizada. And all the other she had saved showered thanks and blessings on her head, saying with one accord, O our lady, we are now thy slaves, nor can a lifelong service repay the debt of gratitude we owe thee for this favour thou hast shown us. Command, and we are ready to obey thee with our hearts and our souls. Quoth Perizada, The bringing back to life of these my brothers were my aim and purpose, and in so doing ye too have profited thereby, and I accept your acknowledgments as another pleasure. But now do ye mount each and every man his horse, and ride back by the way ye came to your homes in Allah's peace. On this wise the princess dismissed them, and made herself ready to depart. But as she was about to bestride her steed, Prince Bahman asked permission of her that he might hold in hand the cage and ride in front of her. She answered, Not so, O brother mine. This bird is now my slave, and I will carry him myself. And thou wilt, take thou this twig with thee, but hold the cage only till I am seated in saddle. She then mounted her hackney, and placing the cage before her on the pommel, bade her brother Parvez take charge of the golden water in the silver flagon, and carry it with all ease, and the prince did her bidding without gainsaying. And when they were all ready to ride forth, including the knights and the squires whom Perizada had brought to life by sprinkling the water, the princess turned to them and said, Why delay we our departure, and how is it that none offereth to lead us? But as all hesitated, she gave command, Now let him amongst your number whose noblesse and high degree entitled him to such distinction fare before us and show us the way. Then all with one accord replied, O princess of fair ones, there be none amongst us worthy of such honour, nor may any wight dare to ride before thee. So, when she saw that none amongst them claimed preeminence or right of guidance, and none desired to take precedence of the rest, she made excuse, and said, O my lords, 'tis not for me by right to lead the way, but since ye order, I must needs obey. Accordingly she pushed on to the front, and after came her brothers, and behind them the rest. And as they journeyed on, all desired to see the holy man, and thank him for his favours and friendly rede. But when they reached the spot where he dwelt, they found him dead, and they knew not if old age had taken him away, or if he perished in his prize, because the princess Perizada had found and carried off the three things whereof he had been appointed by destiny guard and guide. And as the morn began to dawn, Shahrazad held her peace, till... End of Part 2 of The Two Sisters Who Envied Their Cadette,